Hey, what's up, Toma? What's up, Lazy Turtle? Love your name, bro. How's it going, guys? I'm just setting up the stream. It'll only take me about a minute to do. And then we'll be looking at some information together. Hey, Gold Pro, how's it going? What's up, Gerson Nolasco? I'm doing great, man. Just getting ready to look at some information with you guys. And I think there's a lot of big information coming. I think Safemoon's about to get even more wild, guys. I think you guys don't realize how crazy things are probably about to get. Yeah, just black screen for 1 second. Hey, what's up, BK Lynn Blaze? BK Lynn Blaze. How's it going? Hey, now I have audio. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Good to see you. 8 Reasons. How you guys doing? You guys enjoying your week? You guys, where are you guys at? Are you guys getting hit by all these tornadoes, or are you just different parts of the world? What's up, Bloxburg with Vegas? How you doing? Good to have you. You guys, I guess another whale dumped. Another whale dumped. May the 4th be with you. Yes, may the 4th be with you as well. Okay. We are good. Okay, we're good. To turn on the screen. All right, here's the charts. How you guys doing? How you guys feeling about Safemoon? I kind of want to get an update. We're going to be looking at a lot of different information, stuff I haven't looked at. I'm just kind of doing my research with you guys. So we have the lawsuits. We have some other information on the lawsuits. We also have very interesting information. We have the Bear Holly group. Lots of interesting information we're going to go over in this stream. Wild in a good way? I wouldn't think so. I don't think so. Mark, may the 4th be with you guys. Love Star Wars. Love lightsabers. I mean bad crazy. I hope I'm wrong, but I mean bad crazy, yeah. Safemoon opt. As far as the lawsuits, you know, but we'll find out. There's also a lot of information that is probably going to be coming out that is not going to look good. But like I said, guys, I am not the arbiter, if that's how you say that word, of truth. You know, I don't determine what's real. If you know, it's up to you to do your own research and decide for yourself if you want to buy or sell. If you're really thinking about buying or selling, you know, you're basing that off the amount of research you've chosen to put in. So no matter what, it's on you. I'm not trying to convince you to buy. I'm not trying to convince you to sell. I just am convinced that there's some worrying things that I want to know about and look at, and I think a lot of you guys do too. And it's including the lawsuits, and it's including funds being taken from the LP and the impact that could have on the future of Safemoon. If we make it through all this stuff and we start releasing products, I'll start pumping out, you know, positive videos on Safemoon and get back to a realistic perception of what could happen if Safemoon does the J-curve, because that's what we all want, is to see that J-curve, make some passive income and reflections, you know, Safemoon to take off, and for us to be the early investors. That's what we all want, right? What's good? What's up, Suave Live? How's it going? I'm going to be doubling down later today. Yeah, it's your choice. You know, I'm not going to judge anybody. If you want to buy, sell, it's your choice. I don't care what you do. I'm not going to judge you for it. I'm buying more, no flinching for me. Yeah, so, you know, that's one thing I always think about when it comes to buying dips. Because, like, even I'm like, okay, if Safemoon keeps going down, man, you can get such a good deal. Eventually, it's been going down for a long time. So there is people who keep buying these dips. If you just save your money and wait and buy the dips, you would have got a ton more, right? So, hey, what's up, Crypto Vibes? How's it going, bro? Exactly when products release, all this negative talk will go away. Well, I don't know what will happen. You know, nobody knows. That's the problem. If somebody says they know that it's going to fail or going to succeed, I think they're lying to you. Enhanced token is taking a beating. Okay, so yeah, there was a decent sell-off today. People started buying the dip, and there's just more sells happening. It seems like a lot of large money is leaving, and I think that's what this post in Reddit was talking about. This post says liquidity is dropping by about $1 million every 5 to 7 days, and now is only 6,600,000. He said at this rate, we have about 40 days left until buying and selling will be completely disabled for anyone still holding Safemoon. What? Once the LP is down to 0. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with all that math. Um, let's go ahead and have you guys looked at the lawsuit at all? Has anybody in here looked at this? Is there any like lawyers or people who like have a better understanding of this type of stuff? More crappy means incoming from devs. It's like manipulation. Can't predict the future. I just buy when I can. When you think the Safemoon card is coming out, I have no idea. So yeah, I'm not great with legal stuff at all. United States District Court, Central District of California. Christopher Polt, Tim Vane. So we're just gonna kind of browse through this. Also, guys, I forgot to do one thing. Let me post. Well, I'll just do that towards the end. I'll post the link so you guys can join the Discord, so you can come up on stage and say something if you want. Yeah, guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. Let's get more people in here. Just click that button. It doesn't give me money. I wish it did. It'd be awesome if it gave me money. Like you click that button, I get $1. That'd be crazy. It just helps the algorithm try to promote it to people who are looking up Safemoon stuff. That's it, guys. Plaintiffs Bill Morewater, Christopher Polite, and Tim Vane plaintiffs individually and on behalf of all others similarly situated bring this class action complaint against defendant Safemoon LLC, Safemoon US LLC, Safemoon Connect, Safemoon Connect, sorry, LLC, Safemoon Ltd, Safemoon Protocol Ltd, and Safemoon Media Group Ltd. Collectively, Safemoon or the company, Jake Paul, Nick Carter, DeAndre Cortez Way, Ben Phillips, and Miles Parks McCollum, the promoter defendants, and individual defendants Sean Whitriel, Ryan Arriaga, the company's chief operating officer, Jack Haynes, the company's chief technology officer. This was filed like a couple months ago, was it? Anyways, the following allegations are based upon personal knowledge as to plaintiff's own facts, upon investigation by plaintiff's counsel, and upon information believed where the facts are solely in possession of defendants. So this is happening. I think these trials or something start on next Monday. So there might be like a live feeding of this. I'm not sure. More bullish with the lawsuit, no speeding or any project is a good investment than win or lose it all. It's good with no truth. And we win, moons us. Yeah, you're welcome to have your own perception, you know. When you think the Safemoon, okay, I already read that. Why has it been going down nonstop for months? Thank you for your help. I asked the same question. You know, it was last year they announced they'll exchange the blockchain by the end of the year, and then whales kept dumping on the project. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? Did you guys not watch the AMA? They announced the exchange this year, guys. And the whales just like kept dumping. And I'm like, dude, what is going on? People are losing faith, or people that have large bags that helped build Safemoon are cashing out on it, or you know, there's even worse speculation. But let's kind of get through this. If there's any like lawyers that want to come up and provide a counter perception to this, that'd be great. But we'll do that at the end. This is actually quite long. I just want to hit the important parts of it. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to reading. If you want to address it, better let your lawyer handle it, innocent or guilty. That's just how it is. What is the ending possibly for Safemoon if legal issue? That's exactly my question, be it a mixed family. If it happens, where are they going to get the money to pay for the lawsuit? You know, and how is that going to affect the future of Safemoon? Very simple question, right? Does it start on the 9th, or is that the deadline for people to sign to it? I heard from somebody it starts on the 9th, but I'll try to reach out to them and see if they can clarify that during the stream. 6 months, are they going to last? I don't know what's going to happen with Safemoon, guys. I'm just looking at stuff that seems to be indications of its future. Nature of the case. Plaintiffs bring this action on behalf of all investors who purchased Safemoon tokens between March 8th, 2021 and the time of filing this complaint and were damaged thereby. This is kind of funny. This case arises from a scheme among various individuals in the cryptocurrency sector to misleading, promote, and sell the digital asset associated with Safemoon to unsuspecting investors. The company's executives, collaborating with several celebrity promoters, made false or misleading statements to investors about Safemoon through social media advertisement and other promotional activities, and disguised their control over Safemoon and a significant percent of the Safemoon tokens that were available for public trading during the class period, the float. In furtherance of this scheme, the defendants touted the technological innovation of the company's token and related cryptocurrency wallet, as well as the ability for investors to make significant return due to the favorable tokenomics. of Safemoon token. In truth, defendants marketed the Safemoon tokens to investors so that they could sell their portion of the float for a profit. Defendants' strategy was a success. The misleading promotions and celebrity endorsements were able to artificially increase the interest in and price of the Safemoon tokens during the class period, causing investors to purchase these losing investments at inflated prices. Meanwhile, the company's executives, Caroni and Haynes Davies, conspired with the promoter defendants to sell their Safemoon tokens to investors for a profit. Plaintiffs bring this class action on behalf of themselves and an objectively identifiable class consisting of all investors who purchased Safemoon token between March 8th, 2021 and the time filing this complaint. So there is like a certain day where you're able to call a number and basically get put on as somebody who lost money. If you're somebody, if you have a lot of money, it might be worth doing. I don't know. Although we have a start date, in reality, couldn't this take months, if not years, to come to a conclusion? I'm not sure. It could. I don't know. Why Papa and his goons not mentioned? Yeah, Papa's talking about suing John too. Like, Papa talks like he's taking John to court and he's going to be able to say everything that he's not allowed to say right now. So I don't know if that's separate from this or if it'll be connected. But I think it's possible that if something like this goes through a little bit, that people will... that it might open up the case for us to get access to all the information that's going on behind the scenes. I'll invite a friend of mine who knows a lot more than me about this stuff. I'm just reading through this just as an ignorant person. Plaintiff Bill Murwater is a resident and citizen of California living in Lancaster, California. I wonder how much he lost to go through with this. Christopher Polite, Tim Vine. Defendant is Safemoon. Shop Safemoon in the United Kingdom's international. Defendant Jack Haynes. Defendant Ryan. Ryan said when he left that he would seek his own legal counsel. Defendant Sean Wittrill, Hank Caroni, Jake Paul, Nick Carter, Soulja Boy, Ben Phillips, Lil Yachty. This court has subject matter jurisdiction of the action pursuant to 28 USC 1332 because there are 100 or more named or unnamed class members. Okay, this sounds like boring stuff. Factual allegations. Safemoon background. Safemoon token is a speculative digital token created in March 2021 by a group of cryptocurrency developers and investors, including but not limited to the executive defendants. Blockchain-based digital assets, which were also publicly stated. Okay, here's something. The name Safemoon is derived from the phrase "safely to the moon," which suggests that the token is meant not to rise only, but to rise safely. The company was created by a team of 6 people: Caroni, Haynes, Davies, Wyatt, Thomas Smith, Trevor Church, and Jacob Smith. Oh, there's some people on there that I didn't know about. In the early days of the company's formation in March 2021, Caroni held a meeting with Wittrill, wherein Wittrill indicated his interest in being a part of the Safemoon project. According to Wittrill, at the end of the meeting, Caroni welcomed him onto the Safemoon team, saying, "You're in." Wittrill also publicly stated that he has been part of the Safemoon since day 1 or day 2. According to Caroni, there's individuals who took the risk early on, acquired Safemoon tokens, and now they are reaping their benefits. It's kind of like with Apple in the early days. March 8th, 22nd events launched a Safemoon token. So on March 8th, 2021, Safemoon launched on March 8th. Let me just stop for 1 second, check out your guys' comments. Yeah, we'll do the Discord after, and you guys, I'll talk to you guys. I'll definitely let anybody come up and say their piece, whether you like it, hate it, think it's stupid, whatever. I will respect your opinion as long as you can be respectful. You're allowed to share whatever it is you want to say, but we'll do that at the end, guys. So the real question that needs to be answered is if people lost money because of the market or because of whatever the team allegedly did. Well, yeah, man, it's going to be pretty easy to prove that people lost money because of, definitely because of Ben Phillips, probably because of Kyle, and possibly, yeah, because of John and the LP. I mean, if he took from the Bitmart funds that are supposed to go to the LP, that affects our price. And this could evolve into that, I think, is what I've heard. Probably had a signed contract about him speaking out. If he does, he broke a contract. Yeah, it could be something like that. Yeah, if you're not deterred by a lawsuit, that's fine. You know, I'm not trying to persuade you either way. I'm just looking at it myself. I am worried that it might have an effect on Safemoon's future, but maybe if I don't know. Which role also plays defendants launched the SafeMoon token? Okay. SafeMoon deployed with 1 quadrillion tokens, 15 zeros, and perpetually burns supply, alluding to rising scarcity. Yep. There's roughly 584 trillion safe in circulation after 223 trillion went to devs, which means it's currently burning 2.9 trillion. $223 trillion went to devs. Why is it saying that? Safemoon token were the first made available to investors on a decentralized cryptocurrency exchange, PancakeSwap, at the time of launch, and throughout the class period, the Safemoon tokens were sold pursuant to a 3-page white paper titled Safemoon, a deflationary reflection token with automated liquidity acquisition. White papers in cryptocurrency are documents released by the founders. Yeah, Safemoon white paper described, among other things, how the favorable tokenomics for Safemoon tokens may afford far superior benefits to investors. Solve the problems. First, the company outlined its goal to solve the problems of prior cryptocurrencies, including mining rewards, farming rewards, and liquidity provisioning, by providing an easy alternative to mining rewards in the form of allowing users to participate in a smart contract token reflection to produce tokens inside their own wallet. Additionally, the company pointed to the challenge of maintaining liquidity on decentralized exchanges and proposed utilizing a smart contract function to automatically capture liquidity to be used on the decentralized exchanges and held in custody independent from user possession. That's a huge deal. I think that's why 90 something percent of us bought into Safemoon, right, guys? Okay, cool. I have a friend who will come on, and he understands this stuff better than me. He's actually just a smarter guy in general and a good friend. I really like him. And he'll provide more insight into this than I could. But he's busy at the moment, but he'll probably come on. I was also trying to get Mark to come on to give his perspective on the contract side of things. I know a lot of people are being taught to hate Mark because of Surge, even though, yeah, whatever. Finally, the Safemoon white paper makes the following statements about the burn of the Safemoon token. Smart contracts that provides the capability to burn tokens can promote scarcity by reducing the total supply. Yeah, we all know about that. In plain terms, the company's purported purposes are the same as any other company trying to sell its financial products to investors, offer dividend-like reflection rewards for investors that hold the Safemoon tokens. Holders are charged a transaction fee of about 5%, which is distributed amongst the Safemoon token holders, ensure that there is enough liquidity for Safemoon tokens to be traded on exchanges, and minimize dilution of the company's market cap. That's kind of a big deal. I feel like it's just speculative that if this like evolves and we start looking at money taken from the LP, then I feel like it could become an even bigger deal. That's just my speculation, though. See, Mark might jump on here right now. We can just get his perspective on what's going on. Back in May, what price point, Carlos? You can't short Safemoon. Easy to show lost money from John and friends selling for cash. That's what Thomas meant when he said it was OTC. Yeah, I'm not good with the lawyer stuff, you know. But yeah, my friend Generation Crypto is better with that. All right, Mark might come on, and we'll be able to hear how he's feeling about everything. Safemoon could still work through. Yeah, it still could. I think. Let's kind of just see if we can get to the meat of what's in this lawsuit. The pump. Defendants lure investors in with misleading promotions. So that's kind of one of the things that they're accusing them of. The executive defendant actively recruited and retained the promoter defendants to serve as the promoters of the Safemoon tokens in March 2021 and beyond. As observed in the article, FBI ties and Ponzi games. Here's what Safemoon doesn't want you to know. Safemoon embodies meme token hype better than almost any crypto in history. In just 2 months, Safemoon has engineered $4 billion market value inflated by influencers like Jake Paul, Soulja Boy, and further on. But what does Safemoon resemble most is the crypto-powered Ponzi. Okay, I want to ask you guys, why do you guys think Safemoon blow up? blew up? Do you think it was something Safemoon did, or do you think it was huge influencers talking about it? I just want to hear the chat's perspective for a second. People keep saying the LP is 14 million, but they don't understand it's a 50-50 LP BNB split. So people need to realize the true LP is about 6.8 million, and if it keeps going down, it's in big trouble. Safemoon Mark owes me for Surge 2K. Yeah, I lost 700 in Surge. Don't worry, man. I've lost more money in other projects. I've lost more money in Safemoon, but it's whatever. That's what I'm saying. Like, the price of Safemoon keeps going down. Why would I buy? Why would I buy if it's gonna? I would wait until for a really good price. Try to buy at the bottom, right? If you think it's gonna do well. Okay, JLo Strategy says clearly influencers. I think so too. Sean says seen it on TikTok a lot, then looked into it. 8 Reasons says I think it was the roadmap. Okay, that's fair. Renzo Perez says influencers. You will wait long for your zeros. Suave Live says influencers. Safemoon Joe should be indicted. I don't think so. Okay, so that's okay. So this is a pretty big deal, right? It's probably these huge influencers has played a role, the major role in why Safemoon is so big. Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you guys. Okay. And there's kind of a big deal. There's a video of John and his South by Southwest that I never showed you guys. I could show it this stream. I'd have to find it unless I deleted it. Did I delete it? You could probably still find it online. But the last interview that I only delete stuff to clear room on my PC. The last interview John did, he got like super nervous when he was asked about paying influencers to promote Safemoon. And he did the thing where he answers with an answer that doesn't really answer the question. He said, oh, are you talking about Dave Portnoy? No, we never paid Dave Portnoy. And it was just like, okay, clearly we paid like some big influencers to pump Safemoon. Ben Phillips, Jake Paul, other guys that I don't know about and really know who they are. And does that play a role with the lawsuit? If that goes to court, how big of a role can that play in the future of Safemoon? I feel like these are things, investors, that I want to know. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know this information. Doesn't mean you're an evil person, as people try to paint you who turn Safemoon into a religion. You don't lose till you sell. Depends on what your definition of loss is, right? These games, which are now bleeding into Binance Smart Chain ecosystem, are designed to mimic real-life Ponzi schemes, and so just like the Ethereum-based Ponzi games that came before it, the earliest to buy Safemoon hypothetically stand to make the most profit, but only if they can lure enough players to follow suit. Yeah, that's where you get into this weird thing where it's like the structure of tokens and shares is Ponzi-like, you know? As discussed further below, the company and the executive defendants repeatedly touted the burn and the tokenomics for the Safemoon tokens. Safemoon white papers dedicated to depreciating supply and burn address, determined by market demand. Was a vital part. This is why Haynes Davies, why have I not heard that name, was a vital part of Cronies and Wittriel's plan for marketing the Safemoon tokens. Prior to joining the company, I've never looked at this. Have you guys looked at this? Bring up Joe. It would be funny to get Joe. I don't think Joe would want to come on this. Sorry, guys. Okay. So everybody will be able to come up on stage and have a respectful conversation with me at the end. I'll open it up for a little bit. Let's try to get through this. This might take a while. This is extremely long. Look how long this is. I'm trying to go through only the interesting stuff though. Okay. Okay, we were right here. All right, let me run through this. This is why Haynes Davies was a vital part of Cronies and Wittriel's plan for marketing the Safemoon tokens. Prior to joining the company, Haynes Davies managed a UK-based YouTube celebrity, Ben Phillips. Oh, from 2017 until March 2021. Upon information and belief, Haynes Davies leveraged the contracts and experience he gained from managing Phillips to recruit other celebrities to promote the Safemoon tokens in exchange for a portion of the float. That's crazy. I've never heard that before. Has anybody in the chat heard this? I've never heard this. Thanks for not being biased on Safemoon since you hold. It's important to protect our money no matter how much we love a project. You're welcome, man. Yeah, I'm okay with everybody, all the maxis hating me or whatever. I don't even care anymore, man. I'm just going to look at this and you guys can hang out with me if you want to. If not, you can leave, you know. But most of you guys are pretty cool and want to see this information just like me. It's like, even if you're a small investor, it's nice to want to know what's going on with your investment, especially one as big as Safemoon. And this is just interesting stuff to know what's going on with something this big. Even if you're not an investor, this might be really interesting to you. For example, on March 19th, 2021, in a now deleted post on his official Twitter account, Phillips feigned ignorance about Safemoon despite his manager Haynes Davies' personal connection as Safemoon's COO, and asked his followers, I keep seeing Safemoon everywhere. Anyone know about it? Is it going to pop? Or has it got big Doge energy? That's just, man, just stealing from that many people. You know what I mean? Stealing from one person is crazy. Stealing from hundreds to thousands of people is insane. Phillips did not disclose his connection to the company, but instead sought to convince investors that the buzz about Safemoon was organically created as opposed to manufactured by defendants themselves. As other promoter defendants were being recruited by Haynes Davies, the company was making statements to investors about the token burn for Safemoon tokens in particular on March 21. The company released a statement via its official Twitter account stating that 841 billion Safemoon tokens have been burnt in the last 24 hours alone. That's over 800 billion tokens permanently removed from the circulating supply. Over 1.1 trillion tokens were permanently removed from circulating supply. By stressing the burn of the Safemoon token supply in a short period of time, cronies signaled to investors that the value of Safemoon token would increase as more Safemoon tokens are burned. I'd have to see that because crony's always been real good about not talking price. Crony endorsed the company's announcement on his personal Twitter account the same day. Live AMA Phillips posting that AMA. In that AMA, Phillips touts the growth of the Safemoon community and favorably compares the Safemoon tokens to other hot cryptocurrencies like Dogecoin. At the end of the clip, Phillips is welcomed to the team by Crony and the company's chief blockchain officer, Thomas Smith, and Safemoon community manager, Trevor Church. That same day, in a now deleted post on Twitter, Phillips promoted the Safemoon tokens to his millions of followers. On March 27th, social media influencer and boxer Paul published the following post promoting Safemoon to his 4.1 million Twitter followers. Everyone needs hashtag Safemoon or this will be you. That's a big deal. I mean, Jake Paul. It's a hugely known name. Let me read your comments for a second, see if there's anything there. Well, here's the thing, Unlucky Mofo, is we like to compare our projects. Every project compares themselves to the successful ones. What about Tesla, and what about Apple, and what about Bitcoin, and what about Ethereum, and what about this project that took off and did really well? Yeah, but what about the majority, 90-something% of the ones that didn't? So it's a good point that it might happen, but it's not like it's a guarantee, and it's actually statistically less likely, but still potentially. That's why I don't try to persuade other people to do stuff with their money, you know. Don't try to persuade how other people believe either. A lot of people are trying to persuade people to believe positively in hopes that it'll raise the price of their bag. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing that Ben Phillips is doing, just on a much smaller scale because you don't have as much influence. You know what I mean? That's a huge deal to talk about something like that. On March 29th, musician Miles Lil Yachty Parks McCollum promoted Safemoon in a tweet that stated Safemoon is the new Dogecoin. At the time, the referenced cryptocurrency token Dogecoin had a massive increase in the price of that token. Paul publicly endorsed McCollum's statement about the Safemoon token and said facts. Caroni also promoted McCollum's post on his personal Twitter account on March 29th. Crony endorsed McCollum's march on his personal Twitter account. The same day, Crony offered congrats to the winners, Safemoon, in reply to a now deleted Twitter post from Ben Phillips. Interesting. The Safemoon, the complaint, the Safemoon tokens were going up in price with caption indicating that the rise was imminent. Signed again, promoted Safemoon to retail investors, stating a Twitter post, "I told y'all Safemoon was going up, lol." Safemoon, on April 3rd, 2021, Safemoon announced on its Facebook page that it had got several celebrity promoters to work with the company, including Paul and McCollum. That same day, the company announced that 396 trillion Safemoon tokens were burnt and gone. Caroni reposted the token announcement on his personal Twitter account and noted the caption that the supply of Safemoon tokens would receive continual burns and that the price of Safemoon tokens was at an all-time high and would be going to the moon imminently. New all-time high, check continual burns, also check moon imminent, not financial advice, you do you. Huh. Let me stop for a second and read your guys' comments. Thanks for not being a delusional YouTuber. This is why crypto will be regulated. Yeah, regulations are definitely coming, like lawsuits, regulations. You can register for compensation. Yeah, you can if you guys want to. If you just got to call this like lawyer or something and figure it all out. Just look it up and you'll be able to call them. If you lost a lot of money, it might be worth looking into. Our progress in particular. On April 10th, 2021, the company's Twitter account published the following post. Tomorrow we reveal quite possibly our boldest innovation yet. A lot of you know Safemoon Exchange has been our vision since the beginning, so we invite you to join our CEO as he discusses why this may be one of the biggest moves within crypto space to date. Caroni replied to the company's boastful post about how it planned to reveal Safemoon's boldest innovation yet with a single word reference to cryptonomics. Yeah, that's been the goal the entire time, is cryptonomics. I don't know. Some of this does sound kind of dumb, but lawsuits can be dumb, right? I think the problem gets to if it gets into them taking from the LP and stuff and all that, because this was filed before CoffeeZilla's video, and there might be a lot more evidence that could make this lawsuit even worse, possibly. This is only in California. Let's get this going across the globe. Together we can do it all. You guys are amazing. Okay. I want to take a second and take a break from this because it's quite a lot. We're not doing bad. That wasn't a dip today. We went back to Earth for a bigger rocket and more passengers. Yeah. So that definitely hints towards price action. If you guys know Crypto Girl, she's kind of this, I don't know what she is, but I think she made a lot of money off of Safemoon. Like, I think she made a ton of money. She's one of those early buyers. She said, Safemoon, I've taken a step back from promoting Safemoon for more reasons. I value my followers and feel an obligation to protect them and their investments. Do you still plan to pay back V1 investors? Do you plan on addressing the red flags on the blockchain, looking for clarity? And she also said, Caroni's girlfriend runs the Safemoon Twitter. I don't expect a valid response to my questions, but would be nice if she passed it along. Sorry, was that a secret too? So she is saying that within Safemoon, that our, what is her name? Amy? That's John's girlfriend. I think the girl that's running the Twitter. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a huge deal or not, but okay. Let's get back here. Let's try to breeze through and get through the meat of it. Hey, Safemoon, it's all part of the process. Sit back and relax. We hodl. They hate and patrol and trying to catch me riding dirty. So I think the big thing about how the lawsuit started is they paid celebrities to pump Safemoon, and then I think these celebrities were paid off in Safemoon, so it just became this pump and dump thing. And the team was just clearly working with them to do this. You don't get Jake Paul to promote something like that without paying him money. Jake Paul posted, a year ago I talked about Doge before Elon. 3 months ago I talked about Safemoon. Now I'm talking about Yummy. Oh, never even heard of Yummy. Particular trading. Shortly after the Hashtags report was released, Arriaga began working on the company's behalf. While he officially joined the company as its global head of products in July 2021, Arriaga had been operating as an undisclosed promoter of the Safemoon tokens prior to taking on his titled position. Sorry, I thought that said talking. Arriaga, using the Fudhound as a pseudonym, worked as the de facto public relations damage control officer for the company since at least May 24th, 2021. As a YouTuber? Arriaga's primary job was to attack and discredit anyone publicly spreading fear, uncertainty, or doubt, aka FUD, about the company of the Safemoon tokens. Fudhound YouTube page, Safemoon redeemed. So Ryan's being included in all this. That's interesting. It does kind of sound like, dude, you bought into a token hoping to make money. You didn't make money. But at the same time, lawsuits are crazy, right? Like some dude, you guys have heard of crazy lawsuits going through. Like some guy like broke into someone's house, was trying to steal stuff, and he hurt himself, so he sued them and won. Like you guys have heard of some of these crazy lawsuits, right? So as dumb as this kind of sounds, it also seems to have potential. Like, yeah, if you worked with celebrities to pump a token that you promised to be safe, and then, yeah, there might be some big legal problems with that. And it's just kind of like, how much will this affect the future of Safemoon is what I want to know as an investor and as a YouTuber who covers it. Because I like to point at things before they happen. Like I pointed at Thomas quitting way before he quit. I pointed at Ryan quitting. We looked at the negative stuff. Effing responsible whale. Oh yeah, this one's bad. Around the same time, the price of Safemoon tokens was dropping. That's an interesting word. Precipitously. I've never seen that word. Due to immense downward selling pressure for large holders, Safemoon has witnessed whales dumping in large proportions from June to July. The problem is, in response to this, Phillips took to Twitter, Ben Phillips, on August 2nd, 2021, to talk tough to the unknown whale who sold the 2.4 trillion Safemoon, stating, "Effing irresponsible whale, I hope you get hit by a bus." That's funny because I don't even think they include in here that he was the one selling. He was one of the ones selling. Man, that guy's a douchebag. So yeah, the problem is with the new information that's come out after these lawsuits, is this going to become a bigger deal? And I think that this might all be like, if it's one of those live streamed things, we could be seeing this happen in a court. So yeah. Oh, wow, interesting. This actually is pretty interesting stuff right here. I'm going to read this as well. On September 9th, 2021, the company's chief technology officer, Hank Wyatt, announced his resignation on Twitter. Following his departure, Wyatt was interviewed about why the Safemoon wallet failed to launch and the reasons for his departure. According to Wyatt, the development team for the Safemoon wallet were hired by the business leads, not the development leads. Wyatt also explained how he found out about the Safemoon project on the social media platform Discord. In the early days of the company's formation, Wyatt disclosed that two old Safemoon moderators that Wyatt knew, apparently displeased with his departure from Safemoon and a result set him up with targeted questions, had secretly recorded two conversations without his permission. Apparently feeling threatened with the force of exposure, Wyatt admits to having invested $9,000 to join in the company. In the beginning, he learned about it on Discord and went with it. In the recording, Wyatt apparently also makes a comment about how he was displeased with Safemoon because he didn't get a raise and didn't want to work weekend. That's everybody's complaint. Yo, this is my video in here. This is my video, guys. I just realized, I can tell by the title. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have a video in the lawsuit. What? Okay. Leaving my position on Safemoon was definitely a difficult decision, the hardest I've ever had to make. However, I'm excited for the future and can't wait for the next chapter of my life to begin. Hank talks future of Safemoon! Exclamation. This, you could see the titles, right? You could tell this is me. Why he quit, piggy bank wallet launch failure, DDoS attacks. So it's referencing one of my videos where Hank came out and basically tried to explain himself. And we tried to give him the option to do that. That's pretty funny, though. I didn't expect to run past one of my videos. How did y'all ever think Corona was paying for stuff? Has to come out of somewhere. Well, yeah, that's kind of funny. That's pretty funny that happened, actually. I guess we can read through this because I think that, yeah, this is about to get to something good. So let me just power through this. Frustration at the amount of work that he was supposed to do at the company, and in particular with respect to the Safemoon wallet, in response to a question on whether he left. I'm sorry, that's still funny to me. In response to a question on whether he left because it was too much to work for him, Wyatt stated that he had been dedicating all of his time at Safemoon and didn't want to do it anymore. I had done it for 6 months. That was enough for him. Later in the interview, Wyatt said that he felt undervalued by the company. Wyatt disclosed that while he was paid a salary from the company, he was not given any severance upon his departure. Apparently, he wanted $3 million, but he was also mad when he said that. He also claims to have relinquished all of his intellectual property right to the work he did while at the company. Wyatt admitted that he sold a decent amount of his Safemoon tokens 120-something days ago. He further disclosed that he did not gain his Safemoon token holdings from working at the company, but rather that he acquired them through his own money and being gifted some Safemoon from friends. That's interesting. With the interview taking place on or about September 30th, 2021, it's interesting if that friend is Safemoon Dev. And Wyatt and Thomas have always been respectful to me, and I appreciate that, and I've been respectful back to them, but that's not going to change how I cover the information. Like, I'm not going to change that, right? As the following chart showed, this would be around the same time that the price of Safemoon tokens was rebounding briefly before plunging down further. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that lift up, how could you not expect a huge drop after that? Upon information and belief, Wyatt knew or should have known that the Safemoon wallet launch would not be occurring within the time frame the company announced. Because of this, sold his Safemoon tokens to unsuspecting investors before the further delays for the wallet launch were uncovered and the price of the Safemoon tokens took a corresponding hit. This is why I said this is about to get interesting. The day after Wyatt announced his resignation on September 10th, 2021, the company released the following announcement that Haynes Davies was also stepping down from his position as COO and would be leaving Safemoon. Why did I just did not pay attention to the... Oh, Jack. Okay, it keeps calling him Haynes Davies. No wonder. I'm an idiot. Did you guys know his name was Haynes Davies? What? Jack Haynes. Okay. Damn, that was confusing in my brain. So they're talking about Jack the entire time? Jack was some kind of connection working with Ben Phillips to the celebrities? That's crazy. Jack has been a fundamental part of the Safemoon journey since the start, and we thank him for everything that he's delivered. We agree with the decision. Oh, I didn't know that. So Jack was the one responsible for helping get in connection. He's the one responsible for knowing Ben Phillips and for getting in connection with all the celebrities that helped pump Safemoon. I think that's what this is saying, right, guys? The cryptocurrency news blog speculated that because the company did not give any details to the circumstances behind defendant Jack's departure and given the time of his resignation, the reason Jack left the company was due to its failure to deliver the Safemoon wallet on the promised schedule. Guys, I know people that were pretty upset with Safemoon because they had a whole countdown. I live streamed the Safemoon wallet release. It was like 46,000 views. And basically, they didn't have a wallet. That's a big deal if people are buying. I bought, I didn't say this, I bought more Safemoon because I found out about the exchange and the blockchain and Project Phoenix coming by the end of last year. So I literally bought because of that, you know what I mean? An article in the International Business Times titled Safemoon Developers Flee at Slightest Sign of Trouble When a company fails to deliver on a product and announces technical issues hours before the release while marketing the same product on billboards for weeks using investors' money, the top heads are most likely asked to resign, and the same has happened with Safemoon. I mean, yeah, that's a big deal. This isn't old news, as some people like to say. Addict. Along with Haynes, Wyatt, a software engineer of the company, also resigned the same day. Yeah, that's a big deal, man. The price of Safemoon tokens dropped after this announcement, going from a close of whatever to 119 in the wake of Jack's departure. Other executives at the company left under similar circumstances. Sorry. Okay, for example, on November 5th, Thomas issued a statement on his personal Twitter account. Bullish on the team. I love working at Safemoon. Caroni publicly replied to this message with a GIF image signifying agreement and the power of brotherhood. Just under 3 weeks later, Caroni announced that Smith was leaving the company. Official Twitter account promoted "We're all going to make it." A highly speculative digital asset similar to Dogecoin was trending at the same time. So another thing at Thomas, like I said, he's always been respectful to me and nice and willing to talk to me, but that's not going to change what I say about him. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Thomas posted in the Discord, like, Papa Chat. I used to always hang out in the Papa Chat. I don't know if about you guys. Did you guys hang out in the Papa Chat? And he posted, someone asked him, Thomas, where do you see us in a year? I think it was 1 year, right? Or it was either 1 year or 5 years. And Thomas said, I see you looking in yourself in the mirror, happy as duck, but with an F. I'm trying not to drop an F-bomb on here. See you looking in the mirror, happy as hell, right? And as an investor, you're like, okay, he knows something we don't know. He sees what's happening, and he knows we're going to blow up, right? And then they all left. They all quit and left. I'm going to open this chat up at the end. You guys are going to be, anybody can come up on my Discord stage and join. I'll post all that at the end, and I'll try to allow for some conversation for you guys to say how you feel, whether it's positive, negative. You can say whatever you want. Just be respectful to me and other people. That's all we ask. The dump. Safemoon token price plummets. Following the Safemoon token's launch and defendants' promotional activities beginning in March 2021, the trading volume and price of Safemoon surged. By April 2021, Safemoon tokens already had a transaction volume of over 144 million, up approximately 1,747% in just over a month. That same day, the Safemoon token reached its maximum price of 0.4011, which represents a rise of approximately 2,749,900% more than its initial launch price of point, I think it's 9 is what it is, 36904, yeah. However, this astronomical rise was short-lived after the Safemoon token price and trading volume spiked following the launch. Defendants began the slow rug pull on investors, is what they're claiming. This term refers to a situation in the cryptocurrency sector where the developers and insiders of a token deceive investors by encouraging them to purchase the token with promise of future success, while at the same time slowly selling off their own holdings as the trading volume from the retail investors remains inflated. This clearly happened. This clearly happened with the team. This clearly happened with Ben Phillips. I'm guessing Jack Haynes brought Ben Phillips on and got the connection to the other huge influencers. Jake Paul is a huge one to get influence from. And I might try to find that video so you guys can see what I was talking about with John. I appreciate your time. Thank you, everybody. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Really appreciate that. You guys' support is amazing. Alrighty. It's a big deal, actually, you know. It did sound really stupid, but actually when you look at it, they pumped the token. They promised stuff. They didn't deliver. It dumped on us. And I'm not saying we're not making an exchange and blockchain and that we don't have these things that we're working on. But at the same time, it's like, it does seem that a high level of fraud has gone on within this token that has taken a centralized route. In John Caroni's defense, it's not really his defense, but it's just, I don't know. It's like, why would he hire these people? Why would these people agree to be on? Why would Mandala agree to be on? Why would he be public? Why would he take it centralized? Why would, like Chris Harris said in our discussion last night, why would Caroni have the FBI investigate Safemoon if he was dirty? It's just like, why would he do this? But you could say that about, I'll say that, John would have to be an absolute idiot, right, to do this and take it to centralization and do everything that he's doing, or he just thought he could get away with it. I think with most scams or frauds, and I'm not saying that's what this is, I'm just saying in general, it's usually that they thought they could get away with it, right? Obviously, if they did do something wrong. The promoter defendants' improper promotional activities generated the trading volume needed for all the defendants to offload their Safemoon tokens onto unsuspecting investors. While plaintiffs and class members were buying the inappropriately promoted Safemoon tokens, defendants were able to and did sell their Safemoon tokens during the class period for substantial profits. The Safemoon token price still has not recovered and trading volume remains down significantly. Furthermore, as of the filings of this action, the Safemoon exchange still did not exist despite representations that it would be finished by the fourth quarter of 2021. Class allegations. Plaintiffs bring this action individually and on behalf of the nationwide class pursuant of 2 federal rules of civil procedure 23A, 23B, 2, and or 23B3 defined as follows: all persons who during the class period purchased Safemoon tokens and were subsequently damaged thereby. The class period is defined as the period between March 8th, 2021 and the date of this filing. Excluded from the class are A defendants, B defendants, affiliates, agents, employees, officers, and directors. Okay, numerosity, commonality. Common questions of law, in fact, exist as to all members of the class. Okay, this kind of getting through the boring stuff here. California law applies to the entire class. First cause of action, violation of the California unfair competition law. Plaintiffs restate and re-allege all preceding allegations above as if fully set forth herein. Second cause of action. Third cause of action. Okay. For the reasons discussed herein, defendants violated and continued to violate Section 510/2A of the Illinois Uniform Deceptive Trade Practices Act by engaging in the unfair or deceptive acts of practices described herein. Defendants' acts and practices, including their material omissions described heroin, herein were likely to and did in fact deceive and mislead members of the public, including consumers acting reasonably under the circumstances to their detriment. Defendants engaged in deceptive acts and practice under Illinois law by taking advantage of the lack of knowledge, ability, experience, or capacity of plaintiffs to a grossly unfair degree, including but not limited to in the following ways: knowingly and intentionally concealing the executive defendant's specific roles and ownership interest in Safemoon, knowingly and misleading making statements around the availability and functionality of the Safemoon wallet when they knew or should have known that the wallet feature would not be ready for the scheduled launch. That's kind of a big deal. Knowingly and misleading making statements regarding the security of the company's liquidity pools for the Safemoon tokens when they knew or should have known that the liquidity pools were designed in a way that allowed for the possibility of the liquidity pool being drained by defendants or other bad actors, and knowingly and intentionally using and or failing to disclose the use of the promoter defendants to instill trust in uninformed investors to promote the financial benefit of a highly speculative and risky investment in Safemoon tokens. In an effort to manipulate and artificially inflate the price and trading volume of the Safemoon tokens and allow defendants to sell their Safemoon tokens at those inflated prices. So, let me just finish this. As a direct and proximate result of defendants' unfair and deceptive practices, plaintiffs and class members suffered damages. Defendants' activities caused plaintiffs and the class members to purchase and or retain Safemoon tokens when they otherwise would not have done so. Defendants' deceptive acts occurred in a course of conduct involving trade and commerce in Illinois and throughout the United States. Defendants intended that plaintiffs and all class members would rely on their deceptive acts when purchasing the Safemoon tokens. Fifth cause of action: unjust enrichment, restitution, California common law. Prayer for relief, wherefore plaintiffs individually and on behalf of all others similarly situated respectfully request that this court determine that the claims alleged herein may be maintained as a class action under Rule 23 of the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. Real quick, guys, let me check my messages. I might be missing someone. Sorry, guys, I'm just messaging Mark He might come on in a second. It's up to him. My Discord is not pinging me, so I didn't hear that. Appoint plaintiffs as representatives of the class action and their counsel as class counsel. Award all actual, general, special, and incidental, statutory, punitive, and consequential damages and restitution to which plaintiffs and the class members are entitled. Award post-judgment interest on such monetary relief. Grant appropriate injunctive and or declaratory relief. Award reasonable attorney's fees and cost, and grant such further relief that this court deems appropriate. Jury demand plaintiffs individually and on behalf of the putative class demand a trial by a jury on all issues so triable. Okay, we made it through that. Wow. That was a lot. I did learn a little bit, though. Let me check your guys' comments for a second. Let me check my messages. Okay. All right, Safemoon Joe should be indicted. Why do you keep saying that? He always said, I'm just your everyday average Joe. This is not financial advice, right? He always said that. Why should anything be done to Safemoon Joe? That's ignorant. That's what I was saying. That's the biggest issue, taking LP for his own use when they said it was locked and then selling it for his own gain and his own funds, allegedly. So here's what we're looking at, guys. And I just, gosh, I got to be real with you guys. So I think that trying to sue Safemoon because you lost money sounds really stupid, right? But if you look at the structure of why that happened, it sounds legit. As far as the pump and dump by using celebrities, as far as promises that were like the liquidity pool and safely to the moon, and the exchange and the wallet and the blockchain and the people that bought during that time while people on the team were selling during that time. That's a big deal. I don't think that's a small deal, but we'll see what happens in court. On top of that, when we have evidence, showing, and I'll do this in one of these streams, we'll go through and we'll follow the blockchain and we'll look at these wallets to prove for ourselves. We've heard it from confirmed sources that, I trust, but at the same time, it'd be good to just do it myself and help other people who are like me that aren't great with BSC to be able to look at it themselves and see that, Safemoon Dev took a lot, apparently over 50 trillion tokens, used those tokens to give Thomas $2 million. Thomas said he didn't know that those tokens came from stolen LP, but he was shown that by CoffeeZilla Live in that 2-hour interview on CoffeeZilla's channel. It's an unlisted video that we just watched. Kyle, Safemoon Dev, Thomas, and John were all part of Tano before they did Safemoon. So, these are your friends. And there's speculation on, okay, did John just not know what was going on? As the person who's in control of Safemoon, not understand what's happening with the liquidity, where it came from, who's being paid, how they blew up so much, appears to be through Jack Haynes knowing Ben Phillips, and also having the ability to get in touch with other celebrities, is what it was saying in the lawsuit, if I understood that correctly. And then those people are dumping. Ben Phillips dumped millions, like 12 million or something is what he made while complaining about whales. Absolute jackass. Was brought on the team live during AMAs. The people that are on the team stole from the liquidity pool, or pump and dump Safemoon. And then it's like everybody's last pillar of hope is on John. And now John's wallets are being connected to the Gabe wallet, to the 666 wallet, through his NFTs, the Moondog NFTs on his Instagram and on Ben Phillips' Twitter that's now deleted. And if you follow where those NFT ended up, it ended up in a wallet with a South by Southwest NFT that you only got for being at the South by Southwest, which we know that John was at. So I'm very convinced that that's John's wallet. And the question came down to John basically off-ramping millions of dollars into centralized exchanges. You guys know what that is. If you make a ton of money, you can't just put it in your wallet. You have to move it to a centralized exchange, and then you can move it to your bank account. So we see those wallets, which are John's wallets, doing that. We see it's moving millions of dollars off-ramping into bank accounts. And kind of what we're looking at now, and I'm sure people are digging into this, is can we see what he spent that on? Now, the question that you could say at that point is, did he make that money? Did John just happen to make a lot of money while at the same time the Bitmart funds from the 5% fee from Bitmart that were supposed to be going to our LP were going to the Gabe wallet? And we're gonna be looking at that on a deeper level and probably sometime this week. But that's what it comes down to. And the question as an investor, for those of you guys that are really worried about the future of Safemoon, maybe you have a ton, or maybe you just had a lot of hope and dreams in it, it comes down to, what you want to do. Do you want to just say, screw it, I'm all in, and if we go down, we go down? Pardon me. Or are you worried that you might want to sell? I don't want to influence you in any way. It's your decision to only hear positive things. It's your decision to look at the negative things. It's your decision. It's up to you. It's not up to me. But if this lawsuit goes through, if it proves that John took from the LP, will that take Safemoon down with it? Or could Brandon Fugel take over and us have a completely different lead on Safemoon and taking forth the exchange and the other things, the other projects that we have lined up for Safemoon's future with our investments with it? Because right now, the future of our investments are based on John's vision for Safemoon and where he's taking it, because he's the captain steering the ship. This could possibly have a huge impact on the future of Safemoon. I've been worried about this for a long time. Before CoffeeZilla ever put out a video, I was like, where are they getting their money? That's a lot of money, and I don't see marketing. I'm new to crypto, and I look at all these other cryptos, and they got marketing, and they use that to pay themselves, or they give themselves a private bag, and they use the rewards to pay themselves. But I don't see any way for them to pay themselves, but I see them having millions of dollars. Huge amount of money being spent. The HQ, the billboards, just all kinds of things. The people that they're hiring, they clearly have a large amount of money. And the question with John's wallet comes down to, did he happen to make a ton of money with a wallet that appeared to be receiving the funds, which I'm like, why would you send Bitmart funds that are supposed to go to the LP to a wallet that John owns? Now, maybe it's because John is the owner of that wallet. Thomas posted, I'm getting way ahead of myself. So we can take a quick look at this. Thomas basically, he's either lying. A lot of people try to discredit him, say like, hey, Thomas is just lying, right? But Thomas is basically saying, it's been your wallet this entire time. Oh, how the money was responding. At least used to go. So, dang it, where is the image at? They're trying to say like, that's not my wallet, that's your wallet. It's almost like they're trying to like distance themselves from this wallet. Okay, so here's a post. So it's been your wallet this entire time. So people are claiming that this is Thomas's wallet. It's very hard to read. It gets smaller when I click on it. This is the Gabe wallet. It says this is my wallet and the other wallet for Tano. Did Thomas respond to this? Boy, how the nothing has changed. And then he posted, and it's John. What? So it's them accusing each other of having this post. So Thomas posted this, and it's apparently what appears to be a message. Because if you go into the Discord and search, you can go search any message. And way back in the history, and I went and searched, and I couldn't find this, so I just assumed that if this was real, it was a message between him and Thomas. It shows the Gabe wallet. It says this is my wallet. Well, the other wallet for Tano. But people are now accusing Thomas of doing that. I wonder if they're just photoshopping that to be assholes. But either way, Thomas has accused the Gabe wallet of being John's. Maybe he's lying and trying to shift blame. That's what a lot of maxis will immediately assume the best about John and the worst about anybody else. So that's what they would do. But yeah, here's where Thomas first posted it, which is what I was trying to find. He said, tired of you sick Zealot Fs. He said, okay. And then Thomas shared this, and it said, this is my wallet, the other wallet for Tano, of John claiming that's his wallet. I'm pretty sure that's John's wallet. It's just the question is how many people control that wallet, basically. And this is a big deal. It's not a small deal. I'm covering this. People hate me for it. People love me for it. I respect a lot of you guys that have the same view as me. You're like, I just want to know what's real. I don't care. I'm not going to be a maxi. I'm not going to be a hater. I just want to know what's actually going on with this investment. But I'm receiving a lot of hatred for just even looking at this stuff. But I don't care, man. Who cares? So let's look at a little more information. Like I said, the crypto girl basically is accusing the person running the Twitter of being John's girlfriend, which is I think the PR rep for Safemoon is also John's girlfriend, which is weird because I didn't know John had a girlfriend. Also, if you guys didn't see, this is everybody and everything is distancing themselves from Safemoon. I'm sorry this is so negatively looking, but to me, everything is just providing a negative perspective. That's why this is coming off negative. I could try to paint all this in like a positive light for somebody. It's like that movie from Men in Tights where he's like, "Can you just tell it to me in a nice way?" And he starts laughing and talking about how Robin Hood is destroying the kingdom to try to make him feel better about it. But it's a pretty funny scene. But anyways, if you guys didn't see this, Barrow Holly Group Ltd is not. They just posted this. So Barrow Holly Group is right here. It's followed by David and the guy and Charles who work for Barrow Holly Group. They posted this yesterday. It says, Barrow Holly Group Ltd is not responsible for the opinions or assertions expressed by any parties or groups that are not Barrow Holly Group Ltd. No other company, corporation, association, or person represents our business entity, interest, or may speak on our behalf. No other opinion or speculation represented in social media may or can account for our work, company, and goals. Barrow Holly Group Ltd may at their discretion engage in business development activities, though those activities do not constitute endorsement or partnership. Barrow Holly Group, Barrow Jolly, whatever. I'm going to call it Barrow Holly because it just sounds better. Ltd works with the regulations and laws in the Gambia. We also take our safeguarding role in the Gambia seriously. We have refused partnerships that fail to meet our rigorous standards, and we will continue to refuse partnerships that do not align with those and the Gambia's national development plan. So what the picture that seems to be being painted right now, I mean, John's not painting this picture, right? John's out doing stuff, having a great time. The lawsuits, CoffeeZilla's video, the Charles Caroni leaving for school, then immediately joining the Barrow Holly Group. John's uncle posting, John's uncle, this is John's uncle right here, is VP of Strategic Alliances for the Barrow Holly Group. John's mom owns the Barrow Holly Group. Any views? And he's just posting. He posted something else. Yes. Let the cognitive distance flow through you. So we see a distancing from Safemoon, from his family, from the people on the team. And we know that lawsuits are coming. We know that more information is coming out on those lawsuits. And I'm not saying this because I want you to sell. I'm saying this because this is just literally what's happening, and it's still up to you. I haven't sold. I still own all the Safemoon I've ever bought, and if I ever do sell, I'll let everybody know. But I think that I'd have to be pretty confident that it was dead before I would sell. John, David also shared that post from Barrow Holly Group. This seems to be that the announcement with, this is actually a huge deal because we're kind of connecting dots that weren't there. So let me pull this up, because it's kind of important. It's not kind of important. It's pretty important. Perspective it's connecting dots. So we go to Safemoon Education, and it's loading. I'm going to go to Captain's latest log. If you guys don't know, if you go down to his latest log, Safemoon's work in Africa and other undeserved regions of the world continue to be one of our highest priorities. We continue to pursue our Gambia endeavors directly through our own networks. And maybe somebody can connect the dots in the chat for me. John went to the Gambia during the birthday month. We were expecting something huge, right? Oh, John's in the Gambia. What's he doing down there? Did something happen? Did I miss something? Or was something supposed to happen that didn't happen? All I know, and correct me in the chat or whatever, but this is all that came out of the Gambia. We continue to pursue our... No, I'm not trying to do that. We continue to pursue our Gambia endeavors directly through our own networks, which means that on the previous networks that we were pursuing, which I would think would be the Barahali Group, we are not pursuing it through them anymore, which my family owns, which is connected to the CIA, right? This presents the most efficient and effective way to make a maximum impact for the people in the. And they're trying to paint this in a good light. It's like, no, the Gambia deal's off, clearly. While the Gambia will always hold a high place in my heart and priorities, it's like, while this was meant a lot to me, we're moving in a new, more positive direction. It's like, that's how you paint the information, when the reality is that, and this is just my opinion and perspective, the recent trip, the one that he went to during the birthday month when we were waiting for big things to happen, and the only thing we got was DigiFinex, which other... Okay, I'm going to stop myself because I'm about to start getting upset at Safemoon and painting it in a really bad light. The recent trip illuminated myriad other opportunities in other parts of Africa and the world, including the United States. So clearly, John went down there. They said, okay, the Gambia deal is off. Gambia, which is John's mom and his uncle, and Charles. Charles left Safemoon to be a part of Barahali Group that's working in the Gambia, are distancing themselves from John. David B. Smith enjoys the coffee stuff, and it's like, damn, this is like your family turning on you. It's very odd. David B. Smith posted this on the 23rd, which is the Phoenix dying. It's a message saying Operation Phoenix is dead. Operation Phoenix is just whatever they want it to be. It's John could come up with, like I said, the new Safemoon bubbles, and they give them out to kids in Africa, and they get to blow those bubbles, and it burns tokens. I'm just playing forever, but it's literally anything that they want it to be, so it can't really die. But I think that what Operation Phoenix was in its starting phase was the Gambia, and that whatever connections they had there are probably gone. Because if you look at it, if you go back and you look at those AMAs, they were meeting with the Gambian officials. Now, I don't know if that means that, like, through the Barahali Group is how they were doing those negotiations through the Gambian officials with Safemoon, or if the Barahali Group has just been cut out and now they're still working with the Gambian officials. I don't know. Obviously, they're not going to tell us that. So I think there was one other thing that I wanted to go over before we open up the conversation to you guys. Oh, CoffeeZilla posted. Oh, so let me get this straight. John Caroni refuses to respond to several allegations of fraud with proof he stole millions. His own family doesn't want to work with him. The price is tanking. $10 million BUSD is still not in the LP, and all he can post is a whale meme. Yeah, I don't think Coffee is too happy with the situation. And the Safemoon army is still supporting this guy. How delusional do you have to be to not see what's going on? I am bullish on Safemoon. My entry price was so low, and I added near the low recently after the big drop. I haven't much to lose in my position. I think Safemoon once again. So I love CoffeeZilla. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I love him. I think that he sees Safemoon as basically dead. He doesn't even see there being a potential for Safemoon. I think he kind of talked about it, but in his perspective, he kind of sees it like it's done. He said maybe if somebody new took over, he thinks it might be able to do something. But other than that, I agree with like 99% of what Coffee says. Is there a word for when a cult-like group doubles down on their belief after it's been shown to be fraud? I feel like that's what I'm witnessing. Cognitive dissonance, I think is what he's looking for. Okay, I wasn't looking for that. I didn't even know he posted. He hasn't posted in a while. CoffeeZilla hasn't. Oh gosh, what is this? Rocky, man, it's okay. Coffee Trots, we know where you get all your information. Yeah, so Rocky keeps subscribing and unsubscribing to me. I make a positive video that he likes, he'll subscribe, be like, man, that was amazing. I make a negative video, he unsubscribes. I don't know where he's at right now. Why would John respond to you? You're a YouTuber with suspenders taking a CGI robot. So it's just like insulting and attacking somebody does not help our cause, guys. It makes us look really weak. Somebody says, hey, I have evidence that you stole. And you say, yeah, well, you're fat and nobody likes you. It just doesn't do anything. I mean, it might be kind of funny for a second, but it doesn't prove any information wrong. You know what I mean? Okay, so there apparently was some other information. I think this is what we already looked through. Okay, we already looked through that. This is a post 2 months ago on the lawsuit. Good day to everyone. Just had a very informative and productive meeting with Sean and John from Scott plus Scott Attorneys. I can share with you that they're committed to the Safemoon class action and are really confident in the case maturing, as many, if not all of us, are desiring. They complimented us on and thanked us for our efforts here, claiming that our joint efforts are in no small part positively influencing, feeding, and widening the arguments that they have and will be continuing to make. And I'm sure that CoffeeZilla's videos recently are just only adding like crazy fuel to the fire. They also conveyed that everyone that has suffered Safemoon token losses are already a part of the class action if they so choose. If the action is successful, anyone that has suffered such losses and potentially others can file a claim with the assigned claims administrator within 90 days of the notice going public. So you're almost out of time if you're someone who's trying to jump on that. Myself and others will assuredly let you know the outcome and how to file a claim if and when the time comes. Class action suits can take a long time to conclude, providing us with plenty of time to assist them further in their continuing investigations. So they're saying there's a continuing investigation. It'd be very hard to imagine that that doesn't involve everything that CoffeeZilla just talked about. As such, let's continue pushing, prodding, and probing for truths, posting them as we jointly uncover them. As moderator, this is a better day. Okay. I think that's the... and I'm just trying to be real, guys. If Safemoon had tons of positive stuff, that's all I'd be covering. But unfortunately, Safemoon has tons of negative stuff. And I can either choose to not cover it and make the maxis happy, or I can stick to my conscience, cover everything that's happening with a realistic perspective without trying to influence people to buy or sell, and be happy with what I've done, whether people hate me or like me. There's always 100 people complaining about 100 different things in different directions. You can't listen to everybody, or your brain would get pulled apart in all these different directions. So I just listen to my conscience. I'm willing to be wrong. Let me go ahead and open the stage. You guys, anybody can join this stage. You just gotta, I'm gonna post the link at the top. You can come up and say your piece. And you have to join the Discord. You have to after you click the link to join the Discord, you have to click on roles. And then after you click on roles, you have to click on the rocket ship at the bottom. Once you click on the rocket ship, then you can come up to the stage and we can have a chat. I'm just gonna hit up him. I think there's big stuff going on, guys. I'm just letting you guys know. If you're really worried about your investment, do some serious research. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the maxis. You need to do some serious research so that you can decide for yourself. If you're not worried, like myself, I don't have a huge bag. I bought too late. I have like 1 million tokens. It's not I don't want to lose money. I prefer for it to go up, but it's not like a huge loss. It's not like somebody sitting on 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 and worrying about losing that money. That's a tough decision at that point, right, guys? Especially if you be selling at a loss. I mean, it just sucks. The situation sucks for a ton of people. It really does. So let me get that link and we'll try to get some conversations going. You guys can just try to get your point across real fast. And I'll try to have a conversation with you about it. I'm not an expert, so it's not like I can answer every question you have. I'm just a YouTuber guy who is willing to talk about stuff. That's really all I have going for me. I'm not like a genius when it comes to crypto. Anyways, I'm coming, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm about to post that link. It's going to be the pinned comment. I do know stuff that I can't say, unfortunately. That's always going to be that way, but it'll come out in due time. No, not that. Okay, there's the pinned comment. You can use that to get to the Discord. Once you click that link, go to the Discord, go to the Safemoon event stage. I'm going to go ahead and start the stage right now, and anybody can come up, just have a respectful discussion, say however you feel. That's so funny that I have a video title in the lawsuit. That's pretty funny. I didn't expect to run across something like that. Okay, guys, the stage is open. You guys are welcome to join. Just raise your hand, and I'll bring anybody up. Anybody can come up. I don't have Discord, but the video that Thomas talked about here, John referred to Gabe in a video, and we thought it was a person, would be pretty damning. Stuff you know and can't say is info that is good, or it's bad. It's really bad. I mean, it's better to not talk about stuff that I can't talk about, but just wait and we'll see what information comes out. I'm sure you guys will know sooner or later. All right, is there anybody on the stage? We got one person. So yeah, let me just run you guys through the state. So you click the link, the pinned comment that takes you to my Discord. Once you're in there, you have to click on under information. It says roles. Click on roles, and then at the very bottom there's a little rocket emoji. You need to click that, and that gives you access to the server. After you do that, then go back to the Safemoon stage underneath events and click on the Safemoon stage. And you can request to come up, and anybody can come up. If you guys want to have a discussion, I'll give you guys a chance to do this. If not, then we'll move forward, and we'll be looking at more information at a different time. If not, I can just read comments as well and respond to you. How do you make a claim if they win? I want something. Yeah, you need to go find that out, Craig Bennett. You need to go put some effort into figuring that out. It's not hard. You just need to contact them. I sold, lost $7,000, bought dips for a year, got $3,000 out, put into Safemoon, and in 3 weeks I've made half my loss of Safemoon back already. Oh, cool, man. Glad you made some of your money back. That is pretty crazy that your video is in the lawsuit. I know, right? That's hilarious. I could show you guys the video that's in the lawsuit. That's pretty funny, man. Let me find it. Okay. It's this video, right? Hank talks future of Safemoon, why he quit. I mean, we could listen to that. It might refresh our minds. Wallet launch failure, DDoS attacks. Yeah, so here, I'll show you where that's at. Where was that at? It was, I don't know if I can remember exactly where that was at. It was near the Hank part, which was near one of Hank's posts. Is that the owls? Did they bring the owls? No. That was the Jake Paul thing. Let me see if anybody's on the stage. More Tech, did you want to come up, man? Or are you just joining the stage? Let me invite you to speak. If not, I might host a space. People are more likely to join a space. I could do a space. Yeah, I could do a space.
Hey, man, I wasn't actually planning on coming up to speak. I was just swapping over. One thing I did want to point out, though, is I don't know if you can stream your video on Discord. I don't see any kind of video. I just see you speaking. But so I was thinking about swapping back over to YouTube. But just so you know, if you can stream in the stage as well, that'd be awesome.
No, yeah, you're on the stream right now.
No, I'm saying like I know that on the YouTube stream you were pulling up the lawsuit and
like if I could
going through Twitter and everything. I can't see any.
Yeah, I can't show stuff on Discord. Is that what, oh no, you're actually right. I could go live, but like share my screen to the stage. I don't know if you can do that. I know you can do that in a call. Is that what you're talking about?
But basically just for the stage itself, not a direct call or anything.
Oh, okay.
Just I didn't know if that was something you were aware of, so I figured I'd mention it.
That would be kind of cool. Yeah, I'll definitely see if I can do that or not. If I can, I'll start doing that during my streams.
But for now, I think I'm gonna swap back over to you. I'm on mobile at work, so I was just listening in.
Okay, thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for that.
Have a good one.
All right. So yeah, here it is right here, guys. Hank talks. My video title is referenced in the lawsuit because I recorded. And you guys know me. When I record something, I edit it. I edit out when somebody goes all that stuff, because I know I don't want to listen to that. So I do that to myself. I'll try to make myself and anybody else in the video sound better. So We can actually take a look at that while we are seeing if anybody wants to come up and say anything, because I haven't heard it in a long time. It's funny. This is the picture I used, which is actually kind of interesting.
Asking me why I delayed the Safemoon wallet. I mean, very plain, I didn't. No one did. The development teams for the wallet were hired by the business leads, not the developmental leads. Those teams worked nonstop during the entirety of when we spoke about working on the wallet. They did very well for the deadlines that we were set to meet. I was in all of those meetings. I worked with them to get everything that was needed done. No code was ever sent directly to me. So there was no way that I could have, nor would I ever have even thought about tampering with any code. Any delays that we had were technical delays and third-party delays, which you can see in any product that has ever released in the tech field. I know there are 2 more audio tapes that these same people who recorded me without my knowledge or consent have and probably are going to release them. In them, I talk about how I put $9,000 into Safemoon in the beginning. I found Safemoon in the Hoj Discord, had never seen a reflection token on the BSC platform, so I went with it. I also spoke about how I didn't want to work weekends. I made a joke about how, they want me to work weekends. They can pay me to work weekends. But ultimately, I ended up working for free on my weekends anyways. The rest of them was from what I can remember, I spoke about some FUD topics and roasted a few people, but nothing was bad. The final point that I'd like to bring up, I've never had a non-compete with Safemoon. I was never bound to only work with Safemoon. I have nothing but love for the Safemoon community as a whole. I hope it's successful. I hope that everyone gets what they're dreaming for. I can't take back what I said, but I thoroughly regret acting like that. Most of the aspects of what I spoke about, I didn't want to act like that. I don't want to act like that. I will never act like that again. This was a tough lesson. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask.
This is Hank talking right now. This is him trying to explain the leaked videos that came out. So this is Hank. Suave A Live says, I don't know why you don't want to be the first to drop some new heat. No, I do. It's just when you hear stuff from friends that say, hey, don't say this, but blah blah blah, then I can't. You gotta stay loyal to your friends. And as a YouTuber, you intend to build and get resources and connections. If it was like game over, then I'd say, hey dude, we gotta tell people this, but I'm not quite there yet. But I'm just covering this stuff, so since nobody else is, you might as well, right? Let's listen to this and see if we can pull anything from this. Let me check the Discord real quick, see if anybody came into the stage. Let's go ahead and listen to this, actually.
To your knowledge, that tape hasn't been edited in any way to take anything you were saying out of context.
The 17-minute one, to my knowledge, is the full one, unless there isn't. But I'm not the one who recorded me, and that was 4 months ago, so this was not something that I kept in memory. There was a 2 to 3 week period where I wasn't working as much as I could have been, or what I was previously, which was like the 80 hours a week, crazy time periods. But I did always focus on completing every development sprint that I had the ability to help with. I never had any ill will toward the community itself, ever.
Do you feel like you guys are in a good spot, going forward to get this resolved for the community and for Safemoon to be able to move forward?
I gave all intellectual property that I owned over to Safemoon, the company, for free, despite fully owning some of them. I didn't want anything negative to happen toward the community. I didn't want any money whenever I left. I know I said that in the thing, but that was out of frustration. I never asked for any severance. I didn't want one when I left. I didn't ask for any money. I just left because I wanted to spend more time with my family. That is the main reason why I left above anything else.
Hank, were you ever paid a salary at any point during your employment with Safemoon? And just to be clear, you didn't receive severance pay upon your departure?
Yes, I was paid salary, and no, I did not get severance.
Other thing that's in that tape is a product by the name of Piggy. What is Piggy? What was your involvement and others' involvement in that?
MarketSmith by Investors Business Daily is a powerful stock research platform designed to find winning stocks before their big runs. How? First, MarketSmith gives you new stock ideas with a Growth 250 list that filters through thousands of stocks to find those with the best potential to move higher. Next, use our industry-leading stock charts to quickly review key fundamental.
This is not to
Hey, what's up, guys? So actually, hey, Jesus, please stop talking in caps in the chat. I'm gonna open a Twitter space. I'm gonna live stream it. So if you guys wanted to come up and you're having trouble getting into the Discord, you can jump on Twitter, jump on stage, and I'm just gonna live stream the damn ads. I know I had to pee real quick. I come back and the ads playing. So did you need ad block? You're right. I'll look into that. There's just a billion things to learn, you know what I mean? I wonder if CoffeeZilla is posting anything else. I don't think CoffeeZilla is done yet, guys. I think there's more. I'm going to open a space right now. Anybody can come up. Love me, hate me, disagree with me, agree with me. Come up, say your piece, and it shall be a good time. The money held in Safemoon's treasury wallet, $17.5 million was used to buy back Safemoon. The price would go up 13.34x. Right now, there is 2.65x more money in that wallet than the LP. Treasury funds were removed from the LP. There's little reason why it should not be put back. Oof. Mark's coming out swinging. I didn't realize that. Oh, yeah. There's also this, guys. I have to show this. Sorry, I'm just jumping all over the place, but you guys got to hear this.
I'm not fucking going anywhere. We have a company wallet. That's it. So we're gonna be here forever. I'm not fucking going anywhere.
Yeah. One question that keeps popping up, and we've answered this quite a number of times, is why is the Safemoon protocol deployer wallet cashing out? Well, it's not for himself; it's for business expenses. We have to pay for things.
Yes.
Such as the audit that we just paid for. So anything that we cash out is going toward the benefit of Safemoon. You don't have to stock the page every day. We're being very transparent that it takes money to make money. It takes money to progress. That's just the simple way that it works.
I've held 3 open debates on Safemoon and happy to hold another one for you, Magnus, but this doesn't show what you think it shows. Let's chat publicly live, and I'm happy to hear the entire Safemoon army out. You can't hate a guy that's like, hey, let's have a discussion on this, right? Coffee's actually just very logical. He goes at scams, so he comes at something. When he comes at something, he thinks it's a scam. Obviously, the Safemoon army and Maxis are not going to be happy about that. But what he's saying is true. It's a big deal. So I'm going to open a space right now. And anybody, if you want to come up and have a discussion, then definitely welcome to do that, right? So let's just go to my my account. And I'm going to start this. Anybody can come up, though, guys. If you want to come up on stage, I'm going to start this. And anybody can come up on stage and be on the YouTube or on the Twitter space. Scale 1 to 10, I'd say 9.5, 9.8. That's just my. It could be like a 5, but it sounds pretty bad. But sorry, I don't like talking about stuff like that because I can't confirm it to you, so it's not fair. Okay, I'm starting the space, guys. Let me join space so that you YouTubers, you guys on the YouTube, can hear it. Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? I'm just opening up a space. Anybody can come up respectfully, say how you're feeling about Safemoon, about the lawsuits, whether you're worried, bullish, whatever. As long as we can be respectful to each other, open to all opinions and discussion. I'm just opening this space to give people a chance to have a discussion on the future of Safemoon, especially regarding the new information, the relevant information, and the where you think the future of SafeMoon's going. So I just did a SafeMoon live stream, and I just kind of want to give people a chance. Hey, to have a discussion. Guys, is that good, or do I need to turn up the volume for the YouTube side? I gotta ask my chat on YouTube for something real quick. Sorry. I need you guys to tell me, is that good, or do I need to turn it up a little bit? Just let me know, guys. Because the Twitter Spaces for some reason are real quiet on YouTube. Hey, what's up, Micah? How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Just enjoying the weather. How are you feeling about everything?
Uh, it sucks. Trying to keep good thoughts. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I think I got so much into it and so much down. I'm just gonna keep it around. To see how it plays out. I mean, that's the only thing I can do at this point. Kind of hope it like it does, like it did with Bitrise and BitGert. How they was said to be a scam at the beginning, and then everybody sold and then kind of went back up after a while after they released the blockchain. So I'm kind of hoping that happens, but I've been kind of keeping an eye on everything, and I was kind of wanting to see what your thoughts are on all the videos saying something about Thomas being, CTO and founder of Tano, and that being the Gabe wallet. I was going to see what your thoughts was on that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of accusations going around, and I personally tend to lean to think those are clearly John's wallets from the Moondog NFT from the South by. The Moondog NFT ended up in the same wallet as the South by. I'm going to mute you for a second just because of the feedback. The Moondog NFT ended up in the same wallet as the South by Southwest NFT, which only John could have. So I think we're narrowing down to the truth on what John took, how much he took, what he used it for. I think that information is coming out, and I think these lawsuits are possibly going to open up a lot of this information to be public. And as an investor, I want to know what the future of Safemoon is going to be, whether it's positive or whether it's negative. But I know a lot of people don't feel that way, and they just want to believe everything that's positive about SafeMoon might be true or is coming true, and everything negative is just false, FUD, lies, and you just discredit anybody who has anything possibly negative to say, even if it's the own team leaving. And I'm like, that's okay. If you want to view your investment that way, that's fine, but don't attack other people for it. That's where you're wrong if you do that. But what about you, Micah? How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, kind of sucks, like I said before, but I guess we're gonna have to play out and see how this lawsuit ends up, and see if it comes public, and see if more information comes out. I don't think it's the end. I think there's still more stuff going to come out. But I also kind of wanted to see what everybody's thoughts on was with DeFi Mark and see if he had anything, and to do with everything, especially since his project got rugged, kind of, and things like that. So.
Yeah, Mark actually just shared something on his post talking about the price impact of what is missing and all that stuff. So if he wants to come up, he can. But yeah, I'm just more so trying to create a space for people to share how they feel, especially if they agree or disagree with me or whether they have different information. Because a lot of people want to talk trash and cancel me, but then you try to have a discussion with them and they don't show up. And usually in any situation, whether it's religious or political, it's the people that attack you and don't show up to a discussion that are wrong because they can't back it up. So that's why they resort to hating you. That's why they resort to ad hominems and all that type of stuff. And it's not meant as a way of like, this isn't meant as a way to say like, to put other people down. I think that we're all equal people. I don't think, especially when it comes to good and evil, I don't think it's good to think that you're better than somebody else. And I think our intentions for each other should be to help each other, not to hurt each other. And a lot of the times that's done in the sense of letting people know how stupid they are, or how dumb they are, how evil they are, and how much better that we are than them. And I think we see a lot of that, politics, religion, and even in crypto, we are seeing that this where you can tell the heart of people isn't to help them. So I don't want people in Safemoon, because I cover negative things, to think that I'm trying to hurt Safemoon or that I'm trying to hurt them. I'm just trying to look at everything so that I can decide for myself. Noted Pin, Pine, sorry, Noted Pine, how's it going, man?
I'm good, how are you, man? I just wanted to say, first of all, I've always respected you because you've always came at, like you just explained, from a, unbiased standpoint. You look at the facts and you present the facts, and I don't feel like you need to apologize or, defend yourself for any way. If people don't see the way you come at Safemoon, then they're already stuck in their one set mindset of a maxi. So we need people like you to educate and spread the what's real and what isn't. So I just wanted to say that. And second of all, the news like this, it is saddening. But us as investors in crypto, we invest in every crypto knowing the risk, and that's why it's so important to never invest more than you're willing to lose. So those who have invested more than they should have, they take this as a learning lesson. If it does tank, and if it doesn't, then you were one of the lucky ones. But we should never invest in crypto more than we're willing to lose, because this, like I said, it's saddening, but it's not affecting my life. If I lose it, great. If we moon, then amazing. And the third and last thing I want to say is, I love Safemoon. Obviously, my whole profile is built around Safemoon, and I love John Caroni and everything. But this isn't a time to be silent with all these accusations and everything. Like you were saying about CoffeeZilla, about John posting that whale meme. It's unfortunate that unlike you, I don't like him, but I respect truth, and I'm about being real, and he was right about that. It's not the all these accusations, and he's out here posting whale memes. Yeah, I don't know. At some point, you're gonna have to stand up and be in CEO and address it.
I agree. A lot of people will make counter arguments that maybe he can't talk, or maybe he's under NDA, or his lawyers are saying don't say anything. But as a leader of the project, I feel if there was nothing to hide, it'd be very easy to get around that even and say, I know there's a lot of information going on, guys, and I can't really comment on it, but I just want you guys to know I haven't done what they're saying, and I can prove it, and I will prove it. Very easy to say that, right? And a lot of people, a lot of regular investors are concerned about this, and it's a big deal. I mean, it could have a huge impact on the future of your investment. It's easy when you don't have a huge bag, but if somebody has a lot, like you've said, they've invested more than they're willing to lose, or maybe they got in at a good price and they didn't invest more than they're willing to lose, but they have a good bag that they have to decide on, and they can't just simply just believe everything's going to be amazing, because we don't know the future of our investments. So What's up, Brune88? I think you came over from the YouTube.
Hi, how you doing, buddy? Can you hear me loud, clear?
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah, sound good.
Okay. Hi, Crypto. I don't know if you remember me or not. Let me just say one thing first. Noted Pine, awesome what you just said. I think a lot of what you just said is what a lot of what we in here agree with 100% what you said. I put, I don't even know how much I invested, to be honest with you. I have over 2 million Safemoon. I thought I put 3,000, maybe 4,000 in Safemoon, but I'm not sure. Anyways, Crypto, you helped me too on Evergrow. So I only put $333 in that, but that went over 1,000. So thank you on that. So I respect your ideas and your analysis, and you look into things very well for us because we don't have time to do this stuff. And I see that you don't either. I know that, but you did, and we appreciate it. And thank you so much. I'm old friends with Chris Harris. I went to law school with him. He's my study buddy. We used to study at law school together in the library. We got in several arguments. We don't see eye to eye all the time, but he's a friend of mine, and we don't agree all the time, but it's what it is. I think I talked to you about that before. Told you that I knew him. Yeah, but how with this CoffeeZilla, honestly, he gives me that icky feeling. I feel it's he's pumping his bags to get more views. That's what it seems like to me. Now, some of this, what he's saying, has validity, of course. But and also the other thing is too with John. John needs to say something. You're right, Crypto. He needs to say something. I don't know about this NDA. He shouldn't say anything to protect himself. No, he needs to say something short and sweet, just saying, "Listen, I'm innocent. Those wallets are not mine. They're not mine. They're for Safemoon. They're help build Safemoon. They have nothing to do with them, with it." So things like that, that needs to be said. And I'm getting worried about this, my investment. It's not that much. And I'm whatever. If I lose it, I lose it. But I don't want that to happen. Nobody wants to lose their money. But I guess that's what I wanted to say. Get it off my chest. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks for coming up. I don't know if you ever told me you were friends with Chris. That's pretty cool, though. You said you went to lawyer school or something?
Well, law school.
Law school. Yeah, I said it like an idiot. Uh, can you provide any insight? Did you watch us just go through the lawsuit to that, or can you provide any insight into the implications of a lawsuit if it goes through or anything like that?
All that is speculation. It's speculation. Anybody can throw a lawsuit out there. It's all speculation. So anybody can say anything on anybody or anything. It's all speculation.
Yeah, but can you provide a insight into like if it succeeds, like what could that mean for Safemoon legally?
Well, first of all, if you're involved, if you're gonna, let's say, try and tail in and try and get some money in this class lawsuit, you're gonna get pennies. Everybody in here, you're gonna get pennies. It's not even worth it. Only ones who are gonna get it are the attorneys in charge of this or the people that they have named in there to receive some money in this. That's it. The main claimants. That's it.
Yeah, and if I could double down on that, Crypto, I work in law myself. Don't really want to specify what area I work in, but I can concur with that. That everything you just read that's the claim that's what they're claiming has happened. A judge hasn't looked at it yet. A judge, they're requesting a jury. So what the document you read is them requesting to sit down in front of a jury and to speak these claims, and it's up for the lawyers to sway one side or the other, and the jury decides if it's acceptable or not. And at the end of the page that you read, as far as the what the I'm trying to dumb it down, the what you granted or what he requests the judge grant and whatnot, like the lawyer fees and all that. They're requesting that they get paid back what they lost, basically, and that the judge grants them that Safemoon basically pays out all their lawyer fees and whatever the jury decides that they want extra in return. So,
well said.
Yeah, so the question for your average investor would be like, especially with new information coming out, like if they're linked to, people linked to taking from the LP, what kind of lawsuits could that look like, and what kind of effect could that have if a successful, because we know what kind of effect it'll have if it fails, like nothing, right? Nothing will happen.
yeah, this is a civil lawsuit. It's not a criminal lawsuit. So if criminal aspects are discovered in this civil lawsuit, then they can take it to a criminal aspect. But this lawsuit right now is a civil lawsuit that someone is suing Safemoon for civilly. So if criminal aspects are discovered within this lawsuit, then a new case can be filed against them criminally.
Okay, and yeah, I'm trying to, we know best case scenario, nothing happens with the lawsuits and we move forward, right? I was just trying to look at like worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, something criminal is discovered, a criminal lawsuit's filed, and they go to prison. That's worst case scenario.
Okay, and it's a tough question, but do you know if legally, could somebody just, Brandon Fugel or someone, step in and take over Safemoon at that point? Or would courts decide, or would it just be done for, or is that a really complex thing to know?
That's more complex because, because Safemoon itself wouldn't be going to prison. Obviously, it's an LLC, it's a company. So it would, if he was willing to buy the company, it would just depend on what the judge ordered. If the judge orders this company, to cease its existence, then, it would be the end of it. But it all comes down to what the judge decides. With anything civil or criminal, it comes down to what the judge orders.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that, and that's just worst case scenario speculative. I think it was Mike Reed next. Hey, what's up, Mike? You there, buddy?
Hey, Mike.
Okay.
Riley?
I can't see the rest of your name. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Mike Riley. What's up, man?
Well, hey, man. Yeah, I just want to first piggyback on other people saying, complimenting you. I think that for the space, you try to keep it real, you try to keep it down to earth, and just hear both sides of it, that's really what we're looking for. We're looking for the information in order to see whether or not we want to continue to hold our investment and or dive in deeper, or start taking out what we can. But I would say, as for like the lawsuit stuff, yes, this is a civil lawsuit. Everything that's being read, I think, has a bit too much weight because they're just allegations. They're just being accused of these things, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they've done them. In the same right, one of the Safemoon Army members could go after CoffeeZilla, saying that he did X, Y, and Z, and then we could throw around that there's a lawsuit for him. Not saying that anybody should do that. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying, as an example, anybody can sue anybody for anything. It's in the beginning phases of the lawsuit. But the bigger aspect that I kind of want to bring up too is Safemoon is a little bit unique as a cryptocurrency because they also have a tech company. And I'm always curious where like the line's drawn, and I know a lot of people want John to speak out on his stance on the bag, so on and so forth. But I'm a little bit curious also, like, how much overlap is there between the funds of the cryptocurrency and the tech company? I know when I stood up to talk to CoffeeZilla, I was trying to argue a case that they're two separate entities, and Safemoon as a tech company is a private company. And you don't necessarily know where the funds are coming for the tech company. You don't know how profitable they are. You don't know how much of an overlap there is. You don't know what the investors are doing with that. And you can't assume that he's taking money from the cryptocurrency liquidity pool and putting it into the tech company. But again, circling back to the beginning, we would still like more transparency. We would like some affirmation confirming what's being spent, how they're doing stuff. But from John's point of view, he doesn't necessarily owe us anything. Cryptocurrency isn't like a stock investment. We don't own anything with Safemoon. We just decide to be almost like an angel investor, give them money in hopes that they are going to succeed and we will then there profit. So that's kind of my 2 cents on the situation at the moment.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I love hearing different perspectives. As far as saying he doesn't owe us, I'm sure you could probably elaborate on what exactly you meant by that. I would say that the team owes us what they initially promised, especially the initial investors. If you look at like why did we buy in, obviously this is CoffeeZilla's entire argument is like LP is locked, safe, and we're going safely to the moon. To me the big thing is the LP. Is like if he took from the LP and spent it on personal things, I think he owes it to us to tell us that.
I agree with that. I mean, I agree in the conversation with CoffeeZilla that I jumped in, and I agree that that's his main point. And I don't have a leg to stand on to argue that because I haven't spent the time to say one way or another about the LP. It's basically whatever people are arguing, and I haven't followed up on it. So it's both sides have argued their point. But again, if John has spent some of the liquidity pool on personal effects or personal gain for whatever reason, they need to either clarify that and be upfront about it, and then also just divulge to the holders that say, hey, we didn't actually set up any mechanisms where we had a formula for how much of the liquidity pool goes back into the holders. And maybe that's part of the payment of the founders or the people that are running it. I don't know. But they didn't transparently say that. They also led us to believe that they would be transparent with any time they pull it out and what they're going to spend it on. But there's too much confusion. So yes, he should speak up on it, but he doesn't have to, I guess is what I was trying to say. There's nothing forcing him to do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Unless maybe like the court thing becomes criminal and then it is forced to be public. Could possibly happen.
Yeah. And honestly, if he does talk on stuff and be specific about things that happen, then he's potentially setting himself up for further lawsuits or, being accused of other things. It's hard to be, I think, in this space from listening to other crypto currencies conversation. You give a little and then you get attacked from different angles.
I guess the thing I don't get, and maybe you guys can answer this, is let's say John's innocent. Like, let's just say he did everything right. He made money with wallets that are connected to wallets that shouldn't have been connected to stuff that's connected to the LP, but the money that he made is connected from a separate source, and that's why it's off-ramping millions of dollars. What was I going to say? Damn it, I had a really good thought there, but I forgot it. I was saying, let's just say that John is innocent. And what was the last thing you said, Mike Riley, or did you go down? Okay, he went down. That's fine. I'll remember it later. I always do. Let's go real quickly to who was next. Was it Jeremy, or I think it might have been Cyber Fred. Go ahead, Cyber.
It was Jeremy.
It was Jeremy? Okay, go ahead, Jeremy, then.
Oh, I don't know how to put my hand up. My bad.
Hello,
oh, yeah,
everybody.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. I meant on the order that I brought you up. So let's go ahead and do Cyber and then Jeremy. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say I really respect your channel. It's it's good to see both sides. I totally agree with you that the truth is what we really need to find out. You know what I mean? And but beyond that, obviously there was issues with the coffee video. Some of the math was a little off, but his main information comes from someone who obviously is not really in good terms with John. I was just curious on everyone's thoughts on how much of that information is true, what might be fudged a little bit, you know what I mean? Those types of things. Because, I mean, I don't have that big of a bag either, but, I just want to get to the bottom of the truth just like you do. So that we can make an informed decision on what we're doing here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the only things I've seen that have been disproved was that they made a math calculation. I'm going to mute that just because of the background noise. They made a math calculation. They said we made a slight error. When they said slight error, they weren't referring to the difference between 6 million and 100 million. They're referring to the line of math that they did. It was a small error that had a huge change in the number. But the point that they were making still remains. It just changes from a big, huge number, 100 million, to a still pretty decent number, 6 million, speculative 2 to 6 million. Other than that, everything that I've seen, I mean, somebody else can bring up another point if you saw something else, but the wallets and Ben Phillips and Safemoon Dev and Thomas being paid from all that stuff, I haven't seen anything else disproved. I did see a bunch of people jump on that one tiny mistake that was a big deal, but they addressed it. They said, hey, we were wrong. Here's the correction. That's what we're supposed to do as human beings. Since we're not perfect, we have to just be willing to grow. They addressed that. They moved on. But the army, many of the maxis, are like, oh, see, it's been debunked. That whole thing's been debunked. That's old news. Why are you talking about that, you futter? Also, I want to say that anybody can come up and say whatever you want to say, and anybody on YouTube right now who's listening, you're welcome to join this Twitter space and come up and say how you feel. I'm trying to have a place for an open discussion where the ideas can go in any direction, and not control the narrative and shut people down. Okay, real quickly, let's go to Jeremy was next.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? I wanted to touch base on a couple of things you guys were talking about in the beginning with the lawsuits. Pretty much all the leaders in the tech industry have been sued for class act lawsuits and paid out hundreds of $1 million and still exist, like IBM and Microsoft. In fact, Bill Gates had to pay out $1 million a day to the government, and now the guy is running vaccines. As far as Safemoon goes, as you can see, I'm in the picture here on my profile picture shaking hands with the mayor. We were invited to this function by NewYorkCity.gov Small Business Services. They also posted a picture of us on there with me and the trailer and the van in the background. They posted a picture on their government website, their Twitter page, their Facebook page, and their Instagram page. And they invited us to this function where we would be able to meet the mayor. Nobody pretty much believed me. I don't think really anybody believed me on that. But here's the picture. I shook hands and I met a lot of people. For everybody here who's facing fear, uncertainty, and doubt, we would not have been invited to this function if we were a scam coin. We would not have been invited to this function if half the things that people were saying were true. And more importantly, I would not be in a picture with Mayor Eric Adams, who's crypto friendly, because he's not naive and they're not ignorant. These people do their research. They're government. They are real government. They do their research. They're not going to sit there and put a picture of Safemoon on their Twitter page. They're not going to sit there and invite me to an event with the mayor and allow me to take pictures with him and the commissioner of NewYorkCity.gov. We wouldn't be invited by the person who runs Brooklyn to be in every event that they're having there if we were a scam. So for whoever's got that fear, uncertainty, and doubt, just take a good look at my PFP picture. And just know that that's just the beginning. Because Safemoon will run New York.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks. I appreciate that. I definitely want to give people the ability to allow their perceptions. There's one thing that I'm not okay with, and I'm not saying you did this, but I just want to let everybody know. I'm not okay with telling people that Safemoon for sure is going to fail or succeed, because I feel like that's a lie that could lead investors to make bad decisions. And I also feel like it's don't encourage people to buy or sell. Just let people decide for themselves. I don't want to allow a space that's promoting something that goes against what I believe morally. We got Generation Crypto. I'd really like to hear from him, but we're going to go to Crypto Cora first, and I think Noted Pin wanted to say something, and then we'll go to Generation.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Crypto Control, for holding a space. I've watched some of your videos in the past. Just want to say hi. Also, what I wanted to touch on is, if we're going by evidence here, Papa releasing that, fake Discord picture to Twitter is not, I don't understand why he would do that. That's misinformation from a direct witness of CoffeeZilla. I'm not debating, right? People are adults. They can make their own decisions. It's Twitter drama, whatever, right? But the thing is the FBI came in and looked at Safemoon's treasuries, and it's fine. And then you start seeing people getting out the door of a company that all are in communication together because they hate John, right? Which is fine. You know, people are entitled to their own opinions. I personally love Safemoon and John and whatnot, right? That's just my take on it. Um, I I don't know if that wallet that everyone's referring to is actually confirmed to be owned by John or not. And I don't think they're at any liberty to do so. They're a private company with no shareholders. They have a pending lawsuit, and from my experience, and I have a degree in criminology and criminal justice and administrative justice and things like that, right? And a civil suit is just for monetarily. That's it. It's if there was a criminal complaint to go against, let's say John and Safemoon, they would have to close out that civil complaint, so they wouldn't waste their time opening one. I think it's just a few bad eggs that got caught doing something that's not okay, and I think there's some type of money at play here, like people getting paid to say something or to create engagement, because news like this always creates engagement in social media, YouTube, and there's not a lot of people looking into crypto right now with the way the market is. So I get both sides of it too. So to me, it's just entertainment, whatever. I think SafeMoon's fine, and we're going to be on our way to great things with all the licenses and the people on board that they have. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for coming up and sharing that. I think that, my main, and I've said this multiple times, I'm just repeating myself. Before any of this went down, I was like, what if these lawsuits become a big deal? And what kind of impact could that have on the future of Safemoon as investors? So I was worried about this speculatively for quite a while. And I was also like, where did they get all their money from? So I've been thinking about these two things for a long time. And now we seem to found ties between Kyle, the LP, Thomas being paid from Kyle, Ben Phillips dumping, who was on the team. And, everybody wants to, basically you can't trust maxis to hear their perception most of the time. I don't want to judge everybody because everybody's different, but they immediately assume, oh, John cleaned house and he did what was right. I'm like, well, let's stop here, because before John cleaned house, we felt that way we feel about John, about the whole team. We liked Thomas and we thought he was the wizard and there for us and going to take us to the moon. So it's like you're repeating the same mistake and just assuming the best about John, because that's what you did about Thomas and Hank and them. And you, so I think the best thing to do is to wait and see evidence of those things. And the only reason this is really important is if people are if it's going to have a big impact on people's lives who might want to sell now, or people who look at it and they go, you know what, I've seen it all. It looks like bull crap. I'm going to wait and I'm going to buy more. And it might have a big impact on their lives if Safemoon survives this and sees the J curve and takes off. But ultimately what needs to happen, what needs to be promoted, is putting all the information out there, which the maxis are not doing. They don't want any speculation and they don't want any negative information against John or the team, because they think it might hurt the future of Safemoon or their thing. And then they attack a bunch of other people who are just looking at what's happening, whether it's the lawsuits or John's wallets or whatever it may be. Now, I want to go to...
Could I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
Quickly. Do you know how John acquired 100% of Safemoon? Have you found anything out on that yet?
I haven't. Maybe somebody else here does know. I don't know. That's a great question. That would be good to have complete verification on exactly how that happened. Okay, who was next? I know we had Generation, but I don't want to make sure I'm not skipping somebody. I think it's you, Generation. What's going on, man?
Nothing much. How are you?
Pretty good, just chilling.
Crazy last few days, hasn't it been?
Yeah, and I personally think it's going to keep getting worse. I think as far as how crazy it is. How are you feeling about everything?
Yeah, so obviously I've done my own research, and I would obviously suggest everyone else do their own research on these things. I don't think that you should take any party's opinion at face value, whether you're talking about coffee or you're talking about other maxis and their opinions on things. I think it's important that people go look up the transactions, they go look at these things, especially if you have large amounts invested, right? You want to make sure that you're not just listening to hearsay and taking that for facts. You're going to want to definitely make sure that you look into these lawsuits, that you look into the transactions, that you look into the claims that are being made on both sides, and then come to a reasonable conclusion.
Yeah, that was really well said. That's why I really wanted you to come up here. and that's all I want. I don't want to convince anybody to buy or sell. I haven't sold my SafeMoon. People keep lying and saying that. I just cover what's happening with SafeMoon. That's all I'm doing. Whether it's positive or negative, I'm going to cover it and let people decide for themselves. We talked pretty heavily about the lawsuits. Was there anything else that you could add to that? They're talking about it being like, what did they call it? A class to a crime. What is it called?
Civil.
Civil. Thank you. Yeah, civil, and it could be a criminal investigation at some point. And it seems to have a lot less potential to have a negative impact on SafeMoon as a civil one. I mean, if they had to pay out a large amount of money, I guess it'd be like, where do they get that? But they could probably afford that. But if it went to a criminal, then that could have a bigger impact. And it's, for me, it's hard to see how that couldn't turn into a criminal one unless it's just cryptocurrency was somehow able to stay off the radar. But when you have celebrities involved with, and you have known on the blockchain, taking from LP, then it's like, how could that not go criminal in my mind? Did you have something you want to say that generation? If not, then I can go to the next person.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. Like you said, obviously civil lawsuits do indeed lead to criminal lawsuits depending upon findings, especially if things ever go to discovery and there's information that's discovered that is criminal, or testimonies that lead to potential charges being brought forward. But that's not also a guarantee either. So it just kind of depends. It's very complex, and it's not very like black and white, if that makes sense.
Yeah, core stuff just gets crazy, like the amount of like details and stuff. Okay, I want to give everybody a chance to speak. So if you spoke once, I will go back to you, but I just want to make sure I go to the next person. I think we got Dark Knight next.
How you doing, guys? Hey, Crypto. Thank you for having me here.
Hey, thanks.
So I got two questions. We have a lot of people here with knowledge and legal aspects and everything. I want to know what would happen because we have a precedent already on the NFT side. When SafeMoon, they launched the roadmap and they create a big hype on that, and that would never be accomplished. That's one question. What's the legal implication on that? And the second question is, what happened with the $6 billion markup that it dropped to less than 700 millions? Is that something that they have to probably in the future come out with or something?
If somebody else wanted to answer that, who knows more about legal stuff, you can.
I'm not a lawyer. I didn't go to law school, but I can jump on that. Where,
sure, yeah.
Again, in cryptocurrency stuff, we are really not owed anything. It's more of an approach of a joint venture where you're putting money into a project to watch it grow. If there are lies and falsities, then they can go after somebody to say you lied and misled what it is that you're doing. But again, there's a ton of those with NFTs and other things in the market. But it's really hard to prove that what they did was malicious in intent. You could start a company and the company can go belly up for things that were just outside of the owner's or the guy who owns it and runs it experience. And he's not necessarily liable because his company went down the drain. He's just inexperienced. So.
But that could be seen as some equities or liabilities for like the things that the FBI and everything is looking up in the crypto right now, don't you?
Cryptocurrency is kind of seen as a security, and the big pull in the cryptocurrency is that we can all jump in, and it's not really regulated, and there aren't really rules around it, so anybody can jump in and throw their money at it. And if again you take the approach to like a joint venture, let's say Twitter was starting up right now, that started as a joint venture where people would throw in thousands of dollars towards that project. They have no say in what it does. They just see something, they believe in it, and they put money behind it. However, in order to jump into a joint venture, you actually do have to have financial certifications and follow proper regulations. Crypto is the Wild West. There aren't really the rules for it.
Okay. Do we have someone who we're going to go to next? Was there something you wanted to say, Mike?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up one more thing. on top of this too. It was what's his name? Dark Knight, I think, brought it up, and it was, or Generation Crypto brought it up, and it was emphasized a little bit more. Anybody that has a company or something that's successful draws attention, and they draw positive and negative attention. So people are going to attack them and try to find ways to make money off of that. Tons of successful businesses have been attacked and sued for frivolous lawsuits. If you want to see something really fun, look at John Oliver. He has something called Slapsuit, just an episode on Slapsuits, where basically wealthy people shut people up and they put a hush bounty basically on them, and they drag them through courts, making them lose thousands of dollars, because a billionaire can lose thousands of dollars, a normal person cannot. So a lot of these lawsuits, again, I don't put much weight in it because anybody can sue anybody for anything. But ask yourself, when you look at these things, what's the motivation behind what somebody is doing? One of the things that gives me the icky feeling, to quote previous guy on CoffeeZilla, is I see his videos, and yes, there are aspects where it makes us kind of doubt some things, and we kind of have to speculate because we're not putting in the research to do what I guess he's having other people do. And I'm not saying one way or another that one person's right or one person's wrong, but I see the motivation behind him is he's found a project that has a lot of followers and it has devout followers. So Safemoon has all these people. So if you stir up and you cause some conflict and contradiction, you get people to watch it who like Safemoon, and then you also get people who dislike Safemoon to jump in as well. So he profits from the views and the attention that he's gained on these videos. Whether or not they're true or not, who knows? And he won't ever state that they're true because everything he does is his opinion. He does try to cover himself for that. And then on the flip side, you look at Safemoon. What is it that they're doing, and what's their motivation? I mean, they started an office. They started a building. That you see that these people are traveling throughout the world. Again, you can't. I don't necessarily know that John is being 100% innocent. It sounds like some things are shady, but again, I don't know. But I'm in favor of Safemoon. I still think it is going to be successful. We're just at a J curve. Everything's down at the moment, but when it comes back up, there's enough of the army behind it, and there's enough attention where it's just going to continue to go back up. Very similar to those Twitter posts where people are showing Cardano or Ethereum and BNB, and however a period of time, when the hype drops down, you have the project and what's behind the projects actually start to take off and come to fruition. So.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things you said there. One thing I would say is, like, if we talk about the motive of people, I mean, everybody's motivated by self. Like at its very deep core, you're motivated for some reason for yourself. Even when you're trying to help people, it's usually motivated for out of some kind of selfish reason. So we talk about CoffeeZilla doing that for views. Like that's, I'm just trying to provide a counter perspective because I've heard this said a lot. I do YouTube as well. The reason I do YouTube is, well, for one, it's fun. But for two, yeah, I'm trying to make a living working for myself and not working for another company because I don't want to work for somebody else. So there's nothing wrong with trying to make a living or to get by, especially if some things are more advantageous than others. If covering certain topics are better than covering other ones.
But to touch on the point where you just
real quickly, if I could finish real quick. Let me finish real quick and then I'll let you respond. When it comes to CoffeeZilla, he doesn't need Safemoon. This guy had Mr. Beast on his channel. So Mr. Beast literally came on his channel and did a video with him. He's had his other videos that have way more views than this. And he just looks at what he thinks are scams and he covers those things. So I don't think that people can, I think there just needs to be an honest line drawn there, that it's not like Coffee needed Safemoon and wasn't doing well. He just covers what he thinks are scams. And he happened to cover Safemoon. He of course he profits from his views. That's why he's doing his YouTube. But there's nothing wrong with that. So yeah, now you can respond if you want.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with doing YouTube or him taking the stance that he's taking. I'm just of the opinion that his approach and one of the reasons why there's multiple videos on the same project versus other ones that tend to be just one or two is he kind of hit something that has a lot more feedback, and it's paying itself out again and again, um, so to speak. But again, yeah, does he need to focus on SafeMoon? No, but it's, I think, a low hanging fruit for him based on the controversy that is in the space. Um, and then what I was going to say about your videos, and one of the things I appreciate and I wish that you had more views and just overall following, is that you don't necessarily sell yourself short, and you have a higher moral standard than I find that most people will have, where they stop, take a step back, and try and provide that there's some rationale that you could be wrong, and you try to focus on the facts and not just jump in for the attention and being loud and making noise.
Okay, yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not an expert in crypto. I'm not an expert in law school or any of that stuff. I'm just a YouTuber who covers stuff, and I appreciate you guys saying that stuff. If anybody wants to come up, you guys are welcome to come up. Whether you're on Twitter, say however you feel, or whether you're on YouTube, you can join this Twitter live. I'm trying to give an opportunity for anybody to really say however it is they're feeling, but also an opportunity for people who hate me, who are talking trash to me, blocking me, all that stuff, to give an opportunity for conversation, and to kind of just come together as a community. Because to me, like, that's the entire point of Safemoon, or really when you look at humanity. I mean, these ideas go beyond an investment and apply to real world situations beyond cryptocurrency. Is a community coming together is a lot stronger. It's like if all of humanity came together and we just stopped what we were doing to try to figure out cancer, I'm sure we would do it very quickly. You know, some people have beliefs on whether we found that or not, and aren't doing it because it's more, the hospitals and pharmaceuticals profit more off our death than they do off our health. But the point is that, like, us coming together is a much stronger tool than us being by ourselves. And I think that works for SafeMoon. If our community wasn't divided, I think we'd be able to be a lot better. As far as the future of SafeMoon. And we're kind of together on certain things, but we've become so divided and so attacked on each other. And the main thing is, the reason we're attacking each other is we don't allow people to have different beliefs about the investment. Brune88, go ahead, man.
Yes, okay. Mike, well said. That was well spoken. Crypto, don't sell yourself short. A lot of us in here watch you because we respect you. Your analysis is right on a lot of things. Again, I told you that you made me money just on that other one, Evergrown. That's why we do respect you, and I respect your personality. You don't just take it and you're not swayed one way and just go with it. You have a good brain in your head there, buddy, because you'd be doing well in law school. You can't just take one side and stick with it. You got to look at both sides of an argument. And I respect you for that. Again, I just still think John needs to make a quick statement, putting us at ease that, guys, we're going forward. There's a lot of accusations out there. Don't believe the hype. Let's go forward. I want something like that. And I think a lot of us need that. There's no reason for some attorney to tell him that, no, you shouldn't say a thing. Yeah, we understand that, but listen, there's a lot of doubt in us, and it just needs to be put to ease. And even Chris agrees on that. Chris Harris even said the same thing. It just needs to be said. It's just a quick statement. I guess that's it.
I appreciate that. And that's the thing that starts to suck, is like, you don't want to FUD a project. You don't want to have a negative impact on the future of the project, but so many things that are wrong are coming from within the team. That's why people got mad at me and say, you're just FUDing. I'm like, I'm just covering what they did and what they said. If that's FUD, then don't blame me, blame them. And I've got some problems, with John, in my own opinion. Like, I'm always ready to be wrong, like you guys are saying. But like the wallet, they pumped the wallet, it didn't come out, people bought, and the price tanked. A lot of people left the project because they felt like they took advantage of the army there by pumping a product that didn't come out and then selling on it. Not that they specifically sold, but someone sold on that. The thing with Thomas, we knew, I was covering that, and I knew, you know, you get sources and stuff, and I knew that Thomas, Hank, and Jack quit before it was announced. And I said, guys, I think these guys are quitting. Everybody was super mad at me for covering this. If you go, you can go watch these live streams and watch the chat. It's actually kind of fun to watch. What was I saying? Sorry, guys. My brain doesn't work as good as what you guys are saying.
You were
Oh,
talking
go ahead,
about
Mike.
like people. You were talking about people attacking you for saying what you believe was happening based on the evidence.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, so John and Thomas said that Thomas wasn't leaving. Thomas said, "I'm not effing leaving." John said, "Tom's not leaving." Now, I just want to say this out there for the Maxis. Did John not know that Thomas actually wasn't leaving, or did he know that he was? This is a huge deal. This is a big deal, and I don't think we've really thought about this that much. And I hate to do this because it paints John in a bad light. If he didn't know, then maybe we could say, okay, you know, he didn't know Thomas was actually planning on quitting. But what I heard before Thomas had announced anything during that time was that Thomas was going to pretend to be on the team to save face, because clearly Thomas was wanting to quit. He was talking about quitting. He said, "I'm not always going to be around, and this is too stressful, and I can't deal with this." Very clearly talking about quitting. But they said, "I'm not leaving. He's not effing leaving." How many people didn't sell because of that? Because they said, "Oh, Thomas is staying. I'm not selling." And that's basically directly lying to your community to keep them in the project, and that's hurting investors. So I mean, there's a huge level of dishonesty there, and if somebody has a counter argument to that, I'd like to hear it. But to me, it's pretty hard to say that John thought that Thomas was actually going to stay on the team during that time.
I mean, if I may, I think
Yeah, go
Bruin
ahead.
talked on it too. But so I work in corporate environment. I've worked there for 10 years, from Apple to Bloomberg to so on and so forth. So a lot of tech stuff. And there are a ton of attorneys and lawyers that constantly censor what it is that the public hears whenever we put something out or do something. And I kind of take an approach where I really would love John to say more, or the team to say more and be more transparent. And again, stop with the memes, stop with the ambiguous stuff. Like, it frustrates me. The 32 thing I was furious about. And then it didn't even seem to come true, because it didn't even happen on the day that should have happened. Anyway, I also look at the standpoint of government work, and John's parents are for the government, and that has to trickle down as well. He gets exposed to the corporate life, and he probably takes a very cautious approach to what he does or doesn't say. And there's so much advantage to not saying anything or giving very little than there is to saying something that is either in.
Oh, okay. You cut out a little bit at the end there for me, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying. And the reason that's important is we're talking about, you know, people talk about Thomas and they try to discredit him and anything he says because of certain things he's done. And to me, like, that's an example of John being dishonest with the community. And I'm open to hearing a different discussion on that. But if you tried to convince your community that John wasn't leaving when you knew he was, that's a huge problem. And I haven't really heard anybody quite talk about that. And I'm only addressing that because of what we were talking about. But if you move forward to the wallet launch, was the wallet ready? Do we actually have a wallet ready? People are buying this, you know, putting in money to build up to this, and we didn't have a wallet ready. I know people that left the project that were big in the project because of that, because they became convinced that what they saw was that they built up that this big wallet was about to come out, and people were super excited, and they knew they had nothing. And I haven't really seen anything counter that. But once again, like I said, it sounds like I'm just heavy footing, but it's unfortunate that I have to just look at it this way. And we can just kind of keep going, you know. Unfortunately, the exchange and the blockchain, by the end of the year, how many people I bought because of that? I bought because I heard about the exchange and the blockchain. So what it comes down to is how is John treating his community? And I don't think it's very respectful to post memes when you have investors who have actual money involved in this that have been listening to you guys talk about the owls. I mean, owls. How many people invested because they thought owls was linked to mesh networks and Elon Musk or something crazy? And they thought, holy cow, this is going to be huge. I got to buy. And it turned out months and months later of them posting owls and us freaking out and researching to be like owls banging each other. It's like, it sucks to say this, but all I'm saying is just what they did. So, yeah, I mean, right now, John, this is John's community. They believe in him. And how is he treating them? I think, how is he treating us? We're investors. We're part of the Safemoon army. I think that if I personally, I mean, if anybody put yourself in John's position, what would you do if all your investors were freaking out like this? You would want to reassure them that there's two ways to go about it. Either he's took from LP, he's spent it on stuff he wasn't supposed to spend it on, and he's hoping this will blow over and that he can just keep ignoring it, and eventually they'll release something and everybody will forget about it. Or he didn't take anything, and he needs to reassure the people that don't know that they are safe. Now, if we're okay with pumping a wallet and pumping the owls and pumping that Papa's staying, which convinces people to buy, then why are we not putting an effort to assure investors that they haven't bought into a scam? If we're okay with convincing people to buy with huge hype, why are we not okay with convincing people to stay with, truthful assurance? That's kind of my perspective. I know that maxis are probably just wanting to rip my head off right now if there is anybody here that's a maxi, but anybody can come up onto the stage and say what you want to say. I'm open to being wrong. Maybe John's in the clear. From what I'm seeing, I'm not really quite convinced he is. So if anybody wants to come up, you can raise your hand. Go ahead, Brune.
Crypto, well said. And Mike made good points again. No, you're right. And these tweets with the owls and the wallet and your question about Thomas Papa. Yeah, I think he was trying to prevent Safemoon from taking a drastic fall because what others were leaving at that time, and just like, okay, let those guys go, but we know Papa's still with us. And I think, honestly, in my opinion, I think John knew. And honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal that he knew. I think he was just doing that to protect Safemoon from having that big drastic fall at that time because others were leaving at that time. But yeah, with these tweets with the owls and all that stuff, okay, sure. He needs to go out there and just say something. Okay, you can tweet about an owl, then tweet about, hey, everything's okay. We're going to the moon still. Guys, don't worry about these lawsuits. Put it in some kind of tweet and do some kind of archaic meme or something out there so we can kind of figure it out there. Okay, it means this. He's got our back. Those aren't his wallets. And let's go forward, guys. Don't worry. Your money's safe with Safemoon.
Yeah, so I guess the thing I would say to that, and I know you're trying to be fair, and you can't protect investors by not telling them the truth. If he thought that Safemoon was going to dunk real hard, if he had admitted that Thomas was going to leave, and he thought, okay, the best thing to do is to say, Thomas, what if we offer you this advisor role where you don't really have to do anything? I'll offer you this amount of money, you stay on for a little bit longer, and then, once things calm down, you can have an exit. But to lose you right now might be detrimental to the project. It's still dishonest to your investors. It's still lying to investors about somebody being on the team or not. And they said he's not going anywhere, he's not leaving, and then he left. So clearly, that's bad. That's a bad interaction with your community. It's dishonesty. Go ahead, Mohit. Oh, real quickly, I want to say, anybody who's talking trash to me in the YouTube chat or elsewhere, please come up and talk to me. I want to talk to you. Go ahead, Mohit.
Hey, Crypto Control. Awesome, man. Awesome to interact with you. I've always watched your videos on YouTube, and that has inspired me to invest more on Safemoon and also on the Evergrow coin. That has helped me a lot in my life. Thank you so much, man. But I just wanted to have a quick chat with you. My question to you is, what is that which has been, so deeply hurt for you in terms of, about Safemoon or maybe John especially?
As far as like hard in terms of like hard to accept, or hard in terms of like what do you mean?
So I mean, I see that you're. It's kind of see. I don't want to, degrade you, or I'm not a SafeMoon maxi, but I love the project a lot because I stand for what I've invested. I've researched on my own. So I just wanted to know that from your side, like, what is that which is deeply hurting you about John or SafeMoon right now?
So there is nothing deeply hurting me. I'll try to say this really fast, but I went through different. We all have different lives going on, crazy stuff. Everybody has crazy stuff going on. You got pain, all kinds of things, and I got to a point in life where I was like, really, I was just like, I hate life. I hate it. Nothing works out. You find someone, they cheat on you. It's just like stuff got so hard that I just gave up on life, and I was like, I don't care what this is, but I just want to know what it is. And I think that really stuck with me, where it became like, I don't care what's real. I just want to know what's real, into like everything that I do. And I think that the thing that you guys like about me probably is somewhat related to that. It's like, I don't care if it's good or bad, just tell me what it is. And I take that into any situation, especially with myself, because I'm like, only way for me to improve is to see the flaws that I have so that I can grow. And you have to be willing to be wrong. And what we see a lot is that a lot of people who can't, who are wrong, like if you've believed a lie, which many of us probably believe lies about something, right? But we don't realize it. We believe it's the truth. The problem is that, why do we believe that lie? Either we haven't heard information that counters it, or we have something associated with it that's stopping us from being willing to look at it. And that's usually the case. In a relationship, we see this all the time. People in bad relationships can't see that that person just is not right for them, because they're just stuck in those emotions and those feelings that they get. Like, one of the biggest highs you can get on earth is being in those emotions. So they can't see there because those emotions stop them from seeing that. And I think we're seeing this in the crypto space, that we are seeing a cult-like type of mindset being taught by the teams to the investors, and people's dreams are on the line. So they have a lot of reason to not look at it realistically. So when we talk about me deeply hurting, it's the reason it's tied to that is that belief that I talked about. It led me to, and I know people hate this, but it led me to believe in God, and it led me to believe in Jesus, and that's all that matters. At the end of the day, we're all going to die, and it doesn't really matter what we did on here except for what was right. And I believe that outside of believing in Jesus Christ, what does it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? So when we talk about John and investing, it's nothing to me. It's, in a sense, it's nothing in terms of eternity. That's just how I deal with the hardest parts of life, like losing family and stuff, is my beliefs that God is ultimately in control of all things and that it's all in his hands. So people getting rich off an investment is very minute when it comes to life and death and human relationships. But sorry to say all that, but I think the hardest part was that I really did believe. If you go watch my YouTube, I pumped out videos of why Safemoon was going to be huge with the exchange and the blockchain, and how these four guys looked at DeFi and thought they were going to come up with a solution to it. And they did that with passive reflections and the liquidity pool. Like, I really worked hard for Safemoon. Yes, I did it for selfish motive as far as YouTube goes, and my ego goes. That's another big thing that comes into play when people aren't willing to see the truth, is that their egos are tied to their ideas of being right or wrong. So when they feel like they're proven wrong, it's very easy for our egos to, get upset. So it's not hard for me, but it's just, I'm willing to look at it. I mean, I'll stop in 1 second. It was really hard when the Thomas and Hank and Jack thing happened, because I hadn't covered anything negative, and everybody was turning on me. The Discord, the Reddit, my subscribers, I was losing. People in the chat were talking trash to me. A lot of you guys supported me, but I got a lot of backlash just for covering what was happening. And I thought, like, this is going to destroy my YouTube, and this is what I'm doing to make money right now. So, and it's something I've built. I like my channel. I like my connection to Safemoon. I like being a part. I've always dreamed of being at a Safemoon convention one day with all the YouTubers and all the people that we know and the team, and meeting each other when we've made it. I think we've all kind of had dreams like that. So that's when I took a pretty big hit of like, damn, I was pretty sad that, like, damn, my channel is going to go down with this and everybody's going to turn on me, but I'm not going to not cover this stuff. So since then, I've just accepted that, like, when bad things happen, I'm going to cover it. So sorry for that really long answer for you guys, but that's why for now I've just accepted that Safemoon has so many, unfortunately, bad things happening that I don't have really an emotional attachment to the success or death of it. I just, am here to see where it's going. I don't want to lead investors into selling, because what if Safemoon survives all this and takes off one day? I don't want to be responsible for you selling and missing out on that huge pump. But I also don't want to be responsible for saying, no, guys, this is all fine. Don't listen to this. They're, look at their reputation, look at who they talk to. Don't listen to them. And then you don't sell, and then it goes down and tanks, and you could have lost money. That's why I think it's dishonest to approach that from either way. Sorry that took so long. Is there somebody else that wants to come
worries.
up? Okay.
No worries. I'll just quickly finish off. So you're doing completely fine, Crypto Control, and you have this amazing ability to storytell, and your storytelling skills are really great. That attracted me to come back to your channel all the day, all the time. And you've always mentioned, if I'm not wrong, that this is not a financial advice. So that kind of suffices to the holders that they should not listen to a YouTuber based on their finances. They have to do their own research, my friend. But I think, yeah, so what we all are going through, that particular phase in our life that we felt we have been cheated from the Safemoon team. But I believe Safemoon Army is the biggest product. We are the owners and holders of it. And, we will get through this no matter what. And you, Crypto Control, you're doing really fine. So you are the one I have seen that you have been completely fair, either positive or negative. You have just been maintained your level of expressions, that not being completely a maxi also, and not being completely a fudder for a project. You have given an open platform to discuss whatever things are happening. I think that's really great, man. Hope you do well in future also, man. I love your channel, and I'll always follow you, and I'll keep supporting you. I'll be a listener. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mohit. Thanks for coming up, and thanks for being respectful. And I hope you're right. I hope Safemoon does well, and we all continue to do well. I'd like to say this, if we have solid evidence to prove John innocent, I will cover that in detail, very loudly. It's just whatever the truth is what I'm going to cover. Okay, do we have a different... Okay, what's up, Mike? You're back, man. You keep coming back.
Sorry, man. I have
no,
phone calls
you come
for
back
work.
as much as you want, man. That's fine.
Sorry, I have stuff that keeps coming up for work. I guess the final point I wanted it's slightly touched on is that I don't like the maxi people more than I dislike the fudders. And I have a substantial holding in Safemoon, and I really would love it to succeed for selfish reasons. But I find that if everybody could really just be more kind and open and listening, and not be so abrupt with your opinion and taking one side or another, that's all I ask for the community. Because I think when I started to follow Safemoon and to really get into it, I loved the community. The community was so open, so friendly, and then there just kind of became this negative wave of you're either all in or nothing. And I deal with that in corporate environment too, which is so aggravating. I try to tell people like, hey, this is kind of like the edge or the cliff of like what we're going to run into. And they were like, oh, you're just being negative. I go, no, if you literally keep going, there's going to be a catastrophe. We need to discuss mitigation if we get close to this line. And sure enough, it's, all or nothing. And then we get to line and shit breaks. And sorry, it's tangent, but I just appreciate at least the people here. I think are people who are open to both sides and looking at the facts and not just their feelings. And again, just appreciate the community. I think I've not been swayed one way or another because of your videos, but I've related to them in the hype. And even when things are going haywire, it's just I relate to the confusion, and having somebody voice their concern that's similar to me is, allowed me to go more to a logistical instead of an emotional reaction.
Yeah, I think you make a great point that most people are, I think a lot of people feel this way. I think a lot of people feel like how we're talking about, like they don't agree with the maxi is the word we're using, belief set. It's just, I think those people just aren't as loud. And, people say that it's the extremists that are the loudest ones, which are usually, a minority. And I think those people are the loudest, and that we're just kind of minding our own business and looking at stuff. But the thing we see is that they try to cancel us. It becomes like cancel culture. It becomes like I'm evil, or other people who are saying negative things about SafeMoon are evil. And that's where I'm like, if SafeMoon was about like helping children or something, I'd be a lot more on board with like helping you with that. But the reason you believe in SafeMoon is like to get a Lambo. I'm not super on board to just assume that they're the most righteous beings on the planet. And I appreciate you guys, speaking well of me. The truth is, I have just as much as an ego. I could be just as blind on different subjects. Um, but yeah, a lot of you guys are that. I feel exactly how I feel. It's just that I'm doing YouTube and talking about it. Yeah.
I mean, you're putting your face and your neck out there and your name out there. So again, that takes more risk and more guts than and time than what we have. Hey, Adam Bergman. I just saw Adam join. And one of the things too is it's hard to be as not necessarily articulate, but as powerful and have the voice to fight an extreme side one way or the other with a moderate point of view, or coming in from the middle to be logistical. Because the extremists, I think that they're coming in emotional, and emotional is, how do you yell from the rooftops and get that much attention by saying, let's listen to all sides? You can't.
Thanks, I appreciate that. We got okay. Go. I wonder how this guy feels about SafeMoon. Hey, what's up? Oh no, I'm sorry, Gian Paulo. Go ahead. I think I'm.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say. I hear a lot of hurt in your voice, and it was sort of hurting me to hear that sort of pain in your voice. If I'm just being honest, I just hope that you're okay. Obviously, you mentioned you're going through some stuff, and I appreciate that. It's a hard time and stuff. But just make sure that you look after yourself. I believe in the project. I believe stuff will come out either good or bad. But also at the same time, I really appreciate your content, and I just hope that you're keeping okay. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. I just want to say that what I was talking about was around 2012, 2013, and I'm sure you guys all feel this way. Who's listening, that usually the hardest things in life, I feel like if we learn from, have the biggest impacts on helping us grow. And I'm very happy and content with life now. I think that, just without going too much into it, I think that I had a personal attachment to relationships as being my, method of being happy, and also feeling like you're a nobody in the world and you're not doing anything. And even if you tried, you're not going to succeed. A lot of negative mentality. And I eventually started questioning myself, which is why I made this video recently, which is a really interesting perspective, which is to think about like, what are you as a human capable of? If you were to like lay it out all on a chart, it'd be insane to see what the human body is capable of doing, and all you have to have is the will. And I think that once I started thinking that way, I was like, I bet I'm able to do just what any other human being is doing for the most part. And that started leading me into more positive things, which eventually led me to try to do YouTube and write a book, and got me into crypto and stuff. But yeah, I really appreciate your words. Go ahead, Scammon.
Yeah, what's up?
I was just chilling. How you doing, man?
All right. Yeah, I just had a couple of things to say. I've been part of Safemoon for quite a long time, basically since like August of last year. And I initially put in like I forgot what it was, like $8,000, and I got it was like really early on. It was in August, or maybe it was June, or I forgot. It was a long time ago, but I got quite a bit of Safemoon, and I've seen the downtrend that is happening, and I just feel like the team has not been honest of what's going on, especially John, since he's the CEO of what used to be a $1 billion company, and now it's just, they say it's FUD, but in reality is what we're actually seeing. It's not FUD. It's happening in front of your eyes, And me and other people on Twitter, we get attacked because we say Safemoon's doing this, Safemoon's doing that. But anytime we point out anything negative about it, we get attacked. And they say the community's open, and it used to be back in the day, but now it's if you say anything negative about it, you're just a butter. You need to get out of the community. You'll get banned from the Reddit or the Discord or wherever it is. And I was just, yeah, it's just not in a good light right now. And that's pretty much it, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's important to realize, like, the goal is not to tear people down. Like, it's not to let the maxis know how stupid they are and how much Kool-Aid they've drinking. The goal is just to, like, speak the truth in truth. And I know that might sound weird, but, like, to me, in truth means, like, what are your motives in speaking the truth? If you're speaking the truth just to tear people down to build yourself up, then I think on a deeper level, morally, you're not aligned with what is true, which is that you should, seek to help other people. I think that that's what's true. So, when we talk to people that we consider maxis, I think the goal is not like I said, to let them know how stupid they are or any of that. I think the goal is just like to let them know something that'll possibly help them grow. And I think that all we're saying is, hey, time and time again, look at the past. How many times have you been wrong because you assumed the best about the team and the worst about everything else? And I'm not saying don't make the mistake of doing the opposite of assuming the worst about the team and that everything else is right. I'm not saying to do that. I'm just saying you need a standard that goes deeper beyond that. And really all that standard that we're talking about is you need to desire what's real and what's true over what you want to be real or true. So, like, when I talk to somebody like that, it's not like I'm trying to say, hey, I'm better than you because I see this better or anything. It's just like, hey, if you want to view it that way, that's fine. I do think that you're not viewing it realistically, but ultimately we're gambling. You could view it wrong and still make money. You know what I mean? That's the crazy part, is we're all gambling when we're talking about this. We're talking about gambling. So somebody could be dead wrong. All the signs are there that it's a terrible project, rug pull, and it just moons one day and they made it right. That doesn't mean that they knew it was right. It means they just got lucky in spite of the information. That's why I really stray away from trying to convince people to buy or sell. And I'm just more about the freedom of flow of information. And that at the same time, there are signs of what's coming. There was signs that Thomas was quitting and that Hank and Jack quit and that there was something going on behind the scenes, that there was something going on behind the scenes with Ryan, and that Ryan was talking about quitting, and we all had those signs. But many people miss that. And to me, it's like, I'm not saying this to hurt you. I'm just saying, hey, if you view it from that maxi perspective, you're not going to be able to see what's right in front of your face. And now take that perspective and look at what we're looking at. Look at these lawsuits. Look at what CoffeeZilla is saying. Look at these wallets that are possibly linked to John. I mean, they are linked to John through the NFTs. And look at how okay are you if John took money that was supposed to go to the LP and spent it on something else? Would we be okay if he spent $1 million or if he spent $2 million? Would that be okay? I think that if we were to look at the maxi mindset and look at how it goes, I know a lot of people hate CoffeeZilla, but he had the Safemoon prayer, and if it was them, then it wasn't his fault. It wasn't John's fault. If it was John, it was like it goes down all these things. And if you look at where that mindset would, I've been trying to think about this lately. Like, let's say John came out as guilty. Where would the Safemoon maxis shift to next? I think they would shift to, well, it's all about the community, and we don't need John. And they say products over people. It's about the exchange and the community. And to me, like, that's where it should be in the first place. It should have never been in the team. It should have been in the community, as far as like what you're putting your hope in. Yeah, I don't really quite know where I was going with that. But let me bring some more people up here. Mike coming back up, and Mr. Posh Gator. Go ahead, Mr. Posh Gator, and then we'll go to Mike unless somebody else wants to say something. Hey, Mr. Posh, did you want to unmute yourself, bro?
Oh, thank you very much. How are you doing, by the way?
Yeah. Doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking. I have two things to say. One is a question, and the other one is more of a statement, to be honest. So the first thing is, besides the monetary value or besides the monetary side, nobody asks anyone within the community, like, emotionally, are you okay? How are you feeling? Like, the emotional damage that the people have been through the last 12 months has gone down the drain. and it's not so much talked about. It's mostly about the money side rather than how people are actually feeling about it. And that's the reason this
Yeah.
all these attacks are happening. You say something, 10 people will get back to you. They will start swearing at you, whatever that might be. But it's the emotional damage that this has caused for the past 12 months that it cannot be replaced. And people will
That's a great question. Could you maybe delve into like how you were impacted by it? Like how did the last 12 months impact you?
Well, I'll give you an example. I won't explain it because it was going to take a lot of time to dwell into it, but I won't dwell so much into it. For example, I was very excited for the Mooncraft server. Like I had so much faith in it. I never played Mooncraft before. I never played Minecraft before, so Mooncraft was the first thing that introduced me to Minecraft. So I bought the. If you were to start, I believe it was back in February. They had a shop which you could buy ranks, different type of levels of ranks. Like you had from $10 up to $200 from the back of my head. So there was the highest one, which was about $200, and was the diamond rank, like supporting the server and the project itself. So I bought that one. I bought a couple of crates, which they give you keys and some cosmetics. And then I spent at least 250 hours minimum on that game. And then to be told afterwards, an irony where they are playing with the words, saying that we are gifting it away. They didn't say anything to anyone. On the Mooncraft server itself, they kept saying, oh, updates are coming, but the language they used was positive. They never said they're going to stop the servers down. So from my perspective, I spent about $1,000. I spent 250 hours just to be told that went down the drain. Just give us some feedback, as in, or like this won't work, or at least keep the servers open. But again, that's my side. I will only keep it at the Mooncraft server because I believe I was so excited about it, and then it just, I don't know. I just felt empty when they said that comment, and it felt so disrespectful just to say that we're gifting it away. No, you're not gifting it away. You literally are using words to lie, just to manipulate the situation and cover it up. At least be honest. Like say, we messed up, and the only reason they closed the servers down is because they had the whole month. I believe for April they had only 2 sales, which were only $20, and that's the only reason they closed the servers down. Because if the servers were making the money they thought they would be making, they wouldn't have closed down. And if they wanted to support the community in the first place, why put those crates with using debit card or a credit card and not using it with Safemoon? But again, that's my opinion on it. It might be wrong, but that's my opinion. But again, people look so much at the monetary value than the feeling or the emotion and the time that people have invested in it. Like, has anybody asked me, how do you feel about it? Like, can we do something about you? Are you okay? Nobody asked that question. Everybody will say, oh, money-wise, I'm down. But are you okay? Are you happy?
That's a really great point. I'm really glad you made that, and I really like that you gave perspective to the Minecraft thing, because I could be wrong. If somebody wants to provide context, it didn't feel like a good thing. It feels like every negative thing is trying to be painted as a good thing. That they just said, "Here, guys, we're giving this to you," and it feels like you guys are giving up on that, and it's crazy. I didn't know that somebody was that people were that invested in that. But I think you bring up a really good point, which is that we all, I think, believe in Safemoon in different ways and different levels at different times. And I think through a lot of events, we've been impacted on an emotional level. You might have been really emotionally invested. I mean, some people really believe in Safemoon. And it's definitely worth saying, like, hey, outside of the price being down, how are you feeling about Safemoon? And I think a lot of people do feel quite frustrated, and they're not able to voice their frustrations because then oh, you're not the real Safemoon army. We know who the real Safemoon army are, and you get turned on. So it's like you feel like you aren't even really able to speak that. If there's any Safemoon maxis out there who just hate me right now, please come up and share. I would love to hear an opposing side, whether you're on the YouTube or whether you're on the Twitter. You can come up and voice what you think is wrong with what I'm saying or what other people are saying, or if you think there's a context missing to this space and that we are all delusional, come up and voice that, and we can reason that out without attacking each other's personalities or egos.
Just one last thing, just before
I
go.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
And the other thing is, how many people actually that are in the Safemoon army, including me and anybody else, how many of them can actually share their opinion freely without being judged? And I'm not, we are talking about an intellectual level here, debating like not being angry or not being frustrated, but being honest. You can't. If you go to Discord and write anything like that, they will shut you down. And it's not, and this is not for debate, they will do it. There have been numerous times I've posted something there. I've included team members from the team, and they don't want to answer those questions, or they just ignore me to the point that I don't even bother anymore to ask anything because I'm not going to get an answer. It's at the end of the day, it's about acknowledgement. It's not even getting an answer. Like, okay, we are looking at it. Just acknowledge people at least.
You're right. I think that's important. I think a lot of people are upset with the communication between Safemoon, and I kind of want to take something I said earlier real quick and apply it to Safemoon. When I talk about like what is my goal with talking to somebody who I believe has false information, it shouldn't be to just tear them down. Like if your goal is to hurt other people's lives, you're not living your life right. The goal should be to show them the truth so that they can have an improvement on their life. And you can apply that to people, whether it's they have a distorted view or they're doing something wrong. You don't show them this thing that they're wrong just to make them feel like they're the worst scum of humanity. You show them so that they can stop doing that and improve, and so that their lives can be better. And I would kind of take that perspective with Safemoon, and maybe it should be better to try to take that like, hey, if you guys have made mistakes on the team, if you guys have done things you shouldn't have done and it's not going to ruin the future of the project, just acknowledge it. Like you need to acknowledge it, and you need to stop doing it and be transparent with us and work with us, the community, because we're like someone said earlier, we're your most valuable asset. We are Safemoon, and let's make this work with the community, and let's make things happen, and let's get these projects out. I think that should be our goal. It shouldn't be like, let's try to expose the evil they've done so that we can destroy Safemoon. At the same time, I don't know if the implications of what has been done can't be saved. So we're just kind of waiting for information to come out to see what could happen. I think we have a new speaker up, and his name is, where did you go? Oh, Jerson. Hey, what's up, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
hello?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for having me. My voice sounds a little weird. I have COVID. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I think you're doing great. I have on Facebook almost 70,000 followers, and one thing I have learned, and you're doing it, in a good way. The people that always tells you, "Hey, you're doing a good job for something you say," tomorrow for the same thing, the same mentality, can say, "No, I don't like you anymore." So one thing you as a YouTuber has to do is to grow and be true to yourself, because at the end of the day, two things happen. People live according to what they think, according to the mentality, and the only thing that changes your life is information. That's why I really love your channel. I don't comment a lot. I don't even respond the people who comment on my Facebook page. I don't like to do that. So that's why you don't see me commenting, but I always like your videos. And the other one, because you have another YouTube channel, right? So you're doing the right thing. Just let's give people information and they can decide what they want to do with that, And I'm in the boat where I really like Safemoon, and I have hope, but I also have to put the information in front of that, because at the end of the day, my emotions won't do anything, So I bought before the all-time high, so I've been holding and buying little by little ever since then, and I haven't said anything. But at the same time, I have so many questions that I would like either the team or the CEO to answer. But, rule number one, only invest what you're willing to lose. So that's why I don't feel that lost, because I have to remember that first rule. I just became an investor last year. So I tried to learn as much as I can about the whole thing. So my emotions don't feel like compromise, like, oh, I'm losing my head. I mean, I don't like it, but that keeps me a little bit insane, and that's why I really love your spaces and your channel. And I understand both points. I do, but I'm waiting for something to happen. That's all I wanted to say. And thank you for for everything.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I got to say something that's going to upset people, but I just have to say it. That the same perspective that we're talking about, being open to all possibilities and being realistic with yourself. I don't just take that with Safemoon, and I don't think you should. I think you should take that with every person you come into contact with. You need a fair standard of judgment, and you should take that when you come to all of your beliefs. Any idea that pops into your head, you have to be that way with it. I really appreciate everybody saying the nice things about me, but I have to say this. It's gotten to the point where I have to say this, that the Bible says that there's none righteous, no, not one. We've all sinned. We've all done evil. We've all lied. We've all hated. We've all stolen. And I think because of that, we've sinned against God, our creator, who brought us into existence, the purpose of our existence, and that our only hope is in Jesus Christ. He's our righteousness. Outside of Christ, I have no righteousness of myself. When people start to say, and give me praise, I feel a need that I don't want people to think that I'm a righteous person, because I'm not. I have sin. I have every problem that anybody in this room has. And I'm not any better than anybody else. And I think it's important, just as it is to warn about the future of Safemoon, if we knew it was going down, as it is to warn about the judgment of God, and that his free mercy is available to anybody right now who desires it by believing in Jesus Christ. So I do feel an obligation to say that in this space right now, as much as people hate hearing about religion. Go ahead, Smoke.
What's happening, Crypto Control? How you guys doing? Came into this a little late, man. But as much as I want to talk about, what's going on with Safemoon and everything, what I really, what bothers me the most, man, is people trying to take advantage of communities, more than anything, especially if you hold a high position in office. I mean, this guy that you have as a speaker right here, with all due respect, this U.S. Senator Sotart, whatever his name is, I mean, this guy goes in every room trying to, pander to the community, saying that all his followers are Safemoon followers. And this guy seriously needs to get booted from every room, because that's all he does. With all due respect, Crypto Control, I'm not trying to disrespect him or disrespect your room, but I really do want to say something. This guy is typical, like, politician stake in the grass. I mean, with all due respect, I hope, Michael, that you please stop coming into all crypto rooms and looking for votes, man. Nobody's gonna vote for you. You're not going anywhere with this race. With all due respect, please leave the crypto community, especially the Safemoon community, alone. That's all I got to say, man.
Okay, thanks for coming up. Yeah, I don't think he spoke yet. Anybody, and I'm not saying that I can't tell if what you're saying is true or not, right? But I try to open up a space where the main goal of when I open a space is for us to be able to debate ideas really that we disagree on, so that we can try to hear opposing views that might further our understanding. So I like to give people a chance to prove without just assuming that something someone said about them is true. So I probably will let him speak and give him a chance to say what it is he wants to say, just like I'll let anybody else speak and give them a chance to say what they want to say. So go ahead. With that being said, go ahead, Michael Sotart. If there's something you want to say, go ahead, man. If not, we'll go to.
With all due respect, he's probably looking for his notes, because he always reads from a script. He doesn't speak from the heart. I'm telling you. But with that, I'm gonna step down. I mean, Michael, you know what I'm talking about. That's why you have me blocked. That's why you're asking everybody to block. You're a typical snake in the grass politician, and I'm not gonna sit here and let you, ruin communities. I'm gonna step down, man. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks for coming up, Smoke. Michael, is there something you wanted to say about what we're talking about? Really about Safemoon? Really anything. I don't care, as long as it's relevant and as long as you can be respectful to each other.
Okay, so I guess the title of the room caught my attention.
Okay.
Because I looked at it and it said Safemoon lawsuits, And so I've been doing Twitter Spaces for about 5 months, and you don't have to take my word for it. Go through my followers. You can do an audit. And so the community that is most visible in my followers is the Safemoon community. And I always like to say to people who want to do the Chinese water torture of criticism, and I could get, a little more colorful in language, but it's not my room. And I'm not the host, and I'm not the co-host. So I always try to keep that in mind. But I always like to say, are you interrupting me? Because if you are,
I was about to, and then I was about to stop.
okay.
I was just going to say.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understand. So you wanted me to speak after what was said, and now you want to interrupt me. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you
I'm
for
just going to
that.
hit the mute. I'm going to hit the mute button for a second, just so I can clarify what it was I was about to say. I was just going to say, hey man, yeah, I want to give you a chance to defend yourself. Somebody said something about you. It's fair to definitely give you a chance to defend yourself. Same note, man, if there was something you wanted to say about the Safemoon lawsuits or Safemoon in general, you can go ahead and say that, so that we don't we don't have to make the conversation, about you and your followers and the drama and whatnot. People probably aren't super interested in that discussion. No offense, but go ahead with what you're going to say. If you're still here, did you leave? Okay, he might be gone. Okay.
Yeah, he left.
Okay, I was gonna give. Okay, I was gonna give him a chance to talk. I think that he thought that I was gonna cut him off and not let him talk. I was just gonna try to say, hey, let's keep this on Safemoon, but it's whatever. Go ahead, Beto.
Was I next, or was there someone in front of me, Crypto? Not sure.
I think it was you. Mike keeps coming up, but I'm trying to make sure I get everybody who hasn't been up.
Yeah, I've been here all day, so go ahead, Beto.
Yeah, so I just kind of came in like 5 minutes ago, so I see the title of the space. I'll start with my opinion on why I think this community cannot be objective or think critically. I think that the demise of the Safemoon community began when there was this shift last fall, I believe, into the winter, where people were hosting spaces and being very protective over any opposing or dissenting views. People were being shamed. People were being ridiculed if you questioned anything in relation to the project or any of the people involved with the project. And it became like this dangerous, positive vibes only echo chamber that wouldn't allow any type of critical thinking into it. And I think that's just very dangerous, not only for investing, finance, Safemoon, but anything in general. When people are not allowed to present a topic and bring something into a conversation that's not necessarily in line with how you portray things to be. I think that could definitely cloud your vision and your judgment. And when you're dealing with money, as we see what's happening now, it can result in a bad thing. It's this persistent denial that nothing can possibly be wrong. And how can we continually excuse, allegations that are being presented? And one of the things is, like, me for myself, right? Like I still, I was an early March holder. And I still believe in the vision that is safe, and what I, essentially invested in, or bought the token for, which for me was, the Safemoon exchange with global tokenomics and a Safemoon blockchain down the road, right? Everything else that has transpired thereafter is fine, the whole technology company aspect of it, but it's this whole return on impact. It's not why I hold, but I understand if there's enough community input to drive us towards those things, then fine, it's okay. But for me, it's, also Safemoon or John Caroni does bear some responsibility because there was moderators in these spaces where, you know, they were saying that, you know, on December 24th we are on the Safemoon blockchain. Nobody corrected that record. They allowed that to go through, right? Then we're going to be listed on Coinbase on January 1st. Again, nobody with knowledge, nobody from the team made it their effort to correct the record. That's just simply not true. That those were just community rumors that were kind of being spread out. Second thing is, well, I'll just keep adding, right? So for me, moving forward is like these allegations coming from CoffeeZilla, you know, name calling CokeZilla, just, you know, oh, it's this guy and it's not credible. Well, look, I did my due diligence. I went on BSC and Etherscan, and I was able to link that Moondog to the Devil wallet and to a secondary wallet where it moved from into what I call the Lonely Dog wallet. So the fact that John tweeted that out on Twitter and it's on his Instagram page, plus it links to the alleged wallets that he possesses. I mean, does it mean that anything nefarious happened in relation to the funds that came in from Bitmart? We don't know, right? I think that's what we're seeking clarity for is if money from Bitmart was siphoned into these accounts, well, where did the money go? I don't think it's irrational to ask where did those funds go? Where were they intended to go? I believe it was back into the LP, but if they were used for operations or research and development, whatever the case, I don't think that anybody would be essentially mad about the fact that they were used as such. But I think that seeking clarity for that it doesn't mean that you don't believe in the project, doesn't mean that you believe that John did anything wrong. It's just, you know, if these allegations are being presented and being put forward, then at some point, I mean, they should be addressed in some way, shape, or form to kind of give the holders something to be able to confidently hold their tokens for, you know, something that they can say, well, you know, this is what we know, instead of continuously being hit with one thing after another coming out, and this very dead silence that's clearly impacting the sentiment in the holders and obviously the price at this point. So again, I mean, for me, it's just, I think we have to open our minds as a community. I think we have to definitely not just write things off when they're presented. And like I go in these spaces and it's like, it's almost like, again, you're putting blinders on. At the end of the day, like you can only sweep things under the rug for so long until you have to have questions or seek answers for them. And I hope that the community can really start to grow up in a sense and be more objective, be open-minded, stop launching people that ask a question that doesn't fit your narrative. And I think that, you know, that's one of the things that to continue to be part of the community or grow the community is going to be essential moving forward. Setting aside what's currently in place, you know, like the V1 migration, that needs to be resolved, whether people are going to be made whole or not. I think it's fair to request that we need to know what's going to happen with that, you know. The high gas fees on the swap, the cross-chain swaps. There's just so many pending things that are not being executed or delivered, and then you add on top of that the products that are being worked on. Well, what faith does that give a community when you cannot fix what's currently broken? I think that there's a you know, for anybody that has questions or whatnot, I think that I mean, for one, I wouldn't invalidate those questions based on the current events and the previous outcomes that we have seen. So that's, yeah, sorry, man. Sorry I ranted. I just, that's kind of my overall view of where we were, where we have been, and where we're currently at. So thanks.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And I completely understand a lot of people feel how you do. And I think it's important to say, like, what's the best mindset I can take with somebody? Like, you know, hey, that's my thing is like, hey, I told you. I just don't want anybody to ever say, hey, why didn't you tell me about that project that blew up? And I say, I did, you didn't listen to me. And I don't want people to be able to say, hey, why didn't you tell me about the lawsuits and CoffeeZilla and all these things? And I'll say, I told you. And that's kind of my thing. Hey, what's up, Mark? Did you want to say something? If not, then I had a question for you.
No, yeah, definitely. I just have seen this Mike guy with his hand up for a little while now, so I'll definitely let him jump in first if he still has something to
Okay,
add.
yeah. The only reason I skip him is because he's been up here 6 times, but you're right. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sure you're
Okay.
wanting to get something off your chest.
Yeah, no, sorry. I keep getting disconnected for work reasons. So speaking of that last point about disappointment in Safemoon, unfortunately, I think that in the technology space across the board, there's always overpromise, underdeliver, and bad expectations because people have good intentions, but they don't see the hurdles they hit. And this is just devil's advocate against his disappointment, which we all feel for Safemoon. But for example, Tesla Cybertruck got pushed back another year. Apple even does it with their charger didn't come out, or they get pushed back with different products. So I think it's reasonable to just take a grain of salt for whatever it is that tech companies say. But kind of the main thing that I wanted to say, you touched on it a while back, was one of the best advice I got in the crypto space last year was when you look at a token, no matter how much you hold, if it goes up, don't get too greedy. And I know you had a lot of videos where you touched on how greedy people get, which we all do because we get excited. But if you see that you have a token and you look at it, you say, would I ever spend that much money for that token? Maybe that's the time to sell. But that's it. I promise I will leave and I won't come back for speaking. Have a good one,
No,
everyone.
you're fine, Mike. I'm just trying to give other people a chance. I appreciate you come up as much as you want, like I keep saying.
And Mark, really appreciate the work you've done as well. Big fan. That's it. So.
All right, thanks, Mike. There you go, Mark. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, no. So I'm exhausted. I've been up working since yesterday, so I don't really have too much to add. I just wanted to fully agree with Beto's points. He makes some excellent points. Another thing, pretty much that I'd want to say is it's very hostile lately when you say anything in regarding to Safemoon. I pretty much have tried to avoid the topic altogether, just out of fear of the slander that just kind of comes out of nowhere. I mean, I make what I view as a pretty bullish or cool, exciting tweet, and then it just gets completely shat all over by people that it doesn't even matter if it's good or bad. It really doesn't. I could just say the letters S, F, and M near each other, and people start yelling. So I don't know. A real thing lately is just that I've been seeing is just a very hostile environment that's not really too inviting for a lot of people trying to get in. And it could just be because of the drama and all the different stuff, and people are just on edge. I'm not sure what it is, but I was wondering what you thought about any of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the entirety of what we've been talking about. You probably just joined not too long ago. It's about that mindset and, how the goal is not like to destroy people, to let them know how stupid and dumb and evil they are and how much Kool-Aid they drank, but just to let them know, like, hey, if you want to be a maxi, that's fine. If you want to be an unbeliever, that's fine. But the problem is that when you attack other people, that's not okay. And nobody in the community should be promoting that. Unfortunately, I do have to say that this mindset is being taught by the team, that anything negative is FUD, and it's kind of being reinforced into the community to not necessarily think rationally about information, and to assume the best about the team. So to me, like that's another problem. Since you're here and since you have such a good understanding of contracts and everything, if you're comfortable with it, I know you said you're trying to avoid the subject, but could you speak to like your latest tweet about the treasury and the price impact that could have if that had gone to the LP or something, or am I taking that out of context?
No, yeah, no, you're entirely right. And that's kind of what I was referring to. So that I thought that was a good tweet. I mean, it's pure math. It's just facts. I didn't try to say anything bad. But if you look at the comments, people are just losing their minds for no reason. What I was saying was there's $17.5 million in this treasury wallet. The majority of that was from the BUSD liquidity, and the rest of it's from other liquidity from other various pools that they took out when they upgraded to the V2 contract for their router. Not the V2 Safemoon contract, the new swap router. So there's 17.5 million of money that used to be in the liquidity pool sitting there. And there's only $6.5 million in the liquidity pool itself, the only liquidity pool. And just based on the math of buying tokens. If you put that 17.5 into the 6.5, the price would go up over 13.3x, just based on the pure numbers. So usually, like if they want to pair the liquidity with Safemoon, that works too. But they could really just rocket the price up if they wanted to, and like kind of shut some people up if they just dumped that money back in the form of a buyback or something like that. That was pretty much my only tweet, was just saying that, well, the liquidity is low, but it's backed pretty largely, over 2.5 times backed in this treasury wallet. I'm not sure why it's just sitting there, or what the team has planned for it. I really haven't followed too closely to what it is. I just heard it was the treasury wallet. But yeah, I just wanted to show off my equation, the equation I showed you the other day for if you put X amount of money into a liquidity pool with X dollars, how much does the price go up? So that was pretty much me just showcasing that. It really wasn't supposed to be anything more or less, or I almost feel like Time Out Safe Moon's like political nowadays. It wasn't supposed to be political. It was just a math tweet.
So you're just trying to show off?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just playing.
Trying to show off that equation, man.
What would the price be if they put the whole treasury into the LP?
Well, it'd be 13.34 times larger than it is now. So whatever that is. We'd lose the 0 and then more.
Oh, okay, yeah, it'd be like a 10x plus 3x or whatever.
Well, sort of, yes. Yeah,
that's not right. Yeah,
lose 1 or 2 zeros. Yeah, it would be a decent jump. So I was just kind of throwing that out there for food for thought.
And I don't want to make it too political either. That's why I don't want to push people to say stuff they don't. But I think I'm a noob. You know this. I've been just learning from you over the past year a little bit here and there. And, with if you're not comfortable speaking on it, it's fine. But with all the wallets and everything in these videos, have you looked at that yourself to see if any of that seems to be confirmable or not? Or
yeah. So the Moondog wallet, the Devil wallet, the Gabe wallet, that's all actual proof. Like, I don't care what people are saying. I don't understand why they're trying to deny that it's proof. It's literally proven, and you can look for yourself and get the exact same answer. People just decide not to look for some reason. It's really not that hard to use Etherscan or BSC scan. You really just paste in an address and click around a little bit, and you'll find your way. It wasn't hidden well at all. I don't know if it was supposed to be hidden or not, but if it was, it wasn't hidden well. And it's just all right there. So there's really no denying that part is true. Some parts, of course, he did get wrong, like the 100 million figure. I knew that was fake right away. I knew it was closer to 5 or 6 million that was lost from the V1 migration. But besides that, in terms of the wallets and their connectivity, as seen in the last video, there's really no denying that. The previous 2 videos, those were kind of talking about stuff we already knew about, so those weren't that impactful. But the last one that really went into the different wallets and showed Bitmart paying tens of millions of dollars and showed John's wallet owning $15 million, all that stuff, that's pretty undeniable at that point. That's my belief, at least.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I never had doubts that wasn't his wallet whenever he claimed the Moondog that bought that was connected to the wallet that was connected to the Gay wallet. It's like, okay, that's clearly his wallet. I guess the deepest question that I think people right now are looking into is like, okay, those are probably John's wallets. Can we tell, and this is a great question for you, can you tell what from Bitmart was supposed to go to the LP and why it was going to the Gabe wallet, right? Can we tell how much went into John's wallet that came from maybe like outside investments and how much came from what was intended for the LP, to get an idea? Because I feel like if you get an idea of those numbers, then you could tell, okay, how much should have gone into our LP.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact figures, because I know that Bitmart sent it into multiple different wallets, because it didn't only send it into the Gabe wallet, it sent it into, I believe, the Devil wallet and that third one that was mentioned. So I don't really have the exact figure, but what was totaled up was over $10 million just from those 3 wallets alone. So it's somewhere in that range, if not more. But again, like I'm saying, that's not necessarily like damning if it's addressed. If John were to come out and say, hey, this is what we use them for, this is our plan with the money, XYZ, people would be chill immediately. It would squash everything. And the silence is what kind of hurts and feels weird, because I mean, they made some really good points with some really, really clear evidence. And you can say, lawyers, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, if there's nothing going on and you're innocent, you'd be able to say that and show that. So at this point, I'm just waiting for him to say something and not post memes. Too many memes right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are upset when he just posts like Neo, like blocking FUD bullets.
He posted a beach whale today too, and the Force Be With You one. It's just say something, man. Just say something.
Yeah, and under normal context, that would be completely fine. It's
Like
just that with
he could
yeah.
even lie, and it would be better. Like he could just lie and say anything, and it'd be better than nothing right now. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know why there's the silence. If there's clearly nothing wrong, and that was an investment wallet, and Stonks is the next 100x Moon Gem, just say it. Just say what you're doing with investors' money. That's pretty much the only point I'm trying to make. Like, at the end of the day, there's so many maxis for John, not just Safemoon. They love John. That if he gives anything that's even remotely like a good reason, they'll just listen to it and block everything else out. So I think he just needs to say something. It doesn't even matter what it is. Just something addressing the topic. It's weird that
I've
he
seen
hasn't.
that before. That's the thing is we see people present information and people will jump on anything. Unfortunately, if you have that maxi mindset, you will jump on any response that counters what you don't want to believe without even looking into it yourself. People were trying to say that the Moondog one was maybe John responding to Ben and that it was actually Ben's, and they really trying hard to avoid that, and they were acting like that was a counter and that I was being shut down. So we definitely see that going on and on again. So if John did just put out a response, everybody would jump on it who was the maxis to just assume it was true, and then a lot of us would weigh it against what we've seen to tell if it was true. So like really, Safemoon, it's such an I just accidentally cussed. It sits in such an interesting point right now with the lawsuits, with John's wallets, with everything going on. That for investors, it's really hard to get a clear picture, especially when when you deal with those people who are that way. You can't really get a clear picture from them on what the future of Safemoon has in store for it. But I think that we're waiting to see what the lawsuits do, but we're also waiting for confirmation on these wallets. I think at the end of the video, it showed off-ramping into centralized exchanges like millions of dollars from those wallets. And then the question would be, was that spent on Safemoon HQ? Was that spent on a car, a nice watch? How much did you spend on yourself? And I think that'll be provable, possibly even if it did become a criminal investigation. I think all that information would probably come out. I'm just guessing. And then it would be, if that was true, then it would be like, can Safemoon survive this, and where does that leave investors? Is there anything else you wanted to say to that, Mark? Or
I don't know, man. At the end of the day, I'm still holding the Safemoon that I had from way back when. I got way too many people in to ever sell on them.
you know what the problem is?
I'll hold it
We need
even if it
another
was
one of
to
your
0.
videos, man. We need another video on like
I
what
mean, man,
happens
like
if you hold like 10 billion tokens.
do we? I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some things addressed first before people continuously promote it, because like a lot of these maxis, like when you just blindly deny proven evidence, it looks bad for anyone with a shred of intelligence that can check it out for themselves and be like, okay, well, you're wrong, so this discredits your whole argument. So like at the end of the day, these things need to be addressed first. And I'm still holding my bag. I'm never gonna sell it, even if it hits 0, just because of everyone I got into it. It's almost like a moral obligation at this point, because I'm either going to the moon with everyone or going down with the ship. It doesn't. I've already written it off. It doesn't matter. I still care about everyone that I told about Safemoon back in the day, or that watched my videos. So for their sakes and mine, I do want some like accountability for it, and I just want John to comment on it. I mean, it is his wallets. There's no like, he's not going to be like, you got me, it's my wallet. No, that's not good enough. Just explain the actions. If you messed up and you made a mistake, say that you're going to do something with the wallets in the future to prevent that same mistake from happening again. Anything along those lines is amazing. Or yeah, like literally anything rather than the nothing we've gotten. And I'd be happy. Like I'm not selling, it doesn't matter, but just for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of people that have money in this thing, it should be taken more seriously.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I actually agree with you on both those things. Like I've said, like I don't want to sell because my attachment to the community, but I've made so many videos, kind of small, kind of copying your style, but just not as good because I don't know as much as you. And I've had the same impact of showing people what do the numbers look like if we were to do this. I always would preface it with like, this is based on your belief. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So I don't feel too guilty, but I kind of like that approach of like, you know what, I won't sell either unless it goes way up. And I'll just write it to the ground with everybody if it does go down. What's up, Generation? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
I was just chilling.
Sorry, I dropped out last time. I was actually in a place that didn't have any service.
Oh, that's okay.
I just wanted to say I'm pretty much on the same page as Mark. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders as far as how to look at this. As far as the confirmations you were asking about with fiat money that was being taken out from the blockchain, right? You asked about basically millions of dollars being taken out from exchanges. I have personally looked into that and confirmed that it's true. It's millions of dollars worth, and it's gone out to Kraken and to Coinbase.
And do you know the number on that? The total?
I don't know the aggregate total of everything.
Yeah.
There's several transactions across a couple different wallets, but there's single transactions in the values of 7 figures.
Oh, okay. And then, it's just like things keep looking really bad. You're trying to be optimistic, but like at that point, it would be like, okay, was this spent on Safemoon or was this spent on like personal stuff? Would be what we would be wanting to know as investors was. And another thing that would be great using Mark's equation would once you start getting these numbers is to know what was our price supposed to be at, and then we start to, and this is negative speculation. This could be wrong if John ends up showing that it was all used for Safemoon. But it's like if we go back and we look at all the things that were promised that unfortunately didn't come out when they were supposed to, and then we look at whether they knew those things were coming out or not, whether it's the wallet not launching or Thomas pretending to be on the team, what would the price have been if this money that was intended to be in the LP should have been there? I mean, I think it could be a lot higher than what it's supposed to be. But was there something else you were going to say, Generation?
No, I wish I could say more. But the thing is usually with things like this, more information will become public with time. So for those who can't follow the blockchain or whatever, I mean, I would obviously recommend that you learn. It's not that difficult to track BSC and Etherscan to figure this stuff out. And if you need help, feel free to reach out to me and I'll help you walk through how to do that so you can track everything. And if there's enough people that need me to do it, I can do a short video that just walks you through how to track this stuff so people can do their own research and not have to rely on other people. But even without that feature of people doing it themselves, more information is definitely going to come out with time, whether John speaks or not. And I think that things will play out, and people just need to do their own research and make sure that they make their own decisions on that. Don't rely on either people that they would claim to be fudders or people that they claim to be maxis, but just you've got a head on your own shoulders, so go out, do your own research, look into both sides, try to keep a neutral standpoint, because at the end of the day, this is your money and this is your future. So what's more important, that you're right or that you're going to set yourself up for what you initially came in to do?
I just wanted to throw out there that, in terms of the products not launching on time, like that does happen in tech companies often, or whatever you'd call it, So it's like, that's not even what kind of grinds my gears, because like I've always been supportive and everything. And so I'm never one to just like openly talk out against it. And I'm still not trying to, but that's not even what matters, because of course if you're building quality products and you run into speed bumps, that's understandable. It's more or less just the investor money, the LP being moved, because like if you need money for your business, you take out a business loan. You don't take from the LP, so I just ran some numbers, and if the money in the treasury and what was kind of a scene in John's wallets, I'm underplaying it a bit. It said 15 million. I put in about 12.5 million on top of what's in the treasury. If all that money was left in the LP, or at least injected back in now, the price would 31x from where it is right now. I don't know what the price is right now. Let's check. I can tell you exactly what that would be. 0.00049. All right. So we got price, and then P1 equals P times I. So the price would be 1.51 pennies right now. So 1.5 cents per Safemoon. If none of that LP had been removed or touched, or at least if it was removed and put back in, we would be at about 1.5 cents right now. So at the end of the day, it's not that things are taking longer to deliver than they should. I mean, you can be upset about that if you want, but if they're actually building the products and it becomes a success when they deliver them, that's all that matters. But it's more or less just the millions of dollars being removed with nobody saying why or where they're going. That's pretty much the only thing that kind of grinds my gears.
Can I ask you something, Mark? So like, yeah, I totally agree. Like, I'm a huge supporter of people falling behind dates and stuff not happening. I think the problem comes if you know you don't have something and you're promoting it, and then possibly selling on it. Obviously, that'd be terrible. Do you know? Because I was asking this earlier, and I know you were on the Safemoon team briefly. And it's like I said, keep saying you don't have to comment on things you don't want to. I know you don't trying to stir up controversy. Do you know if John knew that Thomas was pretending to be on the team for a period of time before he left to save face during that period?
Yes.
Do you have any?
Yeah, so if this is an NDA, I knew this before I signed any NDA. Yeah, so frequently Thomas wouldn't be reachable for days or weeks at a time when the team would try to reach out to him. So they kind of wrote it off as like, well, we need to find someone else to kind of take over when he's gone, because he had only come around once a week or once every other week. That was a common thing that I saw when I worked there. Not trying to shit on anyone or anything like that, but that is something I saw.
Yeah, and to me, I made that point earlier, and I'm sure I get a lot of hate. If you hate me right now, just come up and say why you hate me, and we can talk about it. It's
They
okay.
never will. They never will, man.
They usually
blow
don't.
You up in your comments.
But if John knew that Thomas wasn't going to be there and he convinced investors that he wasn't leaving, that's huge level of dishonesty. How many people didn't sell during that time that would have sold?
Did he do that? Did he say that he wasn't leaving?
That Thomas wasn't leaving?
Yeah.
I mean, now that you asked that question, I have to go double check, but I'm pretty sure, I was live streaming all that. I can go double check, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they said he's not leaving. Yeah, he said Thomas wasn't leaving, and then Thomas said, I'm not effing leaving. And then 3 months later, he left, or whatever, however long it was.
Oh, well, if it was 3 months, they could have been different then. Like that's a good period of time for things like attitudes to worsen and for things to happen. So maybe it wasn't quite like that then. All I know is when I worked there, they were frustrated at the repeated absence, but it wasn't necessarily like they were firing him at all.
Okay.
I never really saw that.
Okay, that's fair. Metaverse Josh, what's up, man? I love your Metaverse stuff. I love your Iron Man, or not Iron Man, but your Thanos finger flipping me off in my Twitter feed occasionally. How you doing, man?
Hey, doing pretty good. I heard you guys talking about what the price would be, and I just wanted to clarify that that's also taken into account that there wouldn't have been any sales or trading during that time either. I do not believe that would be our current price, obviously, because people would be dumping no matter what. I just wanted to make sure people, understood that. That's a relevant point,
Well, no, it definitely is. I think the speculation on that is that people would have kept dumping, but there's also the possibility that people would have bought more. And
for sure it would be higher. Like that's a no-brainer. I think it's just important to know that, if we had that volume upwards, there would also be the, selling pressure as well.
No, definitely fair to make that point, and Mark could speak more to that if he wanted.
Yeah, no, I was just going purely on like just percentage increase from other liquidity being added in. I wasn't saying anything about, trends, buying and sell pressure. I just plugged it into my equation. That's pretty much all I did.
I just think it's important to say that in front of, spaces, because there's going to be people in here that would quite literally start tweeting out like we'd all be millionaires if it wasn't for this, which is not true. So
well, yeah, but so if they put the money from the treasury and from John's wallet in right now, the price would be 1.5 cents.
Oh yeah,
that is true.
I will say this, maybe it's hopium, but I mean, I've always had this, idea that maybe, some LP was being held back for a certain time. I always, sort of speculated that that's what Project Phoenix was about, had it been actually called a Phoenix and not misspelled. But I mean, it kind of was what I was thinking was going to happen in the end was for the people who ended up holding on to it. Just one day, like all of a sudden, we'd see this catastrophic pump from the LP that's been hidden. But again, that might just be hopium. So
Yeah, and that
We'll
would be
see.
a good strategy, you know. Like John could even come out and say that, and that would be awesome. There are projects that literally do that, where they'll remove LP and they'll wait for a dump so that the people that dump pay extra price impact in a way, so that when they pump that LP back in, it has a way bigger of an effect, and then you can burn all the tokens that you use to purchase during that LP pump or something along those lines.
Right. I think it would be a good full circle if that's what happened. I think it would finally clear up all of this and then and make it right for the people who've held on all this time. But I mean, of course, it's your own financial decision to sell or hold or whatever. But I'm also sure there's probably going to be some people that'd be pissed. you know.
Oh yeah. Well, you can never make everyone happy, especially in a project this big. Like the losers feed the winners pretty much in all of DeFi projects. Assuming no liquidities.
That's life,
Not
man.
true. But yeah, also Metaverse Josh, fan of your work. Love all your 3D stuff and your Oculus stuff. I need to hop in one of these days.
Yeah, cool. I'm actually working on a new project right now that's it's going to be like a DeFi sort of NFT blockchain convention in the metaverse. I've been planning this for a long time. I finally got the world built, so I'm right now looking for projects, artists, whoever that wants to get involved, have a booth or whatever. I've got more information on my page if anybody in here is interested. But I'm planning on, outside of SafeMoon and everything else, just for it's a DeFi thing, I think, to host this so that people can attend. Not everybody can make the big events and stuff, and I want something that we can all, enjoy, and not just like one time in the year, but like throughout the year when new projects are happening and things. So yeah, if you ever get if you've got VR capability or whatever and you want to check it out, hit me up, and maybe you can give me some ideas and stuff too.
I would love to, man. Yeah, I'll definitely hit you up about that. I'm there if we have one of those. I'd have to dust off the Oculus, but I'll definitely hop in.
Yeah, so if crypto control, if you're okay, I'll post some stuff up to the top, some info about that.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I love VR. I play Beat Saber. I like to play horror games in VR. It's like super scary. But
you ever played Pistol Whip?
No, I've never played that.
Oh God, Pistol Whip is so awesome.
It is really fun. I actually broke my hand once doing it because there's this campaign mode where you have to actually like punch the people, and I had the VR thing on. I punched my door as hard as I could and fractured my knuckles pretty bad. But that was the last time I played Pistol Whip. But I still love that game. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not playing that, dude. You broke your hand.
That's just me being clumsy. That's just me being clumsy as hell. You'd probably be fine.
My brother, we were playing this one crazy game like a couple months ago, and he punched his TV off the stand, and it fell and like cracked part of the TV. So yeah, it's dangerous stuff. Anyways, back to Safemoon. Yeah, go ahead and post that, Josh. I like your stuff as well. Like I said, if anybody wants to, the space isn't going to be open much longer simply because Twitter just really eats my phone battery, and you can't do it on your computer for some reason. Hopefully Elon Musk changes that. But if you're in my YouTube and you think that that I have a misguided narrative that's not, pertaining to the truth, like, you're welcome. I welcome you to come in here and say what it is, and we can be respectful to each other, and you can try to provide what you think is the real insight. I think a lot of the times what we see is people who, are dating that person that's terrible for them. Because the truth doesn't back what it is that they're saying, they tend to they can't use logic and reason to defend themselves, so they tend to stay away from honest conversations, and they tend to say attack a character and don't talk to them and don't listen to them, and they did coke and all this stuff. So to me, like, that's always a sign that they don't have truth on their side, because the truth has nothing to hide. It lets it all out in the open. And like I said, my goal is not to convince you to sell or buy. The goal is just to talk about what is best for the community and what's best for investors. If this does have an impact, if these lawsuits, or if John does come to be proven that this money was spent on something that shouldn't have been spent on, how can that affect your investment? And some people want to know that. If you don't want to know that, that's fine. Like, do what you will, pursue your investment however you want to pursue it. I don't care. Just don't attack other people or try to silence other people who do want to know all the information. That's the problem. If we didn't have that, the space wouldn't be toxic at all, and we'd be fine.
Yeah. Sorry, Beto. Just real quick, I just want to say it's really sad that you have to make that disclaimer. you're holding a space. You're saying anyone with any viewpoint can come and give their opinion, and you basically just have to, double back every few minutes and be like, but you don't have to if you don't want to. You can always leave and just don't attack people. Like that's probably not a good thing, to like kind of carry on. So all I'm saying is like, you do you, crypto. Don't let any of these people that come after you or attack you. Don't let it get to you at all. Because I've seen it happen whenever you post anything that's not super maxy. You have a whole sleuth of people just like me, and on every post I ever make, attacking you, and you're just very fair-minded and you care about the people who have money invested in this thing. Like if you look at Safemoon as your religion, then it's probably don't care about your investment or your dollar value as much. But there's a lot of people out here, probably the majority, they're just not as loud as everyone else, that view it as what it is. It's an investment, and want to make sure that their money is safe and secure. And providing the facts and the correct information and having open discourse is one of the most important things in that field. So keep doing what you're doing and don't stop, crypto.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And, that's important. Like in society, we're seeing that with, you don't want a group of people controlling the narrative. You want there to be an open discussion. And the people that are trying to shut down discussions, whether it's politics or whatever, are usually the ones that have something to hide. Josh, was there something else you wanted to say, or you want to go to Beto?
No, go ahead, Beto.
Beto, sorry, Beto.
That's all right. I just have a quick question, Mark. So if we inject that 17.5 million from the Treasury wallet back into LP, what would be the projected market cap? Do you know?
Well, 13.3x the price. Depends if we burn the tokens or not. If they didn't burn them, then it would just be 13.3 times whatever the market cap is right now.
Yeah, assuming we have the same supply. Yeah, assuming the supply is the same.
All right, so the market cap right now is 278 million. So 270. It'd be 3.7 billion.
Damn. Okay. All right.
If they put the 17.5 million in. This is just based on, of course, assuming no sell pressure immediately after.
Right.
This is just assuming pure math, just LP, and that's not injecting LP with tokens. That's using the LP as a buyback. That's another important distinction, because if you add LP and tokens, the price doesn't change.
Perfect. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, I think going back to what you said, Mark, it does suck because instead of being able to spend more time on the information, we have to spend so much time talking about psychology of beliefs and attacking people and all this stuff because it's so prevalent in the space. It's interesting because this really does apply outside of crypto to religion and politics, and any idea that you can form, all these principles apply across the board. But it is to me, my main focus and concern is actually, Generation. I have a question for you if you're available. Do you know what it is that's happening with the lawsuits on the is it the 9th?
Yeah, so the 9th that's the last day they have to get a lead plaintiff, and I believe they have a court hearing on that date.
Oh, okay. And then the day after that, we get the Mandala listing, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's that's interesting. But yeah, so I guess we're just waiting for the lawsuits. People are looking into the wallets right now. Coffee is, I'm sure, probably working on something. Maybe not. I don't know. And the goal is not to push a narrative or to attack each other. The goal is just to figure out what's real and help each other. We want to help each other in the space. The entire point of decentralization is taking power from the few who are easily corrupted and giving it to the whole, in some sense. So when you start creating cryptocurrencies where the few have the power of the narrative of what they're doing and they control the minds of people, it's like the exact same problem we see with corrupt governments, abusing the rights of their people and controlling the narrative through media because they have the financial power. It's the exact same thing in a different way. But unfortunately, my phone's dying, and I've been doing this for quite a while. So I'll give it maybe another 5 minutes. If anybody else wants to come up, now's your chance to speak your mind. Yeah, I'll probably, during my live streams this week, do exactly what Generation was talking about and go start verifying that stuff for ourselves on the blockchain. So that we can see for ourselves, the off-ramping, the moves from Bitmart, sorry, yeah, we'll continue to do that. So, somebody want to say something?
I mean, I'd like to see like someone that hosts, the positive only vibe spaces. It'd be cool to have someone from those spaces come up and contest any of the information. I mean,
They won't.
Yeah.
I already know they won't.
Yeah, I think Mark, Crypto Control, and I have both invited on multiple occasions for those individuals to come up and contest.
I would love it. And it could be very civil. It never has to be a shouting match or anything. And nobody wants that. We want to hear both sides, like whatever it's called. Whenever, not a circle. What's it called? When everyone, an echo chamber. Yeah, nobody likes an echo chamber. So getting people from other points of view to come up and speak would be amazing for this. But people are kind of quick to just be like, oh, they're fudding, and then just put it on blast, but never come up and say their point of view.
Yeah, and that's the entire point. That's kind of what I wanted with these spaces was I see all these people attacking me and blocking me. People who I considered part of the Safemoon army or whatever, part of the Safemoon family. And I'm just like, let's talk about this because it's very easy to just reason with you and to be respectful to you and to not attack you. But what we do see most of the time is running away, attacking, block them. It's unfortunate. Addict. He makes great food. Addict makes great food, but he kicked me out of Jeremiah's space. Me and Jeremiah have always been cool with each other. I still like Jeremiah actually. He does lean towards having that maxi perspective, but I'm okay with that. I don't hate him because he has a different perspective, but I did go into their space and I did hear so many things that felt so illogical and irrational that I felt like, yes, I would like to give some perspective to this, but I want to do it in a really respectful way that doesn't push them. And obviously we all know that Addict is probably one of the most easiest guys to offend. And he got very upset very quickly and kicked me off the stage. They muted me and then kicked me off the stage, so I couldn't respond to anything they said. And then since then, I've been losing subs, and people have been coming up to me like, hey, man, are you okay? I've been hearing people talking trash about you behind your back. So I think behind closed doors on Twitter, people are like trashing my name or something. But I don't really care because once it's all done, wherever we end up, I can look back and say that I did what I felt was right. I didn't pump Safemoon when I had serious doubts because of whatever reason, but I also didn't try to destroy it. I just tried to, keep it real. I think that's what all of us are trying to do. All right, we got one more. We got Mr. Posh. Oh, Posh is coming back up.
Makes you stronger, Crypto. All the people talking shit behind your back.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Posh? Do you have something else you wanted to say, Mr. Posh? You just got to unmute yourself.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. There was some delay between there. No, I just want to say thank you because I didn't get the chance before. That's why. That's all I needed. Just to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I actually really appreciate your story about it. It's really interesting to see. And I'm not trying to paint Safemoon as the cult. Like Mark said, if you messed up, then just acknowledge it and let's move forward for what's best with the community. But you were super invested in the Safemoon craft thing. Like you were putting time into it, you were learning it, you were putting money into it, and you basically feel like what appears to be betrayed by them giving it to the community. And unless I'm understanding, I think a lot of people took that as them just kind of giving up on that and saying this is a positive thing because we're working on something new instead. And it brings up a really great point that a lot of people are affected by how the team interacts with the community, whether we're creating division or whether we're creating, the owls thing. I keep going back to the owls. That was two birds banging on a phone call, and like we spent hours of research trying to figure out how that connected to like mesh networks and Elon Musk and stuff. So, and looking at people with a different name, last name Hoot, it's how have they treated their community and how respectful have they been to us? Now, they probably have a whole perspective that's worth talking about that probably none of us have. Like, what does it feel like to have hundreds of thousands of people thinking that you're gods and having all kinds of money and all that stuff? Like, it's probably very hard to get into their mindsets too, but it doesn't excuse that if they stole from investors, if they did.
I just have a question for everyone on this panel right now. Is it wrong to dislike John? Because that seems to be one of the biggest things I've seen lately is you don't even have to say anything bad about Safemoon. You could love Safemoon. You could hold Safemoon. You could love the community, the vision, everything. But if you don't like John, you're just the devil. So I'm just wondering, for everyone up here right now or anyone in the audience, is it wrong to like John and why?
If I could speak to that real
Wrong to
fast.
dislike John. Sorry.
I think that people associate Safemoon with who John was, just like they associated it with who Papa was before, and that's why we saw a shift from Faith and Safemoon from Thomas to John to Ryan to John. And if John left, I think the faith of the Safemoon would hopefully finally shift to the community. So I think that yes, it is. If you attack John, you're attacking essentially Safemoon, and you're attacking their backs. Sorry, Josh, go ahead, and then whoever else wants to talk.
I was going to say this. I don't think it's wrong to have an opinion, but I definitely will. I will acknowledge the fact that it seems like John's the last pillar of hope for a lot of people. Meaning, it's always been the narrative that he's been cleaning house and all these things. But if it turns out that he's just stealing from the LP like everybody else, then what else is there to hold on to? I think that's really the key.
But like, is it that like nobody else could do his job? I just don't understand. Like, there's so many people holding this thing and
I
so
don't
much
think
money.
it's that. I think it's just that if the guy at the helm is not one to be trusted, then who can you trust? It's really that.
Yeah, no, I
money.
can see that definitely. Good. That's a good point. Thank you, Josh.
Hey guys, quick question, and I apologize. I'm at work, so I couldn't listen as intently as I would have liked. Are you saying that if those funds are added back, that we would essentially drop 3 zeros from the current price?
Well, so it depends on which funds you're talking about. I was talking specifically about the Treasury wallet that is 17.5 million, and if you were to combine John's wallet with 12.5 million, to equal 30 million, if you were to put the 30 million back into an LP pool with $6.6 million, the price would 30x. And so given the price of 30.75x. So given the price of Safemoon right now, it would put us at about 1.5 pennies, which is, I believe, over all-time high in terms of price and market cap. I could be wrong.
So if my thinking is correct, whatever your wallet's at right now, you could add 3 zeros to the back of it.
Well, 30x isn't quite 1,000x, so I wouldn't say 3 zeros. So the price right now is what? It is 0004. No, 0005. It would go to 0.5. So, yes, not quite 3 zeros on the end. It's you could multiply it by 30, 30.75.
What supply are you using, Mark? What's the supply that you're using for that?
Not supply, just value and liquidity. So
Gotcha.
there's actually a really good equation for if you put X dollars into a liquidity pool with Y dollars, how much does the price go up? And the actual equation is pretty neat. It's X over Y plus 1 squared. That's the price increase in terms of 100% ratio. So if you plug in 30 divided by 6.6 plus 1 squared, it's 30.75. And I know this equation is true, so it's not like I'm experimenting here. I've actually used it dozens of times. So yeah, that's just the equation I use. So it doesn't really matter like how many tokens or how many this or that. The real thing is if you have a liquidity pool with X amount of money and you put Y amount of money in, how much does the price go up? And you can actually graph that out. And it's a parabolic function. So
Wouldn't that be dangerous though? Because it would also create a massive dump, I would presume.
Yeah, no. I wasn't talking anything about what would happen after or leading up to it. Nothing like that. I was purely just talking numbers. Like that's just what the price would jump to. I definitely assume there would be a lot of people that, because usually when a price spikes so much, it becomes overbought. Like there's still a natural market value for things, like what people are willing to trade for. So if the price just unnaturally went up 31 times, that people probably wouldn't be too tempted to buy at the top. Just based on the psychology of people. So obviously, I'm not saying they should do that. Maybe do it over time. You could just inject it in like, maybe 1 million a day, which would still help a lot. Yeah.
What if you just pair it with the token, though? I mean, that wouldn't do anything to the price. So
yeah, that wouldn't do anything to the price.
Wouldn't that be better?
It wouldn't do anything to the price. It would increase the amount of liquidity, which is good. So it would make it so sells have less of an impact on the chart. So if that dude that sold 1 million or $1 million worth today, or no, 500,000, sorry, the price dropped pretty drastically. If they had all of that money in the LP, the price would have dropped by, I think it's like 1/20th as much.
But I mean, I think it'd be better to pair it with the token. That way, there is no price
Yeah.
impact. It just adds liquidity.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I meant. If they did pair it with the token, that the 30 million, if they paired that with tokens, the price would have fallen 1/20th as much. If they just bought back the tokens and didn't do it the other way, the price would have fallen the same, if not more.
Okay.
So yeah, if you do pair tokens and BNB or whatever into liquidity, you have a more stable price. So the price has it takes more value to move it in either direction. Yes. So that's the difference. If you just bought it back, the number of tokens in liquidity would actually go down because they're taking tokens out of liquidity when they buy them. So it would become more volatile. But if they were to just pair tokens and the BNB into liquidity, it would decrease volatility by increasing the liquidity available. That's just kind of how it works.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. I wasn't saying they should buy back that much. I'm not saying what they should do. I have no idea what's best or what for them or anything like that. I was just throwing the math out there as this is what would happen if. I press a big if there.
Yeah, and the goal would be to understand basically is what amount should have gone to liquidity and what price would it have. I mean, you could do it today, but like Josh was saying, that wouldn't be accurate. You'd have to like go back during the times that it should have been added and calculate, and then you'd still wouldn't know how that would have affected the buying and selling. But either way, you could still get an idea of what it would put our price at today if once we figure out how much is going in and should go in. I think Mark is using the treasury and what's all in John's wallets, and we don't know. I don't think 100% of what entirety is in John's wallets that came from that Bitmart fee, and how much maybe came from other investments he was making. I do think it's odd that for Safemoon, that if we say did an exchange listing, that you would use a personal wallet for. Like, it seems like the last thing you would do is use a personal wallet as the wallet that you're supposed to be using to put the LP back into the funds back into our LP. Seems like that just looks really bad. But they also said they were going to possibly use it for development costs. But I mean, I don't think anybody in the army, and somebody can correct me, would have been okay or would have preferred like a Safemoon, like its own wallet that shouldn't be connected to any personal wallets, especially if it has to do with our LP or with development. It should be separate from personal wallets. I feel like that's a pretty normal thing to suggest.
Also, wait, sorry, Mr. Posh. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I also just had another question for people. You said, used for development. Does anyone know any Safemoon developers? Do they have they come out? Have they said anything like, "Hey, I develop a Safemoon"? I don't follow too closely. I'm barely ever on Twitter, so I'm actually just asking, just genuinely asking, if anyone's ever seen or heard of anyone that's actually developing at Safemoon or for Safemoon.
I haven't, as far as developers go. Well, there was the people that Thomas said that he was overseeing. Does that count before he left?
That was so the only people that I knew were the team that they outsourced to build the wallet. That was kind of the only team I knew, and they weren't really on Safemoon, but yeah, Hank and Thomas were kind of helping them. It was more Hank than Thomas that was helping the wallet production. At least that's what I saw when I worked there. But yeah, when I was the only, besides Thomas, the only one there that knew Solidity. So I just didn't know if they brought new people on or what it was looking like, because I really haven't heard anything. So it's definitely a question. I don't want people to misconstrue that as me like coming at their development team. I'm not doing that at all. I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, I think real quickly we'll go to Josh and then Posh. That's nice. Development also can be considered like Dark Moon and Safemoon as a company and hiring people and all that stuff, right? It could be this real broad word outside of the development of like the blockchain and the wallet and stuff, right?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, so I was gonna comment on what Mark was saying. Actually, I'd interviewed for a job with Safemoon not too long ago, and I met some people there, especially in HR, but I never met any developers in particular. It's just more of like a traditional IT job. But also, I wanted to say I got a few people in my direct messages asking me to ask questions that I don't feel comfortable asking, so I'm just going to tell you to check your DMs, and since you're the host, you can do what you want with it.
Yeah, I'll ask anything if you guys have any evidence you want to send me. Like, I have no problem as a YouTuber or whatever covering just the worst of the worst, as long as it's like realistic. You know, I'm not just trying to create a campaign to tear it down. Can you? I guess you can't say who it is. I guess I have
Now,
multiple
I'm not going to
messages.
go there. I'm just several people, and I don't relay messages over spaces. Obviously, if you're not asking those questions from your DMs or not bringing people up, there's a reason for that, and I respect your space.
Yeah, so I have somebody asking me, and I won't say who it is out of respect of who them, and I'd love to answer this. I'm actually glad you asked this. How do you feel about DeFi Mark losing $5 million of our money, but now you consider him an expert? I'm getting a lot of DMs. Yeah, I'd love to answer that, and I'd love to let Mark answer that right after. Unfortunately, he has to answer this anytime he sneezes. They go $5 million, $6 million, any move he makes. So, I mean, from my perspective, I was part of this and covering this, is that Mark was made one of his first contracts, and he told people, don't invest more than you're willing to lose. I made this overnight, and then people invested a lot of money into it. It was in the middle of being audited when someone approached him and said, hey, there is a re-entrancy way to drain it. And Mark stayed up all night basically trying to figure out how to do it. And then Mark and Clark came to the conclusion that unless you had millions of dollars, and Mark can correct this after me, that it wouldn't be able to be done. So Mark made the announcement. Instead of listening, what Mark wanted to do was to just lock the tokens and then airdrop them. He made the announcement that everybody needs to sell their Surge. And within probably like 5, 10, 15 minutes, the hack happened and everybody that was in Surge lost their money. I lost 700. Mark stuck around, hated his life, and has made it his goal to pay that back. Now, Jeremiah, if you're in this space and oh shoot, sorry guys, I did not mean to say that. Just a random person out there, if you're in this space and you happen to hear that question, I really apologize. I was not trying to do that on purpose. If anybody thinks that Mark did that on purpose, you'd have the first rug pull in history of crypto where the people stuck around and tried to build a name for themselves, being tied to that. It's ridiculous that people think that Mark did that. Did he make a mistake in the contract? Yes. Did it suck for everybody? Yes. Is he doing the best he could possibly do? Yes. I mean, you're talking about trying to pay back $5 to $6 million when most people can't even make $100,000 a year. So people use this as exactly what we've been talking about, as a way to attack somebody, to discredit what they're saying. Now, if anybody, and I've already said your name, I'm sorry, Jeremiah, because I do like you, but if you want to come up on stage and say that Mark doesn't know what he's talking about because he made an error on a contract,
he never will. He's too scared of me, man. He's
when
way too scared.
When you look at life, how we grow is from our mistakes. So it's completely contradictory to reason and to logic and to morality to say that because Mark made a mistake that he doesn't know what he's talking about right now. And if you want to confront the information that we're talking about, we welcome that and we hope you will. But if you want to just attack his character in hopes to disprove him, then it's illogical and it's dishonest. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, no, just to start, like Jeremiah's all talk. He'll never come up here and actually talk to me man to man. He's only one to just spew crap behind my back and talk bad about me in front of other people. So I'm not surprised that it was Jeremiah. It's honestly pretty comical that it was. But yeah, you can go check out xsurge.net/surge fund. We've paid back $200,000 out of pocket. Now, if you think we're responsible for this, what idiotic group of criminals would spend their clean, hard-earned money to pay for something just to get a bunch of dirty, stolen money? That makes no sense. You can also follow the blockchain of the attacker, like we've been doing, especially lately, and you can find some pretty interesting things. I'm not going to make many comments, but we've had a really big push on narrowing down what happened that day, and we have a lot of really interesting findings. I can't really talk much on it. A lot of it's still under wraps, but I encourage everyone here to actually go look at that exploit. Look at where the money went after, because it's really leading to this pretty weird picture that we're all kind of putting together right now. So all I have to say is we might be close to fixing that and to actually making it right for everyone. But of course, it's all conjecture now. I can't say whether or not we'll find who did it or recover the money that way. And if we don't, we're back to what we've been doing, which is paying it back out of pocket, doing development work for other people, getting paid, giving it to Surge Fund. You can hate me as much as you want for that. I don't know why. It doesn't matter what you think of me. I'm still going to be here working. I'm still going to be making products that better the space, like I have been. Like, all of our new projects are pretty revolutionary, and there's really nothing else like it out here in terms of, it's not other people get rich while other people lose money. It's actually one of the first products where everyone can earn together in the most fair and distributed way that I've ever seen in my life. But you can read about that if you want to. You probably won't. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I've defended myself so many times here, and yeah, I made a mistake. It was my second contract I ever wrote. If you were around back then, you actually knew me. You would have seen my post in the Discord at 4 a.m. saying, "Not financial advice. This is an experiment me and my friends ran. I think we made a token that can only go up in price. Please don't invest more than you're willing to lose, etc." I'm not trying to make an excuse for myself. I'm just saying it's crazy that you use that to discredit me, considering that was one of my very first ventures in DeFi, and I've had almost a little over 9 months now of pure experience working in the space every single day, as opposed to what you do all day, which is run your mouth and host a crappy spaces. So I really don't know what the comparison is here. If you really think you're more of an expert than me on this, which is my full-time job, I definitely welcome you to come on up here, but I know you won't. So
The thing is, like,
keep
with
sitting over
these,
there.
when you see rug pulls, people disappear. They delete everything. They disappear and they go and they do it again. It's like everything is so obviously. Everything is so. Well, I don't know if that was on purpose, but yeah.
I could have literally, I could have exactly done that. I could have deleted my account and started over. All of my friends and advisors were telling me to do that. They were like, "There's no coming back from this, nothing." But I cared about every single person that trusted me and got that token, not because they knew how it worked, because no one knew how it worked. They got it because they trusted me. And that's what keeps me up every single day working to get this thing paid back. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you want to see me dead. It doesn't matter. You're going to get your money back. And you can hate me the entire time I do it. And you'll probably hate me after it's done. And I'm okay with that. It's fine.
Guys, don't let the statement of a moron derail the conversation at hand, which was actually pretty good. I mean,
no, and
if
Vix, I want to say something.
I apologize. I got worked up.
Yeah.
No, this is my space, and this is my space, and this is important. People need to know this because people are constantly lying and attacking. I do agree we don't want to get it too derailed, but people need to know that Mark didn't do that. It was an accident. He's sticking around and doing his best. Now, what kind of, and I'm sorry to say this, but what kind of shameful, disgusting human being sees somebody make a mistake and then throws it in their face, even when they've acknowledged it and they're doing their best to fix it over and over and over and over again? Because go look at Mark's post, every single freaking post, it's Surge Hack, where's my 5 million? You rug pull Mark over and over. And I can kind of understand, the opposing side. People lost money on it and they thought it was secure, but they invested money risking knowing that they possibly could lose it. And what investment do you have where you lost money and the people that owned it are working to pay you back? Probably zero. Like, even if you compare it to Safemoon, the team has all this money that they could pour back into the LP, and they haven't been. And you know what? That frustrates me because we just had our birthday, and it freaking sucked, man. That was the worst birthday for Safemoon ever. And they could have at least just put a couple million back into the LP, and we all would have lost our minds. So to see people attack Mark's character and that as an argument against his math, like, go check the math adds up.
They
if you
can't do the
equation,
math.
exactly.
Jeremiah can't do the math. But one thing I wanted to throw out real quick, and I hate to use this term because I love Safemoon. I'm not saying anything against it, but when you say that about me, you're really just hurting yourself, because the difference is John took that money, the V1 investor money, that went directly to him, and he hasn't paid anyone back. I've paid back $200,000 out of my own pocket from doing work, because guess what? I am good at this space, and people pay me a good amount to do what I do, and I give that back to Surge. John literally is holding the money. When people transfer the V1 tokens, it goes directly to him, and he just hasn't given it back. So if you're going to say that about me, you really need to look in the mirror. You really do. And I hope John will pay it back. He said he's going to, just as much as he said anything else. But like, that argument is just entirely invalid when you're trying to come from the space of defending Safemoon by attacking me. I'm not against Safemoon. I've never really done or said anything against it. I'm terrified to, because of you people. So I pretty much just keep my mouth shut and throw out math facts every now and then.
Let me say this because I'm
done.
already
Yeah,
getting
we
it.
should definitely stop this.
No, this is a different
conversation.
subject, Mark. Let me say this. People are saying that I'm not letting you come up. If you guys don't know, these freaking Twitter Spaces don't operate perfectly, and it doesn't show everybody who's requested. I think the best way for that to work is for me to make somebody a co-host, and I started this without any agreeing to anybody else being a co-host. So if you're using this as an argument of he's only letting fudders up or any of that, that's not true at all. You're just not showing up for me, and my phone's about to die. So I'm probably going to be ending it here soon. Posh, go ahead. You've been waiting for a long time.
Just a quick thing. I was about to calm down, but I had a member within the space sending me a message that he wanted to come up, but he wasn't able to. His name is Safemoon Julian. I don't know if you can bring him up. He wanted to say something, I believe, because he messaged me to ask you.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find him because I promise you guys, I allow everybody to come up. It's just Twitter's not showing me. The only request that I have right now is Safemoon Diablo and Papa's Bull. That's all I have.
He has a picture with laser eyes.
That narrows it down, man.
It's actually Dao Oblo, if you look.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
That's pretty good.
Dao Oblo. So yeah, and I held the space for quite a long time, and I let everybody up who raise their hand. If people didn't get a chance to come up, it's not because I'm like, oh crap, that person might say something good about Safemoon. Let me not. Those are the people I want to come up, and I'll host this again tomorrow if you guys want, and get a co-host for people to come up. But yeah, the only people I have is Safemoon, Dao Blow, and Papa's Bull, and I'll let them up real quick, and then I have to end just because my battery is going to die. All right.
Man, it's like super hard being Switzerland.
Hey, what's up, Dablo? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah, I don't really know how you pronounce it. I just wanted to make sure Dow got introduced into my name somehow. But however you pronounce it, I guess. But I wanted to point at what Mark was saying. Everybody who points at what happened to Surge and 5 million. That's literally all you'll hear back is, look at the facts. $5 million, $6 million is gone. But I wish people would start looking at Safemoon this way too. Stop looking at Safemoon from the optics of this looks bad or this looks good, and this is an assumption I'm making. If we just look at the absolute fact, don't say that John stole the money if the money's still sitting in a wallet. Just say it's sitting in a wallet, not in the LP. And what's happening while it's not in the LP? You have fraudulent moves on the chart because there's not enough LP sitting in the LP. People are selling because they're not seeing real movements. People are buying because they're not seeing real movements. It's erratic. And it's not good for the investor. And there is no reason why that money is not sitting in the LP. That's the big. Everybody keeps telling me it's going to go back in the LP one day and you're going to see a big green candle. Well, that's great. Then why is it not in there now? Are you holding it out so people look like they're losing their ass every time a minute sell happens? It doesn't make sense to me. And so I would encourage everybody who comes and attacks Mark, because Mark is doing very, very innovative things in this space that I think are going to be needed in the future in this space. But if you're going to attack him on just the face value of what the fact is, then you do need to turn around and look at Safemoon and say, hey, there is LP missing. It may not be stolen, but it is missing. Where is it? For the same fact of the transfer from V1 to V2, people lost money with 100% tax that you said you're going to pay back. You have the money sitting in a wallet. Why has it not been paid back after months and months and months? Not saying that it won't be, but I guarantee you, if I have I do automation for work. If one of the machines that I sold a customer didn't work and they wanted their money back, I'd go pick up my machine and I'd get them their money as quick as possible. Lawsuits come from stuff like that, but they're not interested or worried about it at all. And I as a thinker, just want to wonder why that is. I just want to look at the absolute fact of it and not assume that they're not going to pay it back. But why haven't you? Because you have the money sitting there in a wallet. Why is LP missing? Because you want to create a big green candle 3 months down the road? That doesn't make logical sense to me. So that's all I wanted to say.
This is very interesting. So if you guys are in Twitter and if you ever held a space, please go host a space. And does anybody host a space here? Do you ever have where it doesn't show you requests? Can somebody speak to that?
Yeah, that's happened before. Or you can see the requests and you try to approve them and it doesn't pull them up. I've had that experience too.
Yeah, I had a religion discussion and it wasn't working, but people are freaking out. And this is what they do. They think they got you because you're just not showing up for me.
Yeah, I've got multiple DMs, people saying you're not pulling them up. So
yeah, I'll share the screenshot that there's 0 requests. Regardless, and people that host shows, Randolph should know. I mean, that guy, please come up, Randolph. I mean, I see you throw all kinds of accusations, but you won't come have a discussion. And like I said, they're trying to use this as a point that I'm hosting a FUD space. It's just so dumb. It becomes so dumb, these attacks. I've let everybody up who I've seen. But I'll host another one, and I'll make sure I have a co-host. That way we can, I think if you get a co-host, it fixes that problem, and they can see other people and let them up. I mean, I could try to make, does somebody want to be a co-host for a second and see if you can see other people that have their hands raised?
I'll do it if you'd like.
Sure, yeah. I mean, just to see if there's someone trying to come up right now, because I have 0. I can screenshot it.
If you want a second person, I'll help.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, send it to Beto. It should only take a second. My battery's at 14%, but did you get it, Beto? Beto. It's like, do you guys not know that spaces do this? You're using this as if like proof that I'm only allowing certain people up. Just don't lie, jeez. Okay, Beto, do you see other people? Do you see anyone trying to come up, Beto? Okay, he's not responding for some reason. Papa's Bull, go ahead real quick.
Yeah, I jumped in because it's a Safemoon space and that, I'm a holder. As far as like, people's animosity, people upset, people seeing this or that. For DeFi Mark, you come up, dude, and like some of us don't want to derail the conversation for you. Like, it's a Safemoon space, and like me personally, I'm coming up out of respect, crypto control. I'm sorry, I don't want to derail the conversation. But DeFi Mark, yeah, we still have questions, bro. So, as far as talking about how people run away and all this other stuff, yeah, look, man, we want answers. That's it. I don't know.
Ask me. What do you have to ask, Papa's Bull? We've gone through this so many times. Every time you come up to any space I'm in, you just talk about me. So ask your question, man.
No. See, that's the thing. This is a Safemoon space, and here you are, and we have questions for you, which are not Safemoon related. And here you are again.
Papa's Bull.
But aren't
go ahead,
you
ask
derailing the space right now?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm down for it. Ask your question. Mark will answer it right now. Go ahead.
He doesn't have one.
Yeah, what happened to the money, bro? Like for real?
Got hacked, my man. Can you not read the blockchain?
Sorry. Hold on. Let me mute for a second. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, Papa, we just went over all of that, dude, and my battery's about to die. I'm trying to give people that are claiming that I'm not letting them up a chance to come up. We just literally went over just everything that we could possibly go over. So for you to ask that question is pretty interesting. Meta Captain, go ahead, bro.
He's just a troll, man. He just trolls.
I got a question about Safemoon for DeFi Mark. I know you've gone through it a little bit, but I asked this question recently, like to CoffeeZilla, didn't get a good response. I'm literally just curious, is the amount of missing money equivalent to the liquidity added tax, or is it above that?
What do you mean the liquidity added tax? Like from Liquify?
Yeah, from Swap and Liquify.
It's more than that.
It is more?
Not a lot, but yes, when you factor in Bitmart, yes.
Okay. That's because you see where I'm going with that. Like, not saying that that is better for them if it is equivalent amount, but you could almost make an argument that, like, hey, that was our, like, dev tax that we just didn't tell you about. Sorry. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, again, not that it's better at all, just that in theory, I could see like a running argument.
Yeah, I believe from what I've seen, the only LP that was actually removed was from Safemoon Dev, like in terms of actually like removing LP and not putting it back, except for the $10 million in BUSD. That was removed and never put back, as well as a pairing with ETH and with Bitcoin and a couple other pairings were taken and never put back. So it is running over the tab because of Bitmart and the BUSD that they took out. But as far as I know, and I could be wrong, I don't think anyone other than Safemoon Dev, except for those times that I just mentioned, actually withdrew from the LP repeatedly.
Yeah, so again, not to like play devil's advocate for Safemoon. I'm not at all like a Safemoon holder or anything like that. But devil's advocate would say that like you could like have a small leg to stand on there if you did like feel like debating about just that alone. Again, it's falsified by the fact that they didn't just transparently say that that's what was going on, but at least it's something.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's what I've been saying this whole time too, is that like if John or the team came out and just said anything, it would put so much of this to bed. That's what I was saying earlier, is the only reason people have these conspiracies and have all this distrust is because there's no transparency and no communication. So I believe there's a million answers that could be said that would completely dismiss the situation and resolve it. It's just not being said.
Okay, guys, my battery's at 15. I'm trying to keep it alive. People are saying they can't come up. Just please don't lie and say that I'm not letting you up. I literally can't see anybody. Beto just messaged me. He's going to screenshot it. He can't see anybody. I can make somebody else a host if you want to try, because it's just Twitter. It's not my fault.
I'll help out if you need me to.
Sure, let's try it, Vix. Let me make you a co-host and just let anybody up or everybody you see, because
Don't worry.
they're
Crypto, you'll get this every time. Even if
I know,
if you
no
do
matter.
everything perfectly,
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
let
Yeah.
anyone up here that isn't singing John's praises, you'll have a group of people yell at you. Just like people came up here and yelled at me for answering questions when all I've done has just been completely just factual and saying everything to the best of my ability from what I've seen and what I know. Nothing that I say is fact. I'm not on the Safemoon team anymore. So I'm just giving my opinion like everyone else, but still that's a reason for people to
Okay,
get upset.
I just randomly selected 7 people that I was able to bring up. So, however you want to call on them, go ahead.
Wow.
My battery's dying, guys. I can always host another space though. It's okay if we don't get to talk today.
If
who was
you die,
first?
I'll start another one. We'll keep it going.
There's a bunch of people.
I guess who was next? Holy cow. Kid, I guess, go ahead. I've been doing this for a long time, guys, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you for bringing me up. I believe you. I've seen Spaces has been glitchy. I've hosted a few before, so I totally believe that. But just had a few questions for you guys. Can we all agree that Kyle, Nagy, Thomas, and John were associates with Tano at one point in the beginning before Safemoon?
Yeah, they were the.
Where was Thomas on
Go
Tano
ahead, Mark.
too? No, sorry.
They were all founders. Yeah, they were all founders.
Okay, then you know more than me. I'm sorry.
Okay, awesome. And then the next thing what I'm leading to is also when usually when there's a partnership, there's either like a contract, and sometimes those contracts have NDAs, correct? And also specify like the percentage or how much one would get if they were to leave and look for other ventures, which in this case, Thomas and Kyle Nagy left to SafeMoon. Is that correct?
Did they leave Safemoon? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm saying
no,
that.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
No, sorry. He can talk. I'm not trying to talk for him. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying that they were all associates before Safemoon, and then Kyle Nagy started Safemoon. And in my opinion, due to the prior business relationship they had with Thanos, he was obligated to bring in John as well as Thomas, and then that previous business still supersedes SafeMoon, and we'll have to have each a percentage of any profits. Is that correct? Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah. Yes, likely. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it went, but if that was the situation, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So forward. So the point I'm trying to make forward all the way to what we know now. Previously, all these allegations or screenshots or people admitting that this wallet belongs to John. We did not have all that information up to this point. We've heard the rumors, and I'll be the first one to say that since the beginning of SafeMoon, everyone has flooded SafeMoon. So we're as a SafeMoon community, we jump to conclusion and always dismiss the FUD because there hasn't been any hard proof of what's going on. But anyways, so at this point, Thomas mentioned that wallet, the Gabe wallet that belongs to John. It's related to Thanos, right? And being that a separate company, it's not really a personal wallet to John. It's a company wallet that no matter what SafeMoon profits, it owes a percentage to that Thanos wallet. Wouldn't a contract in a previous business also be relevant to this new project?
Yes, the only thing I would have to make is, would you consider like the money from the liquidity pool profit?
So Thomas has said in the past, to answer your question, Mark. Um, Thomas has said in the past that different projects can make a profit off of exchanges, right? And now that at some point the transfer of ownership between SafeMoon and SafeMoon Dev and John had happened, so we don't. There's a lot of missing information and who was in control and the decision maker of where those profits or whatever they were gaining from Bitmar or the other exchanges would go to. Um, in my opinion, I have no facts, but it's just my speculation. And if we're following the business model, if if I think the Gabe wallet is excluded from that 10% tokenomics because it supersedes a previous business contract between those three individuals I just mentioned: Thomas, John, and Safemoon Dev or Kyle Nagy.
I actually agree with you in terms of what you're saying about it is normal for some tokens to profit from exchanges. I actually know quite a few that take the tax from exchanges and keep it and use it for company expenses. So that alone wasn't really that much of a red flag to me. I mean, the number that was received was pretty alarming, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was malicious. I've seen that process used several times, so it's not necessarily bad that Safemoon's using it. It's more just the lack of transparency is kind of where I've been getting at. Like, if they just came out and said we're using the Bitmart funds for this reason, that would probably help quell a lot of the fears, associated.
And
So, but you're
and
completely right.
yeah, and to interject with your statement, because a previous contract, they all three parties were involved. Maybe they have an NDA, and then maybe that's the reason why John has not flat out addressed this issue. And then maybe actually Thomas's NDA expired, and he's like even speaking more about it till this day, because now I guess he's not legally obligated to like stay silent anymore. So that's my only question. I'm not 100% sure that's the fact, but that's just my speculation. Looking at it from a business standpoint, if it's just like a record label, you sign a contract, you may do your own sponsorships, like Nike might pay you or Coca-Cola, but you still owe a percentage to that company. So that's how I look at these things right now. But of course, we're all just here guessing and assuming, and hopefully one day all these actual uh, evidence comes out of how this business model was or contract was assimilated prior to joining SafeMoon, for those three parties involved.
What do you think, Crypto? I think you make a great point, kid.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'll let you
yeah.
talk.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm charging my phone, but it makes a terrible noise, so I have to unplug it to come back in. Yeah, I think you make good points, and you brought in a whole perspective that I hadn't thought about concerning an old business and a new business. It's definitely a good perspective to have. Okay, we can go to Mad Scientist Bitcoin.
Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, man. Well, the other thing I wanted to say is first, you're doing an amazing job doing these spaces. I like, that you're neutral. That's very important. And the second is, it doesn't matter if they use the liquidity to develop, projects or whatever. I mean, the liquidity should never be touched. It's the liquidity. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the only one that is going to be affected are the the investors. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I thank you for saying that. I think the main points of discussion did Kyle take from the liquidity pool? And if he did, he used it to pay Thomas. Did John not know about that? You guys were friends on a corporation before you did Safemoon together, and you didn't know all that was going on. And if you didn't know about that somehow, which is a large percentage of your tokens, that just sounds crazy to me. Then all you had to do was say, hey guys, and they did say we'll use this for development if we need to, and we haven't had to, but we'll let you know if we do. So they told investors that it's for the liquidity, but if we need to use it for development, but we'll let you know. So if they have used it for outside things, especially like personal use, like houses, cars, nice clothes, all kinds of stuff, and they didn't tell us, then they lied to us, and that's where there would be problem. Okay, I think the next person is Hennessy. Hey, Hennessy, you there, bro?
Hey, what's going on? You can hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
All right, man. Well, I've been waiting a long time. I just got a series of questions. I don't even remember everything that I was gonna ask, but I wanted to start off by addressing Mark. Man, Mark, if I were the owner of a crypto that lost money, right? You know how I would spend my time? Instead of spending my time in a space with Safemoon, worrying about another project, speaking, I guess, quote unquote, as you're a fudder, right? When you FUD, the maxis drive you away, right? You were once part of the Safemoon army. We adored you, whatever, I think your time would be better served trying to figure out how to get your image back positive so that Surge can flourish and your holders can be paid back faster, right? So in my opinion, I waited a long time, buddy. Relax. In my opinion.
Okay, real quick. So we can make one point at a time, and then we can let Mark address it. Hennessy, I don't have that long. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, be respectful. That's my number one rule in the space. You can say whatever you want to Mark, and Mark can address it. But just be respectful.
Hey, I've got 4 people requesting. If anyone is done asking their question, if you want to come down, please, so I can bring other people up.
To be clear, I said nothing disrespectful. I didn't attack Mark.
I didn't say you did or not. I'm just letting you know. Be respectful. Okay.
All right, no problem. I'm being respectful. So I just wanted to say that I think your time would be best served worrying about your token and how you can best clear the image for Surge to pay back the holders. Now, in my opinion, I think there's a lot of questions around Safemoon and these bad actors that no one really asked, right? Someone asked earlier, the price of Safemoon, why is it down? And blah, 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 right? And I look at just a series of attacks. Coincidentally, Mark's roommate or friend, whatever you want to call him, Matt, came out openly or got caught saying it, that he was kind of, working to FUD Safemoon in a way, right? You can use whatever words you want to use, but that's been documented. That's been put out there. Why don't we sit up here and talk about that, right? Why don't we sit up here and talk about how other members of the team who are all let go, and some of them had part ownership of these wallets and let go for fraudulent transactions, right? Information has come out that this guy Kyle was paying promoters to Ben Phillips or whatever, right? Why don't we look at this guy, right? Thomas has come out and said he hasn't taken it supposedly. John has come out and said he didn't take it. So there's another guy. And I don't know, the way Hank was talking, the tweet that resurfaced yesterday or a couple of days ago, it kind of sounded like he was saying like, yo, I used to have control over it. I no longer have control over it. This was back last year, right? So I feel like there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and people demand transparency from John and Safemoon, who, by the way, have come out and said they separate the token from the company. You want answers from a private company, they do not have to answer, right? If you don't like the answers that you get, if you can't be patient and wait for answers or come to find out why things happen, then do what is best for you if you can't, right? But if for the people who are happy in holding their investment, and we're happy with the information that's given to us, and we can put the pieces together, we're happy. Just leave us alone. I don't understand how you sit around with a token that doesn't align with your beliefs. If I'm a person that is against animal cruelty, you won't find me investing in a stock or a company that slaughters animals. It just won't happen. I would be a hypocrite. So in my opinion, if you're unhappy with how they do things and you want to side with the people who openly come out and say, yeah, we want a DAO, right? Let's fud the price of Safemoon to get it down. Let's start a DAO so that we can control Safemoon, right? You want to side with those? That's cool. By all means, go for it. But don't sit up here and act like John is to solely.
Hey, Hennessy, I really want to give you a chance to say what you want to say, but if you could hit your points real fast so that he can respond so I could get to the other people that are waiting up here, that'd be great.
Can I respond?
Please. Yeah, go ahead and respond to that real quick, and then if Hennessy has something else, I'll let him say it. But
all right, you said a whole lot there. I'm going to try to hit some of these one after the other. First one is, if you're saying Safemoon's a company, not a token, then you all have to KYC and they have to register as a security. And that would be a whole other can of worms. And so, no, they're not. And if they touch the LP, that directly ties the two together. So unless you're all KYCing or Safemoon's getting sued for being a security, that claim doesn't really hold. They still are entitled to the same transparency as any normal token. Two, I am not fudding Safemoon in the slightest. I've been up here answering questions and giving my input on the situation. Three, I am still working on Surge. I'm actually still awake from last night working on a new staking contract that's releasing in 2 days when the audit comes back. I spend more time than you do, probably being more time than you're awake working on this thing and bettering it. And I don't care about what a few maxis think about me. It's not going to change my project. I don't want any Safemoon holders to buy the token. I don't care. The token doesn't need people to buy it or sell it to go up in price. It just automatically does because of the code inside of it and because of the utilities that it provides. Nobody ever needs to touch or transact the token again, and it'll keep on rising. And all the utilities I've been creating for the last few months now, diligently, all contribute to this fact. I spend 18 hours a day developing Surge, and you don't even have to take my word for it. You can take the word from people that see me in the Discord every day. You can take the word from people that know me personally. You can take all these things into consideration, or you can just keep guessing and keep trying to tell me how I should spend my time when you really don't know how I spend my time at all, in the slightest. You have no idea. And you're too worried about how I'm spending my time that you don't even get to look at what you're investing in and what you're holding. So please, man, save yourself some embarrassment. Follow what I'm doing and see that I'm trying my best. And I work like an animal and I get paid nothing for it because I give everything back. Literally every single thing I do for Surge is because the protocol is ingenious and there's nothing else like it. I don't get paid from it. There's no development tax. There's no marketing tax. It all goes back to the holders. Every single dollar generated in Surge is divided equally amongst every single person that holds it. And I didn't get free tokens. I had to buy the tokens like everyone else. It's just how the protocol works.
Okay, Hennessy, if there's another point you want to make, go ahead. Just try to hit your points a little faster. I got a lot of people waiting.
I got you. I just wanted to say, and one last point that I was saying earlier, Thomas, when he was in Coffee's video, he had no problem answering questions or whatever the case may be. And then now all of a sudden, when you ask him about the $2 million or whatever, he doesn't know what's going on, right? Something kind of seems fishy. And to Mark, yes, I do feel that way. Your time would best be spent trying to get Surge their money back, the holders their money back, rather than spending your time upsetting people who could be coming around. Like, you know what? Maybe Mark's not a bad guy. Maybe he is doing the right thing. That's just my opinion. You go about it. That's your token. What works for you got you in this hole. You figure it out, buddy.
How come?
All right, Mark. Sorry, I'm going to respond to that real quick. So that's okay for you to have that opinion, Hennessy. It's okay for you to feel like, I feel like you should spend your time more researching what Mark's doing before you judge him. You know what I mean? That's my opinion, and it's okay for you to have that opinion. But how much time did you really invest to seeing what is Mark actually doing before you came out with this assumption that he shouldn't have the time when he's taking a dump on the toilet to put out a tweet on some kind of math involving Safemoon? Hopefully, if there's something else you want to say, Mark, I'll let you say it real fast. Otherwise, we can go to the other people.
He left before you even got the chance to say your point there, Crypto.
No.
Can I real quick just say that I can vouch for Mark 120% that he's one of the few workers behind the scenes. There's not a lot of us, and Mark is one of them. And he's helping not just his own project and Surge, but many others. Does diligent work for the space.
So I was one of the earliest investors in Safemoon. Not the earliest, but I was one of the original investors in Safemoon. I feel like I got a lot of people into the space. So the fact that he says that I don't have the right, or I'm not, my time is better spent not talking about this, I just think that's absurd. I've put so much time and energy and love and heart into this project, way more than he has, just hating people online. That it's just it's absurd to me for him to say something like that. I am literally sitting here programming the website right now as I'm sitting here talking to you guys. One of you guys asks me a question, I open it and I answer. But Crypto asked me to come up here because we're friends and because he wanted my input on the thing. I spend literally 18 to 20 hours a day working on this thing, and that is not an exaggeration. Anyone that knows me can vouch for that. So
it just takes a little bit of effort to find out what Mark's doing, but people are being taught. You're being taught what to believe. These aren't your own beliefs.
Look at my deployer wallet, man. I have launched over 550 contracts from that one deployer wallet in the last 6 months alone. Not only are those for Surge, they're for many other projects in the space. So many projects will come up to me and ask me to create a contract for them, and I won't even charge them. I'll just do it for free because I love watching DeFi grow together. We've been building utilities lately that every single token in DeFi can benefit from, like our arbitrage as a service or our white labeling solution for Xsurge. There's so many things that we're doing to try to help better the space. Since Safemoon didn't want to release the swap and evolve for some reason, I released a global one that any project in BSC can use, and it does the exact tokenomics that they want, because I was the one that originally wrote swap and evolve, aka reverse swap and liquefy, back in September. So I just don't understand. I spend all my time trying to better the space, and I don't care about what you think about your investment or if you're mad that I'm giving my input on it. And I don't think that reflects negatively on Surge, because Surge doesn't involve me. I have no control
let me say
Surge
this, Mark.
than you do. The Surge is super decentralized. I don't have any ownership capabilities. So
let me say this, Mark.
I don't care what people think about my opinion on safety.
People are hating people based on that's not your belief. You didn't sit there and come to that belief that you hate Mark and you hate CoffeeZilla and you hate crypto control. You just were taught to think that way. Because because of the maxiness and your willingness to trust them. Not everybody has a different range of perspectives and beliefs. I don't want to lump a bunch of people into different categories, but just, everybody's human. So put some effort into, if you're going to go up and judge and condemn somebody, make sure you put some effort into researching it before you do that.
Yeah. And the last thing really quick, just because I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay, real fast.
Stop saying I'm Matt. We're so different people. Have you never
that is
heard
really
us
weird,
talk? Yeah. Have you never heard us talk? We sound entirely different. We talk about entirely different things. We have entirely different goals and motivations for what we want to do with our life. And everyone that says that he was trying to FUD, he was orchestrating FUD on Safemoon, didn't even listen to the video, because he literally said in that video that people filmed of him that he was orchestrating with friends to build a DAO. And I think that DAO is a stupid idea, because 90% of Safemoon holders don't know how to use a DAO. And because it would give a lot of power to the people that do know how to use a DAO, that would probably just try to raise as much exit liquidity as possible so they could get out. That's why I don't think Safemoon should be a DAO. So, and the fact that Matt wanted a DAO, who the hell cares? I've never seen a community scared of getting ownership of their own contract. I've never seen that before in my life. And I think it goes back to the cult mentality where you need a leader. And like members of a cult, they need that religious leader to look up to and follow them. They can't govern themselves. And a DAO is literally governing itself. So anyone that dislikes the concept of a DAO, I just don't even do you guys know what DeFi like is? I'm not vouching for a Safemoon DAO because I don't think it's ever going to happen ever. I never, ever think John's going to give up the owner keys. I think even if the worst ever happens and he gets arrested, he would keep that owner key saved in his brain the entire time. So no, I don't think Safemoon's going to be a DAO, and I don't think it should be. But stop bringing up that. It has nothing to do with
if you have questions about Mark, we went over all of that already about what he's been through. You have to be very illogical. If you have a judgment on how he should spend his time, that's fine. But we're probably going to move this a little more towards the direction of Safemoon and how you guys feel about Safemoon. We've defended Mark, and if you think that Mark did a rug pull, you're just ignorant at this point. Let's go on to, I want to get to Joe. I don't want to cut people, though. I don't want to give priority. I think we're at Safemoon, LV, Joseph, I think, and then Zay, and then Joe. There's so many people up here.
By the way, I've got 8 requests, so if you're done speaking, if you want to come down, by all means.
Cool. Yeah, I've been waiting to speak for a while, trying to get in this space for at least an hour and a half. There's a lot of emotion going right now. This is not.
Oh man, you're going to be really upset right now, bro. You're like cutting in and out for some reason. You're in the blockchain, as everybody says. Let's try it one more time and see if you come through clearly. LV, he's in the blockchain for you guys too, right?
Yeah,
he is.
Can you guys hear me?
That sounds better.
A lot better.
Okay, so it's like overall, it's just like I think there's a lot of emotion. Okay, and it's just like some things. It's like okay, in order to have a good reaction with other people, you have to use your words correctly too. So it's like if you're only looking to say certain words and get a reaction out of people, well, you're going to get either a positive or negative reaction. So sitting there calling people maxis and fudders and all this other stuff, well, you're going to get a reaction. It's either going to be positive or negative. So it's like my thing is that I got into Safemoon because of the math that is involved, not anybody who is involved with the developing or anything like that. The math that is involved. Overall is that I was a big fan of Safemoon Mark at the time, and because of the math that he brought into the space and how he kind of broke it down and how his website was very useful at the time because we didn't have anything like that when it first came out. Unfortunately, there was a project made while he was employed. If I'm wrong, you can kind of cut me off. And unfortunately, whatever happened with Surge happened. And yeah, I lost some money in there too. So it's like, yeah, dude, it really kind of struck me a certain way. And unfortunately, for what happened with Surge,
that is amazing. I muted you, but you're still talking. That's crazy. Hey, real quickly, we've been over the whole Surge thing. If you could just make your points.
Right.
I hate to shorten this.
I got you.
But okay, no, hold on. Let me finish. Because we got a lot of people waiting. I didn't plan on going this long. So just the main things you're wanting to say, just hit those points so that we can move forward.
So my thing is that, yes, as a business, my main point would be going off of what Mark is saying is that the treasury wallet is sitting there doing nothing, right? And you can add liquidity to it at any point to where it could raise the price. Now, as a business investor or as a business, if I wanted to send a message to the other exchanges out there, say if I launched my own exchange, and I take that treasury wallet and I move that treasury wallet into the liquidity of the exchange, all of a sudden you have some big buzz because Safemoon just went skyrocketing after launching their exchange. If I'm wrong, tell me. But overall, it's like you have to do something different. And it's like we're not going to be able to get you know, strategic moves from the team of what they're doing, because they don't want to tell anybody, and that's their right not to. Period. You guys can cry about it all you want. It doesn't do.
Okay, you're getting too disrespectful. If they take from the LP, it's our money, and that's not crying. That's just calling them out on their bullcrap. Okay, let's go to the next person. Crap, who was it? So many people up here. Okay, let's chill. I'm bringing people up. Steely, go ahead. Was it Steely? No, it was Zay. It was Zay and then Joe, and then we'll start going down the line. Go ahead, Zay.
Yes. Can
Sorry,
you
I
guys hear
had to
me?
unmute. Yeah. This is Zay. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's someone else.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Mark.
No, that's Holler God.
Oh no, Hodler, not you yet. It's not your turn, bro.
Oh, okay.
If you just want to
Sorry,
remain.
we got a good list. We got a good line right here.
Okay, no, don't bring any more people up. Holy cow. Zay, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for providing the space. Thank you, Mark, for coming in and giving your time and, multitasking to be here and answer questions. And I'm, anybody that's down there listening, I'm not just a fanboy of, I don't even really know crypto. I didn't follow him before this. And I'm not just a Mark fanboy. I also go into the water cooler spaces. I hang out with those guys. I talk to those guys. I try to ride both sides of the fence because I just like to be informed. And if I'm a maxi for anything, I'm a maxi for truth. That being said, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions real quick. First of all, the title of the space is what drew me in. It says Safemoon lawsuits. And I had only so far heard of the class action lawsuit singular. And I was wondering if there is like other lawsuits that have come to light that I might not have heard of, or
No, there's like Thomas. It sounds like Thomas is planning on suing John. If I understood his interviews and what he said lately, but no, that was just me. Just the title thing. That was just
Okay, so that's just speculation because he made that mention about
No,
that's
it was
something.
just me titling a stream without putting any thought into it because I'm doing YouTube. I did a whole YouTube stream before this, and it was about we went over the entire lawsuit. And kind of a funny thing is, if you go look at the lawsuit, my the title of one of my videos is in there because it was one that Hank did, and they're using it as evidence. So one of my videos is actually in the lawsuit. But we were just looking at that. There wasn't thought that went into I'll put an S here to show that there's multiple lawsuits going on. It was just a typo, I guess.
Okay. All right. I just wanted clarification on that because, like I said, I didn't know if there was any other ones. And I did hear that comment that Thomas had made about, that's something that John and I will have to deal with in court. My other question was kind of got answered earlier, I think, when one of the other guys came up and he had Mark re-explaining the 30.75 x increase we would see if the liquidity was added. So that was kind of covered, but just Mark had given a formula for finding that price. And I wanted to ask Mark, do you have like a YouTube channel or a website or anywhere where you kind of like compile that data? Is there someplace, or do you have a resource that you can recommend where I can learn more about that math and other math like it?
So the resources are very limited. I actually came across this equation when I was doing my arbitrage bot because I had to look at, okay, so if I put in this much money, how much does the price rise? Because, when you're arbitraging, you take advantage of price differences. So it's not really that out there, but I can tell you the equations right now because we simplified them down to only a few terms, and they're actually pretty simple. If you want to like write this down quick or something, I can tell you there's two main equations that are used to determine two things. One is if I put in X amount of dollars, how much will the price go up? And the other one is how many dollars do I need to put in to hit a target price? I can tell you both of those right now. So the first one, the how much money do I need to put in? So if I put in X amount of dollars, how much will the price rise? That is simply the amount of money you put in divided by the amount of money in the liquidity pool. Now, this isn't including tokens. This is just the BNB. So if there's like $6 million of BNB in a liquidity pool and you put in $1 million, how much does the price go up? Well, you take that 1 million and you divide it by the 6 million. So you take the amount of money you're spending and you divide it by the total amount of liquidity. You take that number and you add 1 to it, and then you square that result, which means you multiply it by itself. So, for instance, if there's $300,000 in the liquidity pool and you make a $300,000 purchase, well, so you match the liquidity pool size. That would be 300,000 divided by 300,000 is 1, plus 1 is 2, and 2 squared is 4. So what that means is the price would 4x. And that's actually what you see in the market. If you put in the value of a liquidity pool, the price 4x's. And it's actually pretty cool. And because of that square there, it actually follows an exponential curve upwards. So if you put in 2 times the amount of the liquidity, so if you put in like $600,000, the price wouldn't 8x, it 9x's. And if you put in 3 times the amount of liquidity, the price doesn't 18x, it 25x's. So it's actually a really cool equation that you can use to graph how much will the price go up if any amount of money is put in. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take up too much time with this math, but the other equation is if you have a target price N and a current price C, and you want to know how much money do I have to put into the liquidity pool to make the current price reach the target price, it's kind of the inverse of that equation. So you take the amount of money in the liquidity pool, we'll call it L, and you multiply that by the square root of the price you want to reach divided by the price you're currently at minus 1. And that'll give you that answer. So those are the 2 equations, and I really hope that helps.
Yeah, I was scribbling that down feverishly, but I noticed that Crypto is also recording the space. So thankfully I'll be able to go back and
Yeah, you could just message me. Mark sent them to me, and I can send it to you as well. But yeah.
Cool. Yeah, thank
really
you.
Helpful equations, definitely.
Yeah, when you started talking about it earlier, I was like, this is interesting. This is the kind of stuff that I'd like to know more about. And like so many people have said so far, these are the kinds of questions that we should be asking. Like, why is that liquidity missing? What's being done with it? And we all like to hope and dream for the best possible outcomes. You know, it's like, oh, sure, if an exchange comes out, they can inject it and it'll spike it. But you know, like Crypto said earlier, they could have actually gifted us something useful during the birthday month too. And it's just, you know, there's ups and downs with Safemoons. I'm not fudding as people call it, but I'm also not a maxi. I'm just a realist, and you know, it's been a year, and not a lot is happening. So, you know, and there's a lot of stuff in the air that needs to get aired out. So, you know,
Yeah, definitely. And it's the important part is everybody should be allowed to look at whatever they want to look at and talk about whatever they want to talk about, and and be respectful to each other without attacking each other. That's where the problems come in. Whether you're a maxi or a fudder, it doesn't matter. But it's when you attack other people that you are the problem in the community.
100%. We're all in this space together, and we should be building it together and uplifting each other. And instead of bickering, we should be seeking truth, and we should be trying to clear the air and get to the bottom of what's going on. I mean, DeFi is supposed to be decentralized. And, you know, like Mark was saying, if you understand a DAO, you know, and not saying that Safemoon is a DAO, but decentralized, you know, crypto and NFTs and all of this, Web3 in general, is of the people for the people. And we should be building it together, not fighting each other. So.
Yeah, 100% agree. Thank you for saying that, Zay. I really appreciate that. I know there's a lot of people that want to talk. You guys, I started a stream a long time ago. I've been doing this for a long time, but because there's so many people here, I'll keep it going for a little while longer. I'm just trying to charge my phone while people are talking because Twitter just kills your battery. Joe, what's up, Joe? How you doing, man? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah, no, I just want to chime in a couple of things that I think that are being missed on. One is the idea of we just want to talk to anybody of either opposing viewpoint, right? Are we in agreement?
Well,
we want to do it here?
not necessarily. Wait, what did you say? Can you say it one more time?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, sure, brother. So we want to talk to anybody of any opposing viewpoint, right? Either for or against Safemoon, right?
Yeah, like whatever you believe, yeah, come and say it.
Right.
As long as you can be respectful, then
why
yeah,
were you
this
say,
place is for
why
you.
were you then why were you utilizing the word maxi and throwing it around like it means nothing? I mean, the definition of maxi is feeling that your crypto is superior than other cryptos. Don't get me wrong. We
No,
definitely
like
have some
Joe,
maxis.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick.
Yeah.
What is another word to? I don't do it to intentionally like
No,
talk
I
trash,
understand.
but how do you describe them outside of that?
No, and I understand that. I'm just because like, listen, if you want to get people to have opposing viewpoints to come on here, because I know listen, you and me are cool. I love your crypto control. We're good to go. We always been like that. We've always been cool. I really do like you a lot, man. I'm just saying, like, we're going like, hey, I need some fudders to come up here. Well, immediately you're just calling people derogatory. You're being derogatory and then going, hey, why no fudders are coming up here? And you're sitting back going, gee, I bet they're just scared. And you're sitting there going, that's probably it. Not that I'm just calling the opposing party one thing. And once again, I understand you don't mean it, and this is why I'm up here, because I love the crap out of you, and I know you don't mean it. I just wanted to make that clear. That's probably the reason why you're not getting a lot of people.
Let me just say this. I get what you're saying, but the reason that what you're saying I disagree with is because we've clarified like I just said right before you talked, is that whether you believe in Safemoon or you don't believe in Safemoon, it's okay. It's okay to express that, but it's not okay to attack other people. Maxis and fudders, if you can tell me a more respectful word that I can use, believers and unbelievers, is that more respectful?
That's a hard line to cross. I would say
it's just when you're mid conversation trying to talk about the certain amount of people who constantly attack other people because they don't have full 100% belief. If you can tell me another word, I'll use that. But no, I definitely I can see that. What else? Was there something else that you were thinking about?
So the thing with John is, and don't get me wrong, we all want answers. I think you have to be insane to say you don't want answers. There's a lot of great questions being asked, and people want answers. But because you said before about you think there's going to be some lawsuit with Thomas and all of them. If there's going to be a lawsuit, why would you say anything out to the community which could be used against you? You know, that doesn't really benefit you. If there is a lawsuit, if there isn't, then I think John should come out and communicate with everybody on this. I'm not trying to be illogical, but like, if there's a lawsuit against you right now doing your YouTube and Twitter spaces, would you continue doing them? Probably not. And the way I see it, from the way I looked, I mean, we saw Jacob talk to CoffeeZilla and all these guys. They stood quiet at certain points, and when CoffeeZilla pushed them, it wasn't NDA'd, because they could easily say I'm NDA'd. They could easily say that. They should decide I can't tell you. And the other thing I can only think of is would be a lawsuit, or at least an attempt or a current pending lawsuit that we don't know about.
Yeah, I don't know. We kind of been using that argument lately, is why would somebody do this? It doesn't make sense. But the thing is, like, people do things that don't make sense. Thomas, he's a talker. He likes to go out and talk and say things. And he even said that that's why me and John have a problem, is because I am a talker. So while it can make logical sense, it's not necessarily like proof of why who just yelled into the chat.
Yeah, listen, I have a theory. I feel like the smarter you are in DeFi, the more worse you are at conversating. Thomas is a really smart guy. He's a sharp guy. He really is. No doubting that one bit. Even Thomas has admitted, though, before that he's not a good talker. And multiple times he's went against things he said. And I don't think he's doing it on purpose to be malicious, but he's definitely doing it. And that's something that, needs to be acknowledged. And Mark, listen, me and Mark don't like each other. We don't get along. I want to say something good about Mark, because I feel like Mark's about to unmute and scream and yell, but listen, I'm glad Mark's paying back.
When have I ever done that, Joe? Honestly, Joe, I've never spoken to you before. I've never disliked you once. I don't think I've ever said anything mean about you. The only time I ever commented on your thing was you made that whole post, that video saying I was going against Safemoon mods and that stuff. But I consider that in the past. I don't have any problem with you, man. I promise.
And listen, Mark, I'll tell you right now. I honestly don't have. I don't have ill will towards you, but you gotta tell your boy Matt to shut his mouth, because he is making you look bad.
God, speaking of that, Joe, shut the fuck up.
So the one thing is, like, I mean, like, how do I tell someone else what to do with their life? It's not like we're like, people overestimate our relationship.
Is he a roommate?
For the next 20 days, yeah. But
go into the next room and say, "Hey, listen, stop including me in your shit." That's it.
I did say that after the whole DAO thing. I did say that, absolutely.
That's what I imagine. Yeah.
But
I'm
in
just,
terms
like
of
I said,
him expressing his opinion, I really can't do anything about it. Like, it's not my place to do. Like, I bet you don't go over to your friends and say, hey, you can't talk about this because I don't like it.
If they're using my name, hell yeah.
No,
My boy's using my
that's when I
name.
draw the line. That's when I
Right.
put out the tweet. That's when I draw the line. Absolutely.
I
I don't disagree with you at all there. But all I'm
Yeah.
saying is I've tried. I have tried. I promise. And
No.
at the end of the day, if someone wants to do something, you really can't stop them. You can hope, you can tell them, you can ask them, but at the end of the day, they're going to do what they want. So I just wish that the actions of other people wouldn't necessarily reflect on me unless I'm the one like doing it or signing off on it in some way.
I didn't get a chance to say my good thing about you, Mark. You jumped in. I was
I'm
about to
sorry.
say my
I'm
good
sorry,
thing.
Joe. It was just because you said we have beef, but I honestly have
No,
never,
not like beef.
I've never
We don't-
disliked you,
yeah.
man. I promise.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Well, I wanted to say, listen, I do appreciate that you are paying those people back. I really do. There's a lot of mean things anyone could say about anybody, and I get that. But I do appreciate that you're paying those people back. It's one thing I said it on video. I said it to everybody. I said, listen, I don't
slide
know,
him a
Mark.
DM next.
We don't whatever, but I do appreciate that. This other kid is running his mouth. Don't worry about him. But I do appreciate that a lot. I think that's important.
Fucking talk so much.
That you're doing that. This other kid just running his mouth. Don't worry about him.
Sorry, Joe. Let me say this: if you come up and you start interrupting people, I'm going to remove you from stage. So you're going to miss your opportunity. Holy cow! Beto, are you bringing up a ton of people, or is that Vix? Yo, Vix, calm down. We got to like try to keep track of who's coming up. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, I just wanted to wrap it up in saying that even though, like, I think we all have questions, we all want answers. Whether we get them or not, I don't think it's gonna really matter right now. The future's gonna plan out everything. There's gonna be a lawsuit. We're gonna find that out. You know, we found out about the lawsuits before it was even mentioned by Safemoon. Like, we're gonna find all this out, and the truth is always gonna come out in the end. And that's the thing we're waiting on. Whatever side you're on, that's the only thing I want to see at the end. The truth, and that's only that really matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'd like to say something to that actually. That's a really great point, Joe. I'm so glad you said that. Because you know what? When it comes down to it, you're either on the side of the truth or you're not. Because the truth can't contradict itself. And there's a way to approach any type of information without contradicting the truth. And the truth and the information that we're talking about, and the truth in how you treat people. If you treat people like you're better than them or they're worse than you because they don't believe in it, and you're attacking them and you're judging them and condemning them, you're not operating in what is truthful on a deeper level. So I'm really glad you said that, Joe. And no matter what, the truth will come out. Whatever it is, I want the truth, whether it's good or bad.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because it was brought up, do I actually like scream at people and attack people? I mean, I get a little defensive if people come up, pointing the finger at me and accusing me of things, but I don't think I've ever gone out of my way to just scream at someone. So I'm sorry you thought that would be the response from me, Joe, but I like you, man. Keep up the good work. I'm serious. But I promise you I'm not conspiring against Safemoon mods. I have a lot bigger things on my plate. That's all.
Did you want to say anything to that, Joe? If not, we'll start going on to the next speakers.
Yeah, I don't think it was conspiring as much as it was, just curious behavior.
Just
And
associating
mostly-
with somebody who people feel like is
Well-
attacking Safemoon.
I mean, yeah, and my wife says my husband's doing this, that, and that, and then people go to me. What am I? They're gonna automatically come to me as if I said it because I'm right next to that person. And I know, like, once again, I know Mark's probably like, looking at Matt telling him to shut his mouth, but Matt's running his mouth and it's making only Mark look bad. That's just how it is, like from everybody, sports person.
Yeah, and Mark said he talked to him. It probably would have been better just to ask Mark, like, hey, have you talked to Matt about how bad he might be making you look? Matt doesn't hate Safemoon. He has an idea, a different view of Safemoon. He hates John, and he wants a Safemoon without John. So I mean, there's a context to that. I just allow people to have their own beliefs, whether I think they're out there or crazy or whatever. But yeah, I would agree. It does give Mark a bad look. But that's his friend, and his friend's allowed to have that. But Mark has to reap the repercussions of associating with somebody. That's up to him. Let's go ahead and move on.
I've repped them. Look at my comments.
Let's stop bringing people up just so I can tell who the hell is next. We'll go ahead and go to Aziz, and then Jamari, and then Sam. Go ahead and try to make your points real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man.
Thanks for having me up. I'll be very concise. Don't worry. I just have 2 points to that. First, I think there's a lot of digression going on here with personal attacks. People are being mentioned that's not relevant to the underlying issue. I think that we're kind of veering off by talking about Moon Mat or whatever, because none of that really matters. But secondly, like the point I wanted to hit is I've been on quite a few spaces, and people have been talking quite a lot about SafeMoon's a private company. As a private company, there's no information obligation to token holders, so on and so forth. But I just want to remind everybody at the beginning of this, the token was released with a white paper that had a bill of goods written on it, and part of the bill of goods was this auto-generating liquidity pool. So a company is formed out of pulling money out of a pool that was supposed to be earmarked for something else. The answer to that cannot be, "Hey, it's a private company. You have no right to know anything about it." And this argument has to stop. It makes no sense whatsoever, right? There seems to be this binary thing where you're either for SafeMoon, so you expect no information to be given because it's a private company, or you're against it. But that's just trash. Like the reality of it is, questions need to be answered, and people going around saying that SafeMoon doesn't need to answer questions isn't helpful. That's just it. That's my whole point.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think that what that indicates is that somebody has a perspective that isn't willing to look at answers that they don't like. That's all that indicates when somebody does that. You're not, that's the only thing you're telling anybody when you say they don't have a right. You're saying, I'm not willing to look at that because of the implications.
Yeah,
Let's,
just the logic of the answer being, "Hey, it's a private company, so like they don't need to answer any questions." How did that private company fund itself? Where did the money come to open that office and build the exchange and whatever the product pipeline is? Fundamentally, that if that came from the liquidity pool and people weren't told, there was no acknowledgement, then we have a serious problem. This needs to be addressed. So, I mean, people can put blue eyes on as much as they want. It's not going to change the fact that that question hasn't been answered. It hasn't been answered satisfactorily for the past 3 weeks, and we have a CEO posting memes on a daily basis. It's not. I don't know why people are taking this personally. It's nothing against SafeMoon holders, but there's a serious problem here. And I think talking about people like Moon Matt or whatever opinion people have about DeFi Mark, all of that is irrelevant. I mean, we all, in a sense, are in the same boat. As far as I'm aware, we've been had. So what's the course of action? What's John going to do about it? That's what we should be discussing.
Yeah, I try to leave it open for people to kind of talk about what they want to talk about. I think when it comes to Matt, CoffeeZilla, that it's very, people get into a mindset that I disagree with, where they think that there's this coordinated attack, that they're all gathering together in a room and formulating a plan. Now, Matt did sound like he had that audio that said, we're gonna do something, but all that was his DAO. And I think that the Ginger group might be providing information to Coffee, but Coffee reached out to everybody, including John, including anybody who would listen to. He opened up the thing to all SafeMoon Army, invited them. Everybody was able to go up there. He was actually very respectful and listened, and he said, "I don't want to impact how you tell me, but why did you invest in SafeMoon? Why did you get into it?" Let's go ahead, and I want to move this along because I didn't expect this space to get bigger and bigger towards the end of it. Let's go ahead and go to Jamari. Go ahead, Jamari.
I appreciate you bringing me up here. I've waited possibly an hour and 30 minutes so far, and thank you for charging your phone. So there was a lot discussed, and I just want to touch on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, possible 4. Okay, so the first thing I want to say is you invest what you can afford. When I came on to SafeMoon, I actually, SafeMoon Joe actually had a Twitter space, and I told SafeMoon Joe, like, I put my last into it. He was like, "No, bro, you don't do that. You need to only invest what you can afford." So I just want to throw that out there. 2, this ties into the third point. I had to write it down because I was forgetting what I want to talk about. But do your own research. So, crypto control, to me, you hold a platform. SafeMoon Joe holds a platform. Like, you guys, we watch your videos. So, you got some people out there who don't like want to do the time to do the research. So stuff that you say, some people run with it. So I would just say try to be mindful on what you see. Not see but say, because at the end of the day, whatever you said, people will run with it. Now things that I don't like about SafeMoon, I would just say the SafeMoon restrictions that they got on their Discord. Like, there's certain stuff you can't say in there, and you got a bots in there talking about what you said. And one more thing, you have an issue in your Discord Um, I went and I joined in because we were all on your YouTube talking. I've been trying to get up here, but we've been talking in the live chat. But we was told to go to your Discord. We went to your Discord. I raised my hand in your Discord, and I didn't hear no audio or anything at all. That's all my points I have, and that what I wanted to say. I will land my plane. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Who was next? Is it Burgatree? Burgatree.
Yeah, Bergatron, baby. Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
It sounds really loud and echoey, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, just because there's been a lot of emotions flying in this space. So, assuming that the current leadership does not come out and address the things that are being talked about that everybody wants them to address, for you guys, what does a positive future look like for Safemoon for you guys? Just it can be anything, like leadership changes up and leaves, or the whole thing shuts down. I'm just curious, like what would bring everybody back to a positive space, like where we were maybe a year and a half ago.
For me, just real quickly, because my phone's at 12%, it's just still dying. For me personally, what would bring it back would be if they came out and cleared up what they did. I guess you said if they don't tell us what they did, we're still going to find out either way. I mean, it's on the blockchain. There's inside sources. We're gonna know. But let's just say that everything came out clear, which things aren't looking great right now in my perspective. But let's just say everything came out clear. What they could do is put money back into the community, give it millions of dollars, put that in the LP, put it in the price. They need to release their actual products. They need to stop hyping up things that don't have a big impact. We don't care about symbols or website changes or Mooncraft. We want some real utility. We want the exchange, we want the blockchain, and we want things that are going to have an impact on the price. We don't want to. I think a lot of people don't really care. They don't want to hear about return on impact. Like people have said, they didn't get into this to be a charity. Now, if return on impact ends up having a huge increase in the price, then people would probably be happy about that. So it's like, I think that from my perspective, that's one way that Safemoon could go that would be positive, especially taking money that just millions of dollars and give it to the investors. Just give it to us, or buy back and burn, or do whatever. Mark might have a better suggestion for what they could do with the money for us, but they could have really done something special for us on
Swap
the
and
birthday,
evolve.
and they didn't do that.
Swap and evolve it.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with I agree with that statement on the hype train too. They do tend to overhype, and while it was fun for a bit, it would be cool to start seeing some actual releases on some real products. So thanks for answering that.
They should swap and evolve it. That's a great point. I didn't even think about that. They should put that, if they're going to put the money back in, if they use swap and evolve, a reverse swap and liquefy, it would boost the price by about half as much as I mentioned, but it would keep the liquidity amount the same. So there would be no increase to volatility.
Awesome. No, yeah, I'm glad you did. My phone's dying. I could just let the co-host take over after my phone dies. Let me get someone up who I would like to hear for, and I'm sorry, but I have to start picking and choosing at this point. Raise your hand while you're up here, so that I can kind of tell what the hell is going on. I think Sam was wanting to say something. I would like to hear from Sam. Did you get that, Sam? Invite to speak.
You've only got 2 speakers up here. You want to bring some more? I've got 4 pending.
Okay, let's just go ahead and hold off because my phone literally might die while we're doing this. Sam, go ahead, man. What's up?
Hey, sorry, man. I must have been in auction. I had to close my app, come back. DeFi Mark, thanks for being up here, man, and answering questions, even though you probably knew you were going to get some shit. I don't know too much about you, only the shit that I heard and Surge and whatever, but I'm not here to talk about that. As far as Safemoon, Maxis, and Cold and Futters being thrown around, I think that once we choose sides, what we're going to do, right? We're going to find answers that we want. And it doesn't mean they're bad answers, and it could be answers on both sides, actually. What Kid brought up earlier, he made some great points that Crypto Control, you said not even you looked up into, and you actually look at both sides. But also, with CoffeeZilla, right, having the first video that came out, and then the second, and the very next day having an open debate asking Safemoon Maxis to come up and whatever, and state their arguments. It's kind of hard to come up with an argument to prove him wrong when he says he had a year to investigate everything, and then here we are. We get this video dropped on us, and it's like, hey, come argue your points. The answers are coming out every day. So you guys calling us cult and maxis or whatever, it's not that. It's that we believe in the project. We see where it's going. We see where they have been and how much more they've got done since then, the headquarters and everything else. And I don't want to go too much about that because we all know what we have. But that's just the thing. We're waiting for answers to come out, and until then, we're going to remain bullish. So you guys can call us whatever you want, but it's not that.
It really seems like we used the wrong words there, crypto control. I
Yeah,
thought
why,
those were just general
Sam?
words for token holders, like because I just made a pool for my token called the Maxi pool. That's just the name of it. I thought it just meant you really, really, really like a token.
Hey, and actually, I don't mind being called that, but I know people do, and it's it's when people say it, it's in a derogatory way, it's in a bad way. You don't mean it. Hey, a guy that likes to hold the safe one. It's not that. It's like, oh, he's a freaking idiot. He's blind because that's all he sees, right?
Okay, no.
When you're trying to talk about a group of people mid-conversation that willfully only believe the positive things and assume the best about it and assume the negative about everything, like I don't know how to say that without just saying, or I even say if you want to call them maxi, I think the attack on the words was just kind of a way to distract from what was being said because people don't really care. Like that's why we say it doesn't matter how much you believe. That doesn't affect like what kind of good or bad person you are. The fact that we clarified that shuts down the labels of maxi and fudder being a bad thing. We're just using that generally to try to quickly describe somebody in a conversation without describing what that word means. If you have a better word, if you would prefer Safemoon lover, what do you think would be a good word to describe the people that believe in Safemoon and assume the best about it, Sam?
Man, I don't know, and I'm not saying that you guys did it, but I'm saying people do it. I see it in my comments and other stuff because I like Safemoon. I've been called blind and everything else in certain spaces and whatever, but it happens. I really don't care. I'm gonna do me. You guys are gonna do you. So in the end, we're gonna find out what the truth is, and like Joe said, the truth will come out in the end.
Yeah,
See,
absolutely.
Sam,
And
I'd like to say this real quick to Sam. Like you're being respectful, coming up here being respectful and sharing your opinions. That's all I want. And that's to me like the problem is on both sides. And when you say both sides, I'm very quickly trying to make a point and say the people who are fudding and the people who are maxis. Like if you have a better word for it, but other than that, we're just trying to very quickly refer to a group of people that are hard to describe. It's not meant as an insult, although it can be used as an insult, and that's where the problem comes in. But like you're doing exactly what I want. Like I want people with opposing beliefs to respectfully talk to me about what it is. And if you believe in Safemoon, it might moon one day. We don't know the future, so that's totally fine, and I totally respect your opinion. But what I respect more is how respectful you are when you came up here to discuss your different opinions. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
No, 100%. I was going to say exactly what you said, Sam. I wouldn't have. If I knew you before and I heard the way you presented yourself and talked, I wouldn't have used you in that maxi or cult or whatever category anyway. So I just wanted to also apologize for people that like Safemoon that thought that was a derogatory slur at them. Definitely not what I meant. I think you can get that from the context, but in case it was confusing, I do apologize. It was, as Crypto Control said, a way to describe like the two opposing sides. Even though I wouldn't label myself a fudder because I've given both. I played devil's advocate and I've also been on the opposite side. I've been just trying to view this logically. So I wouldn't call myself a fudder. I don't think it's fud to ask questions or to state your opinion. I haven't directly tried to spread any fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Instead, I think I've been doing the opposite by saying what an impact it could have if they decide to go a different route and give the money back, how it could make the price go above all-time high with the current holdings. So it is a weird thing, and it is tough to split people into categories like that. And it was probably just trying to find words in the moment. But if I did offend you or anyone out there by saying the word maxi or cultic, or not cultic, cultish or something like that, I do apologize. That wasn't my intention. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and that to me, like, that's the entire point of what we're calling for, is we're calling for honest approach to information on both positive and negative. We have to speculate equally honestly for John, positively giving him the benefit of the doubt, but also not shying away from looking at him in a possible, like, hey, maybe he did do that negatively. We have to have that same approach with everybody. It's got to be fair across the board if you're going to be truthful. And more importantly, we should not be just attacking each other because we believe differently. If you do that, it's a sign of weakness of, you know, your intellect or your argument. Um, at the same time, we have to deal with trolls, with people whose their only goal is to do that. And unfortunately, while I want to provide a platform for people to say what it is they want to say, many people try to abuse that and be disrespectful. And then I move them down for being disrespectful, and they say, "Oh, you don't want free speech, and you're silencing." And it's just like, okay, you're just totally lost in your delusions. But okay, go believe that. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna start going through names that have been up here for a while. C. Murda, what's up, man? You there, bro?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. What's up? How's everybody doing?
Chilling.
Hey, so I was first going to go in on Mark, but you know, like I said before, ain't no need to beat the dead horse because I lost on Surge too. But looks like he's doing the right thing. But I just want to remind everybody just to be objective in this. Like, you know, Safemoon, John does uh, needs to be a little bit more open, or needs to kind of address what's going on and in my feelings. But in the same token, Thomas, I'm sorry, I don't credit, you know, want to say that he's a weed smoker or dilute what he's done. He's admitted to fraud in my belief. So I just I have a problem with him going on CoffeeZilla and all of a sudden, you know, divulging uh, or airing out his grievances with CoffeeZilla, you know, and then the whole time with Safemoon, you know, you know, he's telling people, oh, I don't own any Safemoon, and come to find out he's received you know, $2 million worth of Safemoon. So I just, you know, his character, I just can't subscribe to. But you know, and I had a problem with you too for a minute, Crypto Control. You know, I felt were kind of leaning, not being too objective. But after listening to the whole podcast, I kind of, you know, see where you're coming from. And I like the little spiel that you gave on the gospel, brother. I appreciate that too. I kind of gave you some love for that. So, but you know, I just want to come speak my piece. I just think we need to remain objective and then write this thing out and see what the truth is in the end. And I think, you know, we don't need to tear each other up. We can have civil discourse, like I say. And with Matt, I had an issue with Matt too. He's you know, he can speak his mind too, but it's just context. When you start something with screw this person or F this person, and then, you know, the words orchestrate, yeah, people are gonna come after you. And like I say, you know, in the end, civil discourse. We do have a lot of money wrapped up in Safemoon, and we do have to see what happened with the LP. That needs to be uncovered. It doesn't, you know, the truth needs to come out. But like I said before, you know, what are the facts? Thomas got $2 million. Kyle got money. You know, Hank was on a video, you know, asking for three million, you know, for his severance package. So I'm just looking at the facts, and then, you know, maybe John got paid off, maybe he didn't. But, you know, just to remain objective in the whole thing. So, but thank you for, you know, picking me to come speak my piece. Everybody be blessed.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. You remind me of a post I made a while ago that it's, if you're trying to criticize somebody to help them and you do it disrespectfully, then you lose the impact of what you're saying. And in doing so, it shows that you don't actually care about, like, actually helping that person with what it is you're saying. Your goal is to tear them down with your words. And I think that's important to remember, that if you're going to criticize Safemoon, you got to do it respectfully, like exactly what we're talking about. Because if you do it disrespectfully, people aren't going to listen to you, and you're going to look like an asshole. And it's the same thing if we disagree with each other in here. It's okay to disagree. It's just when you get disrespectful that people might not be willing to listen to you. I'm going to drop you down from the stage, and yeah, you look like an asshole. And I'm not perfect, you know. If I make a mistake, I will admit to it, and I'm sure I can be an asshole sometimes too. You know what I mean? Hodler G, what's up, man? Or wait, is it Hodler G or is it Sus? One of you guys can go.
I think it's
Hi,
Hodler.
Blair. It's Hodler.
Okay, go ahead, Hodler.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, first and foremost, I just want to, thank you guys for hosting this. This is very informative. I was around initially. I first got in crypto last year, and I saw the FOMO at, Safemoon saw I think like a $10 billion market cap, and at the time I didn't understand what market cap was and how it worked, how it was calculated and whatnot. I didn't FOMO in. I ended up getting into other low cap gems and whatnot. But I do have a question. So two things. One, what is Surge? I want to know more about that project. Number one, and number two, I remember the initial version one of SafeMoon, and I'm looking on PooCoin and I'm seeing that it has maybe like $40 million. And last time I looked, it had like 40 million, $50 million in LP across different dexes and whatnot. So I'm just trying to figure out, why was it a V2? Like, why did it migrate from V1 to V2? And then the second question was, what is Surge? Hope
So
you guys can answer that.
yeah, I can definitely answer both of those. So the one about the SafeMoon LP, yeah, there's about 25 million locked in V1 on PancakeSwap, and those LP tokens are actually locked in a token locker. So a token locker will just hold tokens inside of it and won't let them get unlocked or unleashed until a certain time period passes. So sadly, there's $25 million locked there for up to pretty sure it's five. Isn't it 4 years? Yeah, 4 years, probably around 3 years now. It's been about a year since they locked it. There's ways that they can get it down over time, accumulating V1 and selling it and stuff like that to really get that money out of there. And once they can, they could use that for whatever they want, like putting it back in the new one and stuff. But sadly, those are locked up. And in terms of why they migrated, I really don't know. Everything that they changed in their contract didn't require a migration at all. They could have just done it through external contracts and stuff like that. So I was really confused why they did that, but there might be a reason. It's upgradable now, so if they do have a different plan in the future, they can change it. But yeah, that one still stumps me. And I know this is a SafeMoon space. I'm not going to give a Surge shill, but basically it's like a stable coin LP. So it's like you pair stable coins in a pool, and they get put to work. People can swap them for each other and you get the fees, or people can take loans out against it, or flash loans, and there's actually a bunch of different stuff about it that it does to earn a revenue. And the whole thing is, you put in stable coins and your value in stables can never go down, because the things that the protocol does to put it to work are safe enough that there's no way to lose stable coins in the process, such as swapping, such as flash loaning, and over collateralized lending and stuff like that. But if you just go to xsurge.net, there's a lot of explanations, and it goes over a bunch of the other utilities there as well that kind of let the price always go up. And it kind of explains how it can't go down either. But that's a quick overview. I'm not trying to take up the SafeMoon space.
Gotcha. Just one last thing. Wait, so is this on BSC or ETH, or where is it?
BSC.
How can BSC? Okay, thanks.
Yep, go to xsurge.net. It'll go over everything you need to know.
Gotcha. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, man.
Hey, what's up, Sus? What you got, man?
Yeah, there was a lot. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to charge my phone, and I think it makes a loud buzzing noise while I'm. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in a lot of these conversations. I mean, it's, in my opinion, it's kind of sad that we have to defend a conversation like this, because if you are objective, you would take into account everything that has been laid upon us, what is unanswered, and what's left open. A lot of people are just obfuscating from the fact that, that there is something to be concerned of with the current CEO, because we don't know. Blockchain doesn't lie. Answers aren't with us as of yet. And we just get memes. And to be objective means that you see stuff from both sides, but a lot of people just post things and haven't looked into it, don't look into anything, and just don't believe it. And it goes back to credibility. I mean, have we been lied to before? Well, yeah, we understand stuff gets delayed, but every single product has been delayed every time. Besides that, his brother publicly stated, this hasn't been touched upon, that he's stepping down from his position to go to school. Well, who goes to school towards the summer and then immediately went to work for the Bar Jolly Group? That was a lie. So, there's a lot of things to unpack with people who say that they're objective, because if you don't think there's any room for concern right now, I don't know how to take you seriously. And then you have the Maxis. Sorry if that, I don't know how else to describe it. When you have a conversation with them, I mean, just like the conversation you had the other night on a specific show that I'm not going to say, but the direction was always steered towards, it can't be John, it's all Thomas. But they never touched on V1, and I feel like there's a narrative here. My question to you, Control, is will you push back a little bit on that a little bit more? Because it seems like on bigger platforms such as that, there's always a narrative to be steered towards, and it just can't be John whatsoever, and it's never touched upon, and it goes towards the V1 team, but nobody is addressing that, the stuff that had happened while John's the only one there.
Are you saying that? I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of hate right now. Are you saying that? Can you rephrase that question?
I'm just saying, do you feel like when you go onto some of these maxi shows, because I feel like they just have one narrative. I mean, let's be honest, it's Safemoon, and John can do no wrong, and they have an agenda themselves, which is they can't lose followers. They can't, 90% of the community is just, whatever John does is the greatest thing God ever did on the planet. And are you going to push back a little bit more? Because these are always controlled narratives that steer towards away from John to other team members, when the questions are at hand that, stuff has happened when he had sole control and those people were gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm pushing back quite a bit. Are you saying that, like, you're wondering?
Just the show you did the other night, and you did good, but it just feels like the whole narrative was, let's not talk about that part whatsoever.
That was Chris's show. So he was controlling his questions. I didn't control the questions there. I literally have a space called Safemoon Lawsuits right now, where I talked about John talking about how Thomas wasn't quitting, and how could John not know about Safemoon Dev taking 50 trillion tokens or something. I've definitely provided a lot of pushback.
I'm just saying in the middle of the show, because it just felt like everything was always steered towards, let's stay to V1, everything is Thomas. Let's not talk about the situation of they're gone and stuff's going on with wallets that John has total control of.
Do you watch my YouTube?
Yeah, I actually do. Yep.
Okay, I'm like, this is all I've been saying lately, so I'm kind
no,
of
that's all you've been saying, but I'm saying in particular on these shows, because I mean, I'm sure you had felt that there's being a narrative steered toward
Well, I went onto the Safemoon water cooler, and I tried to very respectfully say, hey guys, we saw it with the old team. We can't just assume it with what we got left that things are good. And I wasn't able to say that because Attic kicked me. He got upset, muted me, and then kicked me on the Jeremiah show, water cooler. I don't know why you would have Addict as a host. That's fine if that's who you want to have as a host. Because that guy is unstable, and he's going to kick anybody that he doesn't like what they say. He assumes the worst of what they're saying and says you're defending them, when really all we're talking about is an idea of truth. And that has to be held above everything in this situation. It has to be held above each other and above Safemoon. And a lot of people, they hold Safemoon over the truth, and that's where we get all these problems. And it only really becomes a problem when we attack each other. But no, I'm not. That's why I'm doing all this. That's why people hate me right now, is because I'm saying, hey guys, we can't assume the best about John, and his wallets are looking a little sketch right now. So I think I am doing what you're asking. But when you talk about in spaces, I went into Chris's space, and me and Chris have somehow, like, Chris hates Mark. Chris hates the YouTubers. I'm friends with Mark. I like Mark. I respect Mark. And I think he's a huge deal in this space.
Chris hates me too, don't worry.
But if me and Chris can get along, I'm not going to let their division cause us division. And me and Chris always get along, even though we don't agree. And that's all you have to do, is be respectful to me, and I'll get along with you. But yeah, he was controlling the narrative on the questions. He did ask me during that show if I if I thought those were Mark's wallet or John's wallets, and I said John's wallets, and I said, yeah, I do. And so I didn't stray away, but I also didn't maybe push it as hard as he was like. But part of that is out of respect, but I still didn't stray away from saying like I don't think like yeah, I think that there's a problem here. I even said the problem wasn't necessarily that John caused an FBI investigation to look into the old. He was saying if John did that, then clearly why would you do that if you had something that you didn't want the FBI to find? I said that's a really good point, but most people aren't concerned about that. They're concerned about the what was promised as what should have gone to what was promised to go to the LP from the Bitmart tax being off ramped into his wallets. That's where people are concerned. So I even said that during his space. I think we made a pretty good argument for both sides, and I try to keep it respectful, but I appreciate you saying that, Sus.
That actually made me bring up a question about that because I deal in business myself. And if we thought that there was any wrongdoing in the company with transactions, you would do an internal audit and then you would present your findings to the FBI. You wouldn't just call the FBI.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like real speculative, right? Because I don't think we have all the details on that. If somebody does, then please show me. But I think we just get into speculative land on like what happened, and you might be right, but it's just like we don't know unless we get all the details about that investigation and report or something, which I don't think we have.
Was that all speculation with the FBI? Because I don't remember. I
No,
can't
it
state
did
that I did.
happen, and it was over. That specific one regarding which happened around the time that John and uh, they removed the keys to the LP from Hank and Thomas. DeFi Mark, you're on the team, so you can clarify anything of what we're saying, or we're on the team. But I think that was right. And there was some kind of investigation. Just because there was investigation, I don't know if that necessarily means that they looked for everything. They might have only been looking for a specific something, didn't find it, and left. But I could be wrong on that. My voice is going away. Was there something else you want to say, Sus? Or
No. I'm good. Thanks.
I appreciate you coming up. Is that a toad? What is your profile picture?
That is a toad that has some suspicious sideways eyes.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought those were sunglasses.
Yeah.
Tech, thanks for coming up, man. Tech Nerds team, go ahead, man.
Hey, thanks, Crypto. Thanks for watching a lot of your shows, just about all of them. I know you get a lot of pushback from a lot of let's say, subscribers in reference to you addressing the issues that everybody's afraid to address. And you get a lot of our resistance that, I'm still a subscriber. Let's say, for example, John admits that, hey, I used the money because I never was paying myself as a CEO. I was actually using the money to help fund the business. And I actually wanted to take some funds out to pay myself to now enjoy life. And what would that do to Safemoon? Would the holders start to sell? I'm just curious. Would they sell or would they hang around like how I hung around with the GameStop? And we took a ton of beating with Robinhood, the media, and name it, everybody, and we all made money in the end. I'm just curious, what would everybody do if they realized that John actually, in fact, used the money, admitted to it, that he had to pay himself? Would they freak out and shut down the project? That's my question.
I can speculate that, like, if it was proven, if John said, like, "Hey guys, yeah, I was using it for mostly development, but also gave myself," I don't know what number people would get upset at. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. How upset would people be? I think obviously, just like we see today with the different reaction to any type of information within the community, it's going to be a wide range of reactions from "we knew it," "he's proven scammer," "fudder," or not fudder, but scammer, to the what's considered the maxis. I'm sorry, give me a different word to that would say oh, it's okay, he needed to pay himself, not a big deal, it's okay, John, you just make sure you tell us next time. I mean, you'd see this wide range of people, but I think overall I would think it would probably be a negative reaction.
I kind
Anybody
of
else can
disagree.
speak on it. Okay, yeah, go for it.
I think if he came out and said anything, he could say he took half of it for himself. I think people would just be relieved at the transparency, and I think just the honesty of it would bring back a lot of people that are just saying that are just going away from this project. He could come back and said he took X million dollars, and I think that's better than just saying nothing at all and leaving us to speculate and make these assumptions. That's just me, though. I don't know. I think honesty is always better than, any whatever this is.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if people would come back, but they might respect him more for saying something.
I don't know. I would respect him more if he told the truth.
I agree. Transparency on it, whether he was innocent and showed it to us, or whether he said, "Hey guys, I got to pay myself somehow." Like that's my thinking. Is like all you had to do in that situation was say, "Guys, we didn't really leave a great way to pay ourselves, and what do you guys think we should be paid? Is this amount okay with you guys?" A little bit of transparency there, would have been fine with it. But if you said we're going to do it for the LP, but we might use it for development, but we'll let you know, and then you used it, that's not transparency. That's
Exactly.
lying. And if it becomes millions of dollars, then and if that's what it comes down to, and that's where Mark's equation will be helpful, is figuring out what the numbers were and what it would have affected the price. For those of us that care. If you don't care about that, then that's fine. We don't
Yeah, I
have
mean,
to be enemies.
you're not a villain in DeFi if you pay yourself as a CEO. That happens all the time. It's the whole thing, like you said, telling people you might use it for development, but you'll let them know, and then you don't let them know, and you may not have used it for development. It's just the transparency issue. It's like these accusations, they could be resolved if there was any info at all on them about them, but there's nothing, and that's kind of why I think a lot of people are upset. Is just the lack of transparency, not necessarily the findings. So many exchanges get paid so many tokens get paid by exchanges for listing because exchanges don't do real fees. They don't interact with contracts. So they always kick money back. If there was just transparency and explanations and openness, I think a lot of this, if not all of it, would have been understood and resolved to some degree, and it wouldn't have devolved to this point, at least. The secrecy is what's caused all the division, honestly. It's the whole conspiracy. It's all of this stuff. So I'm not saying it would be fine and dandy if he's just been taking LP money. I'm not condoning that behavior. I'm just saying it wouldn't have devolved to this point, I believe, in my opinion.
So I'm on, damn my voice. I'm on a 8% battery. I'll probably have to end this. I know a lot of you guys don't want me to. I can always do more of these. Matthew, go ahead. Hey, Mark, how bad does my mic sound when it's plugged in?
No, I don't hear any difference.
You don't hear if, okay, some people complain about it and say it sounds real bad. I can try to leave it plugged in. One thing I want to say, unfortunately, we have to keep addressing this. If you're going to talk trash to me in a post and then hide and not come up here on stage, you're a coward, and you shouldn't be talking. You're the problem if you're going to attack me and not come up here and literally have a discussion on what your disagreement is. Because I bet if you can be respectful and we can have that discussion, that we'll come to an understanding and there'll be peace. But most of those people that are attacking, they just want people to hate you. They don't want to have a discussion. They don't want to look at possibilities that have a negative impact on them being rich. Like, we're not talking about saving the world. We're just talking about being rich. You know what I mean? It's such a crazy thing to me that becomes this. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people like attacking me and saying, just lying right now out in the chat, or in Twitter. I mean, Jesus, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah, I'm kind of late to the space. A friend told me you guys were doing this, so I hopped in pretty quick. There's tons of stuff I could say. I actually got out of Safemoon before all this stuff happened, so thank God, I was able to walk away at a decent, some decent exit liquidity when I did. My question really is for hello.
Yep.
Okay. My question's really for Mark. Um, so I was part of the Surge Fund, and um, I have an issue with when I'm trying to go in, do the claim, do all that. I don't understand the BSUD versus the XUSD, and when I try and add tokens to my wallet, it seems like certain stuff. Like I don't know where in the hell the token is. I don't know what token I should be adding to my Trust wallet to be able to swap anything or do anything of that sort. So, I mean, is there something you can kind of help me with there?
Yeah, of course. So if you want to know any info in terms of the contract addresses to add, just go to xsurge.net/surge fund and it'll tell you all the specific ones to add. And if you want to specifically swap which token you get back when you claim, you'd have to do that on the DApp. And that's just app.xsurge.net. And you'll notice there's a surge fund button right at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah, and
Um,
that's where I'm at right now. So like right now it says claim 1.459. I had about 20 BNB on that was lost. And so right here it only gives me, it says like BSUD. I click a button or it slides over to XUSD. Uh and that's next to the claim and it says opt out, donate or close. So I was having a hard time finding those contracts, I guess. I guess maybe I'm just not looking in the right damn spot.
Oh yeah, no. So if you want the contract addresses, if you just go to the front facing website, just xsurge.net/surge fund, it'll tell you everything to do from there. And if you add the surge fund token to your wallet, you actually don't need to connect to any wallet, to any DApp or anything. You can just transfer the surge fund token to yourself, and it'll claim whatever's in there for you. And just if you're going on the DApp, you can click the button there if you want to, and that little BNB XUSD slider, it just asks which one you want to get back when you
Yeah.
claim, because some people wanted XUSD back, so that's the only point for
So
that.
like
But if
the
you're just
like
trying
my
to,
surge fund claim token hasn't gone up. It's like stayed the same, but when I go to this
Hey guys, I hate to do this. I can't let this conversation become a help center. I know that you need help, and Mark, if you could message him and reach out to him, otherwise, we'll continue the conversation along. Um,
yeah,
this is not what this space is for, yeah.
no, yeah,
But I do want Mark to
definitely.
help you though.
No, yeah, just reach out to me. It might be you might have one of the older versions added. We'll get that figured out. Just shoot me a DM on Twitter or on Discord, and we'll talk after this.
Okay. Sorry, I hate to do that, but that's just not what this is for. Raroni, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Sorry, I can.
Perfect. Thanks. Appreciate you having me up here. Just to start, I'll give you guys an idea of my background a little bit, where my opinion comes from. I'm a long-time cryptocurrency miner, about 4 years mining Ethereum, and I've been trading and dabbling for a few years now. I'll say my short opinion on the FUD, you could say, that's going around, all the information. There are, of course, things that are provable and unprovable in that, and I will agree with the people who said Safemoon's silence speak volumes. A little openness with what they're doing with that money would be great, but my main question is people's opinion on the future with the possibility of the promises of projects coming out, because we've already seen the V1 to V2 swap. I did hold V1. I did not swap to V2. I abandoned it before then. But if Safemoon does come out with another blockchain, is there going to be another swap? Because Safemoon V2 being based on BSC, unless they do an exact copy of a BSC blockchain, they will almost have to create another token. And that is one future concern I have about the current holders and what position they might end up in if that comes to fruition.
So in terms of migrating to a blockchain, there's a lot of tokens out there that have migrated to their own chains without much hassle. There's definitely ways to do it, and they have a very large reserve of supply, primarily from the V1 people or different liquidity pools or contracts that have Safemoon stuck in it. Just people that haven't really migrated over yet. So typically what happens is you'll either dilute people and raise the value of the token so you can have more circulating supply, or they can hoard a large portion of supply and effectively burn it and then mint it in terms of what their blockchain starts at. So similar to like something like Kronos did. If you looked into that at all, that's probably the direction I'd say they would go if they did it optimally. Because you're right, if they just launched
Gotcha.
a new coin, yeah, that wouldn't be too good for them.
Yeah, because I hold CRO and I play around with the DeFi wallet that Crypto.com has, so I know about bridges and blockchains. I have most of my Ether wrapped on Polygon right now, so I do consider myself pretty experienced in those avenues. But yeah, I was just concerned about the way that it comes out. Is I that's one of my negative views of SafeMoon and why I refuse to invest. Is I think the future is a little too uncertain. But to stay on subject on the LP stuff, I do know how to read blockchains, and I will say my opinion on it is The one things that are not provable is who's using the money. Can't prove John did it, can't prove Thomas did it. That's the hard part until they send it to a Coinbase or Binance account that's KYC. That's going to be very hard to prove is who did it. I think the one thing a lot of us should agree on is that the LP is definitely being misused in a way that is also hard to prove. We don't know how much has been used for personal funds. We don't know how much has been used to fill people's wallets for pleasure. But I will say paying themselves out millions of dollars while the holders are losing extremely hard is not right, because most major corporations, if they are losing money, sometimes the CEO won't get paid. And that's just how it is in the major corporate world, is if the company doesn't make money, CEOs don't make money. CEOs have to make the company profitable to make money. And if the holders are getting raped, I don't think any of them deserve anything more than a 30, 40K a year paycheck. Definitely not millions.
Okay, just let me know if my mic sounds terrible. Let's see. Blaine, go ahead, Blaine.
Just want to say you made good points.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I appreciate it for bringing me up. I just wanted to quickly touch on the lawsuits, and probably one of the reasons why John is quiet. Again, I'll make this short. I do handle and work on these federal type of cases on a daily basis. When there are two cases, especially with Safemoon, that are pending, just in California alone, the attorneys generally tell you to, I guess the best way to say it, shut your mouth and don't talk. So one of the big reasons that you're not hearing much is more than likely is because of the attorneys telling me you can't say a word. These, I would say, fudsters, but CoffeeZilla does have good points in the allegations that are coming up. But the problem is they have to take one thing at a time. If he does respond, John responds to these allegations now, it could easily hinder the cases that are going on right now, and it could cause a lot of issues all around for everyone. So that's a couple things there. And we are in a very crucial part of the cases because answers are due within the next couple of weeks, even though there are a new stipulation that was filed for them to meet and confer to talk about that. So these are very crucial times, and you probably won't see a lot of responses about these allegations for a while. But I'm sure, I'm pretty positive that it will come up in the near future once this is all taken care of and resolved. You just have to take one thing at a time and get that resolved. And again, a lot of, I would say, fudsters, a lot of them know this. They're a step ahead of the game. More allegations are likely to probably come, and people are going to sit back and demand responses and answers, but people simply can't. We tell our clients, hush. Social media is very crucial. There are hawks out there. People are watching everything very closely, and you have to be extremely careful at everything you say. So I just suggest everybody sit back, let the facts play out, let everything play out. You know darn well that the Safemoon team sees everything that's going on. And you know that they will end up responding when the time is right and when they can. And this is not legal advice, not financial advice, anything like that. This is my opinion, but it's just things that people need to take into consideration. And please stop trying to demand responses and answers right now. More than likely, can't. And that's all I got to say, and I appreciate it again.
Thanks for saying that. I do appreciate that. I have to clarify something real quick because some people are just so bad at logic. And this is so obvious to people who aren't, right? When you attack someone's character as an argument against their information, it is it's bad, right? It makes you look weak. When someone's character is the problem and you're attacking their character because it's part of the problem of what they're saying, then it's different. Like people wanting to attack me for having this space. Like people, they freak out just for having this space. It's like the world is on fire just because we're discussing possibilities respectfully that include the team and how innocent or guilty they might not be in the with coming information. That's crazy that people lose their minds about that. So yes, if you are going to make posts about me, attacking me, and then not come on the space and literally discuss it with me or talk to me about it, you're attacking me and you're running and hiding. That's cowardly. Me saying that's coward, real quickly, me saying that's cowardly is not you presenting information and then me attacking you. That has nothing to do with the information. It's me pointing out that your cowardice is why is the problem. It's that you won't come up here. Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Yeah,
all I'm saying is I feel you, and I've been there so many times, and that is how they are. You got it right. They are cowards. So even calling them that, it's not going to change anything. Just so you know, like it's never going to end. There's always going to be those people. I mean, I can't shake them no matter what I do. I literally can't say anything. Literally anything. Nothing.
no, yeah, I
So
agree that
all I'm
it's
saying is
always going
like,
to
yeah,
exist,
you just
but
gotta
there's nothing
ignore
wrong with
it.
calling them out for what they are. I mean,
No, of course you
if you
can't.
attack
Yeah,
me or you attack Mark and then you run and you hide, whenever we're here, right here, come up on stage and talk to us.
yeah. All I was saying
But
was they never will. There's a reason why they stick to Twitter posts. Is all I'm saying.
well, yeah, and there's so many different groups of people. There are some people that will. There's a lot of people that won't, but there's so many different varying degrees of belief and hate and whatnot. Some people have gone from what we call maxi to fodder. Some people have gone from maxi to just not sure or whatever. So people are changing their beliefs constantly, or maybe people are even going from hating Safemoon to believing it. I mean, I think that one's probably less likely that you see. But yeah, I mean, the point is just saying like, hey, if either man up, drop your balls and come up here and have a conversation, or don't say anything at all. If you're too coward, if you're strong enough to throw rocks from a distance, then come up on the stage and let's have it out. But don't throw rocks and then run away. Like that, I'm so sick of seeing that cowardice with anybody on any side. It doesn't matter if you can't say something and you're not willing to have a discussion, then don't say it. Go ahead, Raw Rooney. And
Really quick, I just have to go. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say thank you, Crypto Control, for hosting this. My developers need me right now, so
you're
I
good,
do
man.
have to sign off.
Yeah,
But
I'm surprised
keep it
we're here this
going.
long.
No one can be mad at you for hosting a space where you let anyone come up and speak their minds. At the end of the day, regardless of what you believe or what your take is right now, who cares? It wasn't an echo chamber, and you let everyone up that you could. So at the end of the day, they got nothing. They're just mad. Have a good one, Crypto. Thank you, and have a good rest of your space, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks, Mark. I'll catch you later, man.
I want to say thank you for
go ahead.
Thank you for touching in on that, because I think that is one problem we see on Twitter is the emotions that go back and forth. Because I personally have tried to have legit intellectual conversations with some of the Safemoon influencers, showing them charts, drawn on charts, treating Safemoon the same way I've treated Ethereum, same way I've treated ADA, just doing my charts on it and trying to have legit discussions. And I feel the same way anytime I try to have an intellectual discussion with someone who is heavily into Safemoon, I quite literally get attacked. I'm a clown, I'm a goofball, I'm going to miss it because it's just like Bitcoin. And I feel, and if anybody from Safemoon is listening here, I feel that's going to be one of the Safemoon Army's biggest downfall is yourselves attacking other people who have even the slightest non loving opinion on the project. Just understand, if someone does try to talk logically about it, try not to attack them personally, because like he says, it just shows weakness and that you've already lost the conversation if you cannot keep it on an intellectual basis. If I come at you with intellectual knowledge and a chart that shows a path and you want to call me a clown for that, then you immediately lose. But I'm just saying out there, let's try to have better, more honest discussions with each other. Let's not attack each other for other people's opinions. And let's all try to make some money too.
Thanks, man. I honestly, I couldn't have said that better. I 100% agree with you that that's the problem. And man, you hit the nail on the head. The people who believe in Safemoon the most do the most damage to it. You're worried about the fudders. You're worried about Crypto Control having a stream or a Twitter space. But man, do you guys make like Safemoon look so bad with your behavior and with your blindness and your illogicalness when you do that. And my goal in saying that is not to like let you just make you go home and feel bad and sit in the corner. My goal is for you to wake up, stop attacking people, allow for the free flow of conversation and information so we can freaking stop talking about it and focus on the information. But it's just even talking about this, you've set off like the beehive, you know what I mean? If there's somebody else up here who wanted to say something, they can. Otherwise, it's not showing me who wants to come up. I'd have to like make somebody a speaker again. And I've been doing this for quite a while. Does anybody up here want to say anything?
Crypto, how are you?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good. Hey, I listened to you the other night on After Dark, and I didn't
Oh,
know much
nice, nice.
about you prior to After Dark. So the caller who said that you didn't stand up, I thought the whole time you leaned to one side. So, I do think you stood by your beliefs and what you said. But on the other hand, I'm just gonna play devil's advocate for you guys here. You guys, and I know you guys use maxis or whatever, but we're invested. And you guys say constantly that we're in it to make money. But every single time we hear everyone say, we like Safemoon too, we want to see it succeed, we want to see you guys make millions, we like Safemoon too. But then you go on these videos and you completely bash Safemoon. We take one step forward, four steps back. How is it that we always say that we need to get on the same page? We always say we need to go back to the way it was a year ago, but we're the ones who make it look bad, but we're defending our investment. And our investment is to exactly what the gentleman just said. Let's become millionaires. But we can't. We're invested in a token that you guys are constantly bashing. So explain to me how we're supposed to get together and agree on the same path if we're constantly being told your token sucks, your coin sucks. You drop the value down to 0.42, and what are we supposed to do? Walk from our investments? I'm just kind of confused on the take. What is Matt getting out of bashing the token? What is 365 getting out of bashing the token? We know that there's some problems, but what do we do to get on the same page? That's kind of what I think everyone needs to talk about is why do we continue to bash it when we all say we're invested in it?
Well, so this is only directed at people who do that, right? And I think I would agree with you that the entire point of what we're talking about as far as people, it's really great because what we're talking about is people who don't want anybody to attack Safemoon. Yet they attack everybody who attacks Safemoon. And the point is that our goal, if we're attacking something, criticizing, correcting, disagreeing with because we think it's not truthful, the goal should be to have it be truthful, right? So if we are, our goal for Safemoon, if you want Safemoon to fail as a project, then yeah, that's a real fudder that I agree with you on. If your goal is to make Safemoon fail, I disagree with you and I think you're wrong. I think it's a bad goal to have. Your goal is just to ruin people's lives, right?
Correct.
However, beyond that, there's people who are just looking at the negative information that's coming from the team and what the team has done, from Kyle, from John, from Thomas, and that's being called attacking. So there's being mislabeling and then a judgment based on that mislabelization. And what we see is a true standard of judgment that I agree with, but it's being misapplied in the wrong way. That's why whenever people probably hear that, they're probably like, yeah, why are you guys attacking it? But we've been saying this entire time that what we want is for Safemoon to succeed. However, that doesn't mean that if fraud was committed, that fraud should just be ignored or not found or not looked at. What ultimately the guiding standard that we keep having to use that word is truth should be the goal, not Safemoon. We should hold truth over Safemoon. Yeah, go ahead.
But let me ask you this question. So, and I think we can have a logical conversation. It seems like a lot, and you guys can call us maxis, and we'll call you fudders, whatever that conversation is going to be. But the question is, the FUD keeps coming from the same group of people. Just as everyone else, they do the same thing. They hose these places and they kick you. You can't have an opinion. They're very disrespectful, and at the end of the day, they believe a lot of people who we and I heard you the other day say it. It's very hard to distinguish fact and fiction. They come on these shows. They state facts. They state fiction. We don't know what truth or false, and we're talking mainly about Thomas because that's what you guys were talking about the other night on After Dark. Was you even said it's hard to distinguish facts and fiction from him, but yet when it's time to bash Safemoon on these sites, we go, well, now it's fact, and then the Safemoon side was, no, that's fiction. We shouldn't even be referencing that because none of it is either fact or fiction because we can't distinguish both.
Yeah, so let me just say that like I probably agree with you. I don't think what you're saying really applies to this space because we've constantly said that we've consistently not done what it is that you're talking about. we want Safemoon to succeed, but we also want
No,
accountability.
actually, I waited on hold because Matt was on there, and a lot of it was addressed to him because unfortunately,
Mark,
Mark,
that's
because
okay.
a lot of what Matt addresses is with Mark, and I watched a lot of the tweets that Matt has posted, and Mark addresses them. But then when people put that tweet in front of him and go, well, this says right here your name, and he never addresses those situations.
No, he did.
And a
He
lot of
did. You
these,
probably weren't here. He did address it all. Yeah, you
I'm
probably
just
just weren't
saying.
here.
But when we were sitting, and I like you because I think even when I was listening to you the other night, you at least have a conversation. And this is where the conversation has to take place is everybody says the same thing. We want to become millionaires. And we do. We invest in it. But why would we, as holders, bash our investment? Why would we not defend our investment? That's my only take.
No,
And I
I
wish
think
people can really get
I
on that
like
same
what you're
page.
saying. I like what you're saying, and I'll say why. Why would you not bash? I don't want to make this too political, but just to give an example, do you lean towards the left or the right?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's non-reference to this, to be honest with you.
Okay, you don't want to say it. Okay, that's fine. I lean towards the right. That's okay. Why would I want to bash Biden? And the point of what I'm saying is, it's just because you want something to succeed. And I think you're making the root point of what we're talking about is that because people want to be rich, they want their investment to succeed. Why would they say anything negative about it? And what you have is if something negative does happen, they don't want to say anything negative about it because it's their investment. It's exactly what we're saying. So we have a standard where they hold their investment over the truth, even if the truth is coming out from the team. It's exactly what we're talking about.
I would agree with that in the light of saying if you have fact based on that opinion, then yes, you hold that as solid ground, right?
Yeah.
But these spaces and CoffeeZilla, he says it all the time. This is not fact. This is not fact. This is not fact. But they produce these videos based on fact. So when you have fact, you bring that fact out to light and then you drill that home. What we do and we allow on these spaces is speculation. And the speculation has been driving the price down. That suppose everybody and all the space, it's just really holders in all the spaces, whether it's positive or negative. Why would we want to drive our price down based on speculation?
We don't know what's driving the price down. People don't announce before they, I mean, maybe a couple people do, but most people don't put the reason on the BSC scan of why they sold or something. I could equally just say that it's, well, one second. I could equally just say that people are selling because the maxis are attacking them for even trying to look at their investments realistically. I mean, I can make that argument. And, there's an interesting thing that you're doing that I kind of agree with, but if you create a general argument that doesn't actually address information, like, yes, you're saying the facts, but the facts are that Kyle did take from it, that Thomas was quitting. That wasn't the facts before I announced it, but I could see it there because it was right in front of our faces. Ryan was quitting. That wasn't the facts before Ryan announced it, but it was right there in front of our faces. So people are willing to speculate that Elon Musk might be working with John to create mesh networks in space to help the Gambia, but they're not willing to speculate that that might be John's wallet. And they're so quick to have these different standards of speculation and judgment. That's where the problem, I think, lies. I don't think the problem is that people are covering John's wallets. Like, they're saying, oh, don't cover this, even if it's true, just because it has a negative impact. And when we talk about facts, we have facts. We have tons of facts. We have that Kyle took, that Thomas took, that Ben Phillips took. I mean, it just keeps going and going and going, but we debunk that they messed up an equation, and we say we debunked the whole thing. And everybody freaks out. Everybody just jumps on any counter argument, even if it's not logical or proven, because exactly what you said. And you made a great point. They want their investment to succeed. So why would they say anything negative about it? They've had their standard of information is not based on truth. It's based on the desire to be rich. You so perfectly said that.
And you hit
go
that,
ahead.
and you hit that right on the head. And I want to say that you named all the players in which everyone has been debunking John for, right? So, for example, you named Kyle, you named Papa, and the problem is you're right. Those are facts that we know, but those aren't the arguments. Everyone's saying, well, no, that's not Kyle's wallet. That's John's wallet. No, that's not Papa's wallet. That's John's wallet. Even though you're in charge of the blockchain, you don't know where the money came from. So my point is, we sit back, and that's where my question is, and that's why I appreciate you taking your time. Is yeah, we know
who else got the money. But the main argument here is everyone's like, where's John? Where's John? But no one has that fact yet. No one has it. And the price, you can see the charts. CoffeeZilla comes out, posts a video, price tanks. CoffeeZilla comes out, posts a video again, price tanks. I mean, those are you, whatever way you want to twist that narrative, you can see it. But my point is, and I think it's very few shows like yours. I think that's why you and Chris get along, because you can have a civil conversation back and forth, and agree to not disagree and still move forward. And I think that's what's good. And not a lot of shows will do that.
Aren't you blaming the cops for what the person perpetrating the act is doing? Because if there were nothing for CoffeeZilla to bring up to light, then he would have no information or no leg to stand on. You're sitting here saying
Moral
you're
of the
saying
story,
you're
though, CoffeeZilla is exactly right. If you're going to bring topics to light, right, and you're going to rate or debunk a price based on speculation, right? I think that's a little bit different because, again, let's use cops for example. Cops aren't just going to or supposed to just run into a house because they believe there's something in there. They gotta have proof that there's something in there. That's my point. And I'm
this
not saying
could
anything's right or wrong.
but this could easily be debunked by John coming out and saying no, and here's the reason why CoffeeZilla's wrong.
But you just heard that gentleman
Well,
with the legal team, and they know a little bit
what do
more.
we have on John? What'll settle this is getting a little more specific. What do we have on John? We have him with the Moondog wallet. We have him with the South by Southwest NFT. Thomas is accusing him of owning the Gabe wallet. That's just an accusation, but we also have the 666 wallet, which is his wallet, which contained the Moondog NFT, which he bragged about naming Captain Hodl on Twitter and Instagram, being linked to the Bitmart, being linked to the Gabe wallet. So we have a lot of facts, actually, but people are very quick to throw that word around. And if you make judgments off of throwing random stuff around it, it can get really dangerous. We do have a lot of information. And even further than that, there's more coming out. There is going to be more coming out. But the problem is that certain people, and I'm not saying this as a judgment, they till the bitter end is when it's there for a very long time, not till the bitter end. I talked about Thomas and all that, and I talked about Ryan. It was not until it officially happened that it was the bitter end that they saw it happening, even with all these signs coming on it. And I make that point to say there is a lot of signs of what's coming in the future, but many people, because they want to be rich, why would they hurt their investment? They're not willing to look at what's actually happening realistically right in front of their faces, and they attack those who do, and they make Safemoon look really bad. And I think they really do play a role in lowering the price because of the look that they give to Safemoon. Even Scott Paul said that he's lost deals because of how toxic the Safemoon community is. Now, I'm not saying that what CoffeeZilla didn't have a impact on the price, but if somebody can come out and make a bunch of lies to get your project to die, then your project probably wasn't very strong to begin with. I think 90 something percent. I mean, everybody said you can't say it's lies and it's old, and I'm not saying you're doing this. It's old news, it's FUD, and we've already heard all that, but it's all lies. It's like, no, 90 something percent of what he's saying is true in his first videos. With that biggest dump that was caused was the first video on the charts, and that was what was considered old news. So if him just talking about what's happening with the investment can hurt it, it's kind of like that saying, if the truth can destroy something, let it be destroyed. I think that's a saying. If not, then I just made it up. But
it sounds good.
It sounds good, right? It sounds like a scripture or something. I don't know.
Well, just and again, I don't want to take anyone's time. I know you spend a lot of time on with us, and I do appreciate it. But and just to say it, and I think a lot of people who invested in Safemoon, they were first-time investors, and they don't really understand the crypto. So when they invest in and they see really bad publicity, really bad what appears to be fact, of course they run for the hills, because at the end of the day, these are new investors here. These are people who have talked to other people who have got them invested in something that they believed in at the time. So I don't think that these aren't your everyday Bitcoin investors. That's just my take on that. But lastly, and I do appreciate it, but a lot of those things that you just spoke about, and I guess a lot of questions, is just like on After Dark the other night. A lot of those wallets, there's answers for those wallets, and you've heard them the other night, and a lot of them, and you kept saying, I think it was a very good answer, and a lot of it was, I think you kind of said, well,
That's what I believe. That's what I lean towards. And everyone has their side of belief. And I think at the end of the day, the only thing I want to see everybody do is let's base our judgment on facts, not speculation. And I appreciate you having a good, honest uh, show where you let people come up and really have a conversation with you. And I want to applaud you for that.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate you, how respectful you are. And if more people just did what you're doing, the space would look so less toxic. There'd be a freedom for information to be discussed without condemning each other. And I think this price probably wouldn't be as low as it was if many people didn't. You know, it's like that thing with relationships. You know, if you get clingy and you try to hold on to somebody, you push them away. Life kind of works that way. You try to prevent something in a negative way, an untruthful way, you end up causing it. I think that's what we see is a lot of people trying to get people to buy, trying to get people to buy the dips and not give up on Safemoon. And I think they're approaching it from a fearful, negative stance that ends up causing what it is that they don't want to happen. Not everybody, this is generally speaking. Obviously, I give every individual the opportunity to express exactly it is how they feel and believe without condemning them. It's just something we've generally seen over the space.
Can I ask you one question? And you don't have to answer it because if you don't, I understand 100%.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Are you one of those guys who own the token and still believe in it? Or are you one of those guys that said, I did own the token, I was out, now I'm just in the space to bring knowledge?
Oh, are you asking if I sold my Safemoon?
Correct.
No, I don't have a lot. I got in too late. I was new to crypto, no clue what the hell I was doing. I got about 1 million tokens. I bought once, and then I bought again. I think when I heard the exchange announcement about the exchange and the blockchain, I was like, holy crap, by the end of last year, this is huge. I got to make sure I get some because I don't want to miss the takeoff. So I've got about 1 million tokens, and I don't think I'll ever sell it. I like Mark's approach to, you know what, I've covered it for so long on YouTube that if it's going to go down, then I got to go down with you guys. I won't sell. I promise you guys, I won't sell unless it moons. Unless we go way up, I won't sell.
And now let me ask you last question. If it does
Yeah.
moon, you're gonna retract those videos and get on board?
No, because I haven't said anything that would ever make me wrong. I said
no, correct. I agree.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say. I've never said it's going to fail. I've said I don't know. So there's nothing to retract because everything is truthful because I'm being honest because I don't know.
Correct. Which I got to say again, you did a great job every time Chris asked you that question, and you just said, yeah, that's what I believe. And I think that's great. I just think some of the other videos and some of the other spaces, they don't believe it. They push it as the same thing you say a lot of our Safemoon spaces do as fact. And I think that's the difference in the takes that we give is that I really think we should be pushing more fact and not speculation and go from there.
The interesting thing is, I mean, what's the first thing you do with an investment? You invest in something, you say, okay, here's what I know. Could it go up? Could it go down? You take the information you have to speculate on what could happen that could have a positive or negative impact on it. And people are okay with speculating that huge things might happen, but in a positive way, but they are not okay with speculating anything negative, and they shut it down and assume the first response is right. So we find this unrealistic investing mindset. It's very clearly a delusional mindset to invest from. Now, my point is, as I keep saying, you do you, choose how you want to invest. I won't judge you. But the problem is that now that people are being delusional, they're attacking people that don't have that delusion. And that's where we have this problem. That's where we have this toxicity, this division within the community that needs to, it's like we need to grow up. We need to mature and just, it's okay if people disagree with you and don't believe in Safemoon, or it's okay if people want to look at the information. I'm not even saying I don't believe in Safemoon. I just don't know what the future holds regarding the lawsuits, regarding John's wallets, and even regarding the utility. If we didn't have these obstacles, the exchange and the blockchain, they have to create something real useful for our price to go up where we want to see it, for us to see that kind of volume. They have a lot of very tough obstacles in front of them. Now, for me as a YouTuber, the best thing that could happen for me is for Safemoon to take off, because I'm a YouTuber and I know how to cover that content, and I'm going to do a good job with the numbers, and I'm going to get a ton of views. So the only thing I want is for Safemoon to do well, and I had to decide, should I cover negative things because it might have a negative impact on the investment, or should I just ignore it and let investors decide for themselves? And I struggled with that for quite a while, and then I eventually came to the conclusion of, like, you know what, truth is more important than this investment doing well. And if they have nothing to hide, if they've been truthful, if they've been honest, then that's what I'll be seeking, and that's what'll come out in the end. If they haven't, then that's what'll come out. But truth is my priority over Safemoon succeeding. Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for your time, man, and having a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it. You too. Hey, what's up, Sam?
Hey, so you said earlier that there's more coming out. What do you know that we don't?
Yeah. The reason I said that like that is because that's all I can say. You know, it's I really don't like talking about that, but generally speaking, you know, there's more information going to be coming out. Everybody has that sense that with the lawsuits, I mean, if the lawsuit got to a certain point, information would have to be made known public, and I think they're having their first court date on the 9th, which is also the last day to file or to join the lawsuit as someone who could make get money back. Um, I obviously, as a YouTuber, as somebody, you might have resources or connections or different inside things, and what you're going to come across is information that you can't say, and people really hate that because they don't know what it is. But yeah, I mean, I don't like saying that because it makes people upset. They want to know what it is, and they say, "Why don't you tell us?" If I knew something extremely, extremely damning, I would say it. I would tell that person, "Hey, you told me not to say anything, but we have to tell people this." So I can at least say that it's not on that level, but I really don't like talking about it. I do think there will be more information coming out.
It's all good, man. And knowing that you are a YouTuber and whatever, and I'm not attacking you, but when you said it, it kind of sounds like, hey, more's coming, but it's more like, clickbait. Hey, watch my next video or whatever. And like I said, I'm not attacking you on that. It's just
Oh
YouTubers are
no, yeah,
known
I
for
don't feel
doing.
that way at all. Like I make nothing off YouTube, man. I have to make so much. So a YouTube video is very hard to get to do well. You can't get a scam video or not a scam video, but a FUD video to get views. A video to get views, I have to put $1 million math or $1 million or Safemoon to a penny or Safemoon's gonna spike. Those words have to be in the title, the description, and the tags. And then I have to actually make a video that you guys that's worth watching, whether it's looking at numbers or looking at something that might happen, in order to get you guys to watch it, in order to get the algorithm to promote it. If the video is less than 8 minutes, I can make $5 per 1,000 views. Generally speaking, that's hard to hit, especially Safemoon views are way down right now. You might get 3,000 views. That'd be $15 for hours of work. That might end up being $5 per. Now, if I do an 8-minute video, I can put two extra ads in the middle and get about $10 per 1,000 views. Live streams, it just doesn't work the same. Live streams pay almost nothing unless people donate. I make basically nothing off this, and my views don't come from me saying, "Hey guys, make sure to check out my next video." My views come from the algorithm. It literally doesn't help at all to tell people, "Hey, check out my channel," or anything. Self-promotion does not work. The algorithm determines it all. It's people going and searching Safemoon, and then one of my videos pops up. So yeah, there's zero advantage to trying to hint that you guys need to make sure to next tune, stay tuned for crypto control. We're covering. It's just there's no advantage to it. But it's worth calling out that there might be something like that. Obviously, I need to make money, and I want to make money. But I honestly am barely making anything right now. I was able to sell over Evergrow, and I've talked about this multiple times. And I made a decent amount off of that, so I've been a little bit comfortable, but not super comfortable. I still need to get to making money. I'm not making money right now, and I need Safemoon to go up or the market to turn around for me to be able to make money on it. But yeah, no, the reason that I said that is because I literally do know some information. Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, there you go, Sam.
Awesome. All right. That was it for now.
Okay. Well, thanks. You always feel free to call me out if you think I'm BSing or something. Let me know. Hey, what's up, Enio Bilo? How's it going, man?
Hey, I want to congratulations to create this space. I've been following you a long time, so I invest in Safemoon because of you. I invest in Evergrow because of you, and not because you said so, but because I like your way of living. Tell the truth. Be direct. If people finds has fudge, that's their problem. But I prefer to hear all the facts and make my own opinion on them. But rely on someone that tells nothing but the truth. So I want to appreciate you for that. And what I can say about these some people that love Safemoon and are upset because of you or some videos or some comments that hurt the investment. They have to stop looking at this as a Ponzi scheme, because they are afraid that someone is going to bash the project and no more people is going to invest them. That's like a Ponzi scheme, because if the project is good, people sooner or later are going to invest. So I don't see the problem of realize what's going on and address that issue. Because if I invest money on a bank and the bank manager plays with my investments, I'm going to go to the bank and ask for what is going on and what's how he's going to deal with it and how he's going to fix the problem. If the bank doesn't like it, I'm going to remove all my money. So everyone does this. So I don't understand how they are miss. I don't know how they look the other way. So they just want to see the money and the investment. No, if they truly believe on the project, they have to stop looking at the money and stop looking at what is wrong with the project and fix it. If they are making moves with wallets and LPs and etc., they have to stop, they have to fix it, they have to address it, and they have to justify to the community that invest on them. But that's my opinion. I just want to say thank you to you guys and keep up the good work. Don't stop doing what you do. And well, I will see more videos from you guys, from you. And I also invest in Surge. I lost the money on the hack. I'm still I still believe on that coin as well. But hey, this is crypto, so a lot of bad guys are trying to get advantage from other people. So half of the world is stealing from another half, but that's life. So thank you.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I think you make a great point, and I've said this before that you make actually a really great point. First of all, if Safemoon's success is dependent on us convincing people that it's a good project, then we're doomed, and it's a Ponzi. It's dependent on getting other people in. If your confidence is in the exchange and in Project Phoenix and in Darkmoon and in the blockchain and in cryptonomics, then and that's what I've said. Nothing can counter the whales we have except for them creating some massive real utility, in my perspective. So to put so much weight on, oh no, negative information can come out, like, it doesn't matter. They have to create something real or we're all screwed in this investment. And whether there's FUD or not, it doesn't matter. If there's FUD, then the price might go down more and you get a cheaper price. Wait and buy a bag if you believe in Safemoon. Just wait for a good price, a good point right before you think it's going to go up, and you have a really solid price because the price is consistently going down for a very long time. Then you could have saved a lot of money by waiting. And then, that can be your strategy. So completely agree. Go ahead, Sam.
To add a little bit to what Bella was saying, and I think that's what he said. It was kind of long, and now I'm kind of forgetting what I wanted to say about that. But all this stuff coming out, right? That's news that might be negative news and all that. The reason why we're not worrying about that, and it's not like we're maxis, we're diehard Safemoon, we're never going anywhere, no matter what comes out, is from the beginning of this project. There's been FUD, there's been all kinds of crap coming out, drama. With everything, and we've been through all that, and now there's even more. So it's like, I think a lot of us just don't want to hear it anymore because we're moving forward. The company, I believe, is moving forward. So unless something crazy comes out and we see John in handcuffs, until then, I think a lot of people are just going to be like, yeah, no, we've been through this.
Yeah, and the thing with that is, like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is seeking to control other people's beliefs and what information they hear, and seeking to attack and deplatform and unsubscribe and unfollow. That's the problems. And we talk about maxis. I wouldn't consider you a maxi just based on the level of respect. There's so many different levels of belief, and I don't like separating people into so many different categories and say I'm judging you as a maxi. It's mostly the people who, you know, can't see the information when it's right in front of their face, and they judge other people who can see it. Like, to me, my perspective, that's a maxi who believes so hard in what they want that they can't see what's real. Like, so, you know, I think that there's nothing wrong with being like, hey, I've seen a ton of FUD, and this information you might find this interesting, but it doesn't bother me. Like, that's completely fine. I fight for everybody's right to believe or not believe in an investment. The problem is we condemn people as, oh, you're not a real Safemoon person. We know who the real ones are, and we'll remember this. Save these posts. We'll come back and we'll remember who didn't keep the. It's like, dude, really, that's super cultish. And, you know, it's happening in all different beliefs. There's all these different groups of people who are being unreasonable. It's not everybody who really believes in Safemoon that's being unreasonable, but there's, you know, people who are being unrealistic and unreasonable across the board, and they're attacking each other. They're attacking us, you know. They're lying. People have lied and said, I sold my bag. You're just lying. I never sold my bag. You had zero evidence for that, but you believed that and spreaded that like it was the gospel, while at the same time saying, we don't have any facts for John Caroni's wallet. I mean, just amazing hypocrisy that we're seeing. The double standards, like, that's all we're talking about, is what is your standard of telling what's real and not real, and does it constantly change to what you want? You know what I mean? That's what we're seeing, is that it constantly changes for certain people because their desires are prioritized. Their desires of wealth are prioritized over their desire for truth. And yeah, I think that I agree with you, but just, you should be okay with the flow of information. It's okay to not want to hear FUD. What you consider, if you consider all this is happening with Kyle and CoffeeZilla and John's wallets and the NFTs, just old FUD and no big deal, that's fine. But the problem is when we attack people, try to silence people, and say, especially when you try to stop the flow of information, you're trying to control somebody else's investment. You know what I mean? How dishonest is that if you're doing that? I'm not saying you're doing that. Do you want to respond to that, Sam? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, and it's the same way when we keep hearing it from the other side, and they're saying, "Well, can't you see the truth? You must be blind. That you're it's on the blockchain. Read the blockchain." Yeah, but there's other information coming out too, and about Kyle, about Thomas, about everything else happening with the Tana wallet and all that. That's information that was not in the CoffeeZilla video, and I don't know, was he left out because he didn't think it was damning enough? It didn't fit a narrative that he might have had. Um, but there's a lot of information out there that is not, we don't know everything. So once we do know everything, and like I said, at this point, going through so much crap, it would have to be something really like, damn, all right. And just because you see it that way doesn't mean that I'm going to, get scared, sell my bags because, you got scared because of something. We'll see what happens. I just don't believe that with everything coming out, that John would still keep moving forward and get all these. I thought you were going to say something there, but I don't think that
Oh,
he would
sorry,
get
I'm
all.
just listening.
Okay, I don't think that he would go out and build a headquarters, do everything that he's doing, get a license for a card, get all this other crap. If he thought that shit, I'm gonna get caught, I'm gonna spend a long time in prison or whatever, and I I don't know. I just don't see that happening.
No, yeah, I completely agree. And John would look like the biggest dumbass in the world if he did that, right? So, but at the same time, just because something seems extremely illogical for someone to do, doesn't mean that it proved that they didn't do it. People do terrible things. I mean, the world is a daily example of people stealing, hurting, raping, killing. I think it's just daily that people do stuff. So it's not, that's fine for you to have that judgment. And that's my thing, is like, I'm okay with that being your judgment. And I'm not trying to control your investment, and I'm not trying to control your beliefs in regards to how you want to believe in your investment. I do want, the only thing I would say I'd not necessarily want to control is that I want to fight for the truth, that we should treat each other a certain way. And that way is to not attack and condemn each other as if we're better than each other because we have a different perception on our investment. And that's the problem we see. And it is happening on both sides. I agree. Did you have
Can
something you wanted to say to that? Yeah.
I do. I want to add something to that. So another gentleman that was in here, I don't remember who he was, and he was talking about GME and what happened there. I was in AMC. I started in AMC. I still hold stocks, not as much as I did before, but I still do hold stock. Hedge funds pay tabloids, other people, Market Watch, all these other people to FUD a project, pretty much, if you want to say that, call it FUD. But to talk talk bad about them, to tank them, so that they can once they short, they can buy back and make money that way, or maybe make them go out of business, go bankrupt. But so that happens just because so it's out there and people are like, oh yeah, no, it's fact, this is it. Because I can't fight with CNBC. I can't be like, oh no, I just proved them wrong or something, right? They got sources and they got a much bigger mic than anybody else does. So I think that as long as you believe in the project, hold on, do what you're gonna do, and in the end, AMC kind of proved them wrong. AMC went from $2 to $72, and a lot of people made money that way. So it all has to do with how bad you can hold, or how hard you can hold during the bad times, and once the good times come, let them roll.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of speculation. If the good times come, a lot of projects, the good times don't come. So that's what the main gamble is. We're gambling on the future of Safemoon. Is it going to blow up one day, or is it not? It's just that simple. And if it does blow up, those who held to it are going to reap the benefits. And if it doesn't, those who bought the dip all the way down are going to reap the consequences. But because nobody knows, it's dishonest to try to convince somebody one way or the other. And that's my main deal. So we have a lot of information coming out, and it's just, if you even talk about this information or discuss it, you are going to get attacked by a large group of people as not having the facts, as having nothing, as, oh, your character's being attacked, you're associated with Mark, you talked to Thomas, just all these accusations and attacks. And it's just mind-blowing to see that they're willing to speculate just a world of negativity your way, but just absolutely nothing towards John. And the only being you can do that with is God. He's the only one you can do that with, because he's the only one that's perfect. John is not perfect. He's human just like us. He makes mistakes just like us. He is a... Go ahead.
Absolutely, man. Sorry to interrupt you, but so I'm noticing a thing with you, and I'm not attacking you. I am not, but I'm saying maybe this is a reason why people do unsubscribe and not like you so much. I just gave like a very positive thing and ended it on a positive thing, that if it's gonna go up, let it roll, and you come back with, oh well, it's a gamble. Other times you're like, well, is it going to go up or something like that? So maybe that might be a reason why people don't like you. I'm just saying.
Oh,
That's what I'm picking up. That's all, man.
Well, okay, so I can tell you why I said that, and maybe you can show me where maybe you think I'm wrong. I heard you. I thought I heard you say that. To me, it made it sound like you were saying that those who buy are going to reap the benefits when it goes up. So I felt the need to clarify that it might not, is why I said that.
Absolutely, and you are right. I'm just saying it kind of sounds like that. That's all.
It sounds like FUD?
No, it just sounds like you being objective. But I think when you do it so much, and other people too, you're like, well, it's not FUD, it's fact.
Well,
But
I mean,
you do
I
it
can
so
tell you
much.
based on the I can tell you based on the algorithm, people like to hear that their dreams are going to come true. It's just really as simple as that. People want to hear it's going to $1. They want to hear how much they can make if the numbers did whatnot. I mean, I've got videos with 40,000, 20,000 views. I understand what it is that people like and what they want. And the goal is not to get people to like me because I say what they want to hear. The goal is to speak the truth. And if people don't like that, then that's their choice. So I think people don't like me because I cover both sides and because I do it honestly. Now, if I'm being dishonest, if I'm being egotistical, if I'm being prideful, and you show me that, I'll say, you know what, you're right, I need to work on that. But you have to show me that. I'm open to it. But at the same time, what I see most of the time is what we've been talking about. That now, and kind of to counter what it is you're saying, I've also speculated on the positive. I've speculated on what if we get to this much? What if you buy this much? And I've told people, like, this is your risk. You have to look at this based on your faith in the project, based on your financial capabilities, based on your financial risks, and then pick a number. I try to help people decide based on how much you believe in this project, what kind of number are you looking for? when we hit this amount of volume or whatnot, or when we hit this price, depending on if you're trying to go for a passive income or whether you're trying to have a huge bag. People love that. I know people love to hear good things. They don't like to hear the truth. I mean, that's just life in general. You might not want to hear that you have cancer or that your girlfriend cheated on you, but if it's the truth, it's the honest thing for me to tell you is that, hey, I think your girl might be cheating on you.
Can I make a question to Sam?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sam, can you tell me when is enough for you to? So, what signs does a CEO of a company has to give to the investors that something is not right, and when is enough? I would like to know, because from what I see from the video of CoffeeZilla, that for me it's a sign. So something to be the attention to be raised, and start looking at a potential problem. But I find funny that some guys are so blindly to see it. My question is, when is the sign is enough? So how much sign does the CEO of a company has to give to you for you to start thinking about it, or something like that?
But to me, the CEO did not give you a sign. There are things on the blockchain. Yes, are they his doing? Who else had the control of the wallets at the time when these things were happening? When did it stop happening? All that. Who was under the name at the time when things started happening or stopped happening? So to me, when you say, "Am I that blind to not see it?" You saw CoffeeZilla's video. You probably don't hold Safemoon. I don't think you. I don't know if you even knew anything about Safemoon before seeing his video. Come in and you believe everything he's saying without really getting I guess a third party opinion, because my party is going to say nope, he's innocent. Your party from CoffeeZilla's side is going to be like, oh nope, he's guilty. I want a third party. Once that happens, then I'll be like, all right, yeah, I see it. So that's when I'm going to change my mind about it. Until
Yeah,
then,
but
I'm going to be bullish.
I'm not saying that he's guilty. I'm saying that there is a problem, and someone needs to check on the problem and go to the bottom of the problem to fix it. That's how companies work.
But you saying that we're blind to not see what he's doing, you are saying he's guilty without really
No,
knowing the truth.
Okay. Maybe I phrased the question wrongly, but what I'm saying is there is a problem in the company, or the token, or the coin, or whatever you call it, and that's proof there is a problem. So looking the other way because afraid of the price going down is not the way, in my opinion. So what I'm trying to ask you, and the connection got broken, is when is it's enough? It's like the squid token that the price goes to zero in 5 seconds. That's a trigger for you, or some signs like this one can raise the question for you.
So I highly doubt that's going to happen because the liquidity is insured right now, and other factors it wouldn't go too well for John if that happened. But when I'm gonna say I will be bullish until something concrete comes out that is not from a source that is kind of trying to prove them wrong, because I'm trying to prove them right. So I need something that is in between in order to change my mind. Until then, if the price goes lower, we're not getting scared when the price goes lower. We buy more because we believe in the company and we believe where it's going. So I don't think anything is going to detour us from that. So if it dips more, we're going to buy more.
All right. Yeah, and when I say hey, at what point would it be enough for you? I think for a lot of people, they have different points of oh, if we confirmed that John took millions, many people, even that would be like, okay, well, he's the CEO, of course he needed money, and he could have used that. So if that happens, you know, other people, everybody just has different points, but it's okay. Like, let them decide for themselves. Let the information flow. Don't attack people, and let people decide for themselves. Like, that's the solution to like 90 something percent of our problems in this space right now. Outside of that, you know, we if John is innocent, then we need to get behind him. And if John made a mistake that's recoverable for the project or whatever, then I think we need to get behind that too and say, like, hey, you didn't tell us that you took that. It wasn't an insane amount, but be honest with us and we'll move together. I don't know. It's really up to the community to decide. What we're talking about is bigger than just one person. It's a large group of people that all have different perspectives, that all represent the Safemoon community. So what we're looking at is just a very complex thing when it comes down to it, even though it's very simple in other ways. But I think that I have to end this. I've been doing this for a very long time. And, you know, I'm in Oklahoma, so we got like a tornado watch. So that's always fun. Just a lot of tornadoes lately. But yeah, I appreciate all you guys hanging out, and I'll do these more often. I'm willing to talk to anybody. As long as you can be respectful, you can come up here and make any point you want. And I'll let you talk and I'll hear you out and provide my thoughts. But ultimately, I hope you guys have a good day, and just know that your lives are much deeper and much more important than an investment. So yeah, I'll see you guys on the next video or live Twitter space, wherever I see you at. Hey, what's up, guys? So that went on way longer than I thought. I need to remember that Safemoon spaces can get out of hand. Mitch Bromwell, thank you for modding Suave Live very much. Hard to let go when you got hundreds of people for a live audience. It doesn't benefit me, unfortunately, but I enjoy the discussions. And it does suck if people want the space to go on and you want to end it. You know, Twitter doesn't give me anything. CC, thanks for hosting this. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm here for the homie, CC, and honesty. Thank you, Suave Live. Yeah, I mean, it sucks to get to a point where you feel like you're just repeating yourself over and over and over again. It'd feel better to hear different perspectives. But ultimately, I think we did get down to the heart of what it was that we were discussing. And Thank you for the 650. I appreciate that, Shane. You're awesome, man. Thank you so much for supporting me. That means a lot that you even think that I'm worth giving money to. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I'm going to end this, guys. Our next live will probably be going through the wallets and looking at the looking at it ourselves. So I'm going to either learn it myself, which it shouldn't be that hard, or get somebody with me so that we can just visually see and confirm for ourselves those things that we've heard. And I think you guys will enjoy that. So awesome. I'll give you guys a second to say goodbye. Everybody who wants to say goodbye, go ahead and I'll read your comments, and then I'm going to dip out of here. Very much so. I was going to jump on stage and tell you, got homies and supporters too. Not all the negative crap on Twitter is worth paying attention to. You're right. You know, it's you get such a backlash for just talking about things that you have to constantly keep readdressing it, and it sucks, right? And a new person comes in, and you have to readdress the entire point about how it's okay to look at investments differently. We don't have to attack each other, and we need to know what's going on with our investments over and over and again. It gets disorienting, right? But yeah, you can co-host the next one, Suave Live. Yeah, I'm down to do that. It might be tomorrow. Or it might be, yeah, I mean, I could probably do one tomorrow. Thank you so much, Jerson Nolasco. Thanks for being here. Matt Mugno, thank you. Suave Live, and Tony Barta 2. You guys are awesome. Thanks for stopping by, guys. I'll see you guys in the next stream.